Well, for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. The Stars Championship Series night fight. Opening round of the season, OKN, the Pro Stars class with the KZ 125cc power plants, and of course the ever-intense KA Stars class, along with a host of 230 plus drivers under the lights in Mooresville, North Carolina for the first of the 4-round championship of the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA. Rolls on next. It is a sunny Friday afternoon in Mooresville, North Carolina. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the 2023 Stars Championship Series season presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA. My name's Andrew Clemens here in the booth with me, Simon Sykes, for his first time on the mic of the Kart Chaser live broadcast. Alexander Searle will join us for coverage down on pit lane, and karts are already on the racetrack for the very first division KA Masters with about 3 minutes and some change left here in qualifying. We watched through a full day of practice, 5 total rounds yesterday. Today, of course, we'll go through warm-up, then through now qualifying on into 2 full rounds of heat races that will set the starting lineups for pre-finals tomorrow afternoon and main events under the lights Saturday night racing style here in Mooresville, North Carolina at the Trackhouse Motorplex. First of all, Simon, first time in the booth. We've got a heck of a turnout here for you, 230 drivers as we're amped to get things started.
What a paddock, what an event, and karting under the lights here in Mooresville, North Carolina. What more can you ask from such a beautiful facility?
Yeah, nothing like it here. The lights around this racetrack, world-class, stadium-level lighting. It makes it where even with the drivers that have tinted visors on are able to race around this racetrack. Let's keep an eye on the drivers that have gone to the top of the boards in qualifying. You've got your live leaderboard on the left-hand side of your screen. Ryan Kastner in the Maranello, the reigning number 2 plate holder, second in the KA Masters Championship in 2022, is on top at a track he calls home here in North Carolina. John Bonanno out of the Northeast on his own comp kart operation, currently second, about a 10.25 back. Jacob Nairi runs in third. Chris Horan runs fourth. Billy Workman Jr. currently rounds your top 5. It's about a 4-10 spread to the top 6 to the winner at the Stars Championship Series night fight from 2022 at Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. Brian Daniele under the BJR MDR Lando Norris kart banner. But again, there's a look at the red number 2 plate of Ryan Kastner down the front straightaway as they head down to turn number 1. So far so good for Ryan Kastner at a 51.232. That lap came in lap number 3. Brand new sticker tires, MG Reds for the KA classes. And what we're seeing so far, Simon, the front runners have all peaked early on in this session. 1 driver inside the top 5. Only one has gone quicker past lap number 4. That was Brian Daniele, who just improved on his 6th lap around to a 51.47. He cuts the gap down inside the top 5 to 0.3 of a second. A tight field here. Last year, we had about 3 drivers in the lead group. This year looks like it might be about 5 or 6, and they're all kind of running together on the racetrack as well. Daniele currently on your screen there in that Tony kart behind Ryan Kastner, who's going to pull into the pit lane as they head up the hill to turn number 11. And as they come down the front stretch here, Simon, why don't you take us around a lap at Trackhouse Motorplex, first on the GoPro Motorplex counter, of what the drivers can endure as they head through turns 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3, extremely mid to high speed corners, right-hander into a slight left, back to the right. It's a very quick section, which will throw you onto the back straight for your highest speed of the whole track into a fast right-hand sweeper. Coming out of that, we're headed down to the section of a quick left-right into a double left, followed by the tightest corner on this track, our hairpin, turn 8, I believe, which will lead us into a double right, bringing us back to the last corner on this track, this last tight right-hander. And it'll bring us back to the front stretch, and we'll complete a lap of Trackhouse Motorplex here in Mooresville, North Carolina.
They'll come down the front stretch to the checkered flag here, and we'll see if Brian Daniele goes any quicker on lap number 8. He does, 51.465. It will not be enough to beseat Ryan Kastner from the pole. The Maranello still on top. A few more lap times coming in. Nobody going any quicker than a 51.4 on the final lap. The time to beat was a 51.232. So Kastner on the Maranello. Top of the boards there. You can see the rest down the order. John Bonanno, Jacob Nairi, Brian Daniele, Christopher Horan, your top 5. Then you've got Billy Workman Jr., Miguel Meir, Paul Montepoli, Anthony Stifler, and Peter Cook, your top 10. Chris Stevens, Tom Gersner, Gordon Cameron, Greg Leahy, Bob Davis, and Kevin Simonellic round off the field. A tight spread for about the top 7 by the end of it all. 4/10 back to Miguel Meir in the 277 MPG Motorsports Kart Republic on the red and white colors, just inside the top 10. About 3/10 back from him to Paul Montepoli, Anthony Stifler, and on back. And there you can see again the full listing of your qualifying results for the 16 drivers in KA Masters. The first of many groups still to roll through here for qualifying grids to be set. That'll set the starting lineups for heats 1 and 2. One thing, of course, to be of interest, the KA Stars class here, a sold-out field of 60 total drivers. And they do something a little bit different with the Stars Championship Series and how they decide of who is the top 40 that makes it through to the main events, in this case, on Saturday night. Everyone will run through the 2 heat races. They'll be split in half for that KA Stars field for heat 1 and heat number 2. They'll only race against the odd or even split that they get put into. From there, they get re-racked. The top 30 drivers will go into pre-final A. They all will contest for the spots 1 through 30. So as long as you clinch points-wise into the top 30 from the heat races, you'll automatically lock yourself into the main event. Pre-final B for the KA Stars will be a little bit different than a typical LCQ. Very similar, though, in nature, in terms of the fact that the top 10 will transfer to make up 31st to 40th on the grid. The difference, normally when we see these last chance qualifiers or those cut line races that decide whether or not drivers go to main events, they end up with an extra heat cycle on their tires. It's an add-on session. In this case, with pre-final A and B, even if you have to go to that B pre-final and fight your way into the top 10 to make it to those final 10 spots on the grid for the main event Saturday night, you'll have the even amount of tire wear that everybody in the top 30 will have. They'll run the same distance for pre-final A that they will for pre-final B. And of course, again, as long as you're consistent through your heat races, top 15 in each of your heat races for the combined total 30, you'll be safe and you won't have to worry. Even if you have a crash in your pre-final, you'll at worst start 30th, but be locked in to the main event Saturday night. So a little bit different than some of the formats that we're used to. It only applies to our KA Stars class, which will be running in 2 groups for qualifying later on this afternoon. The rest of the classes closing in towards that capacity number at 40 total drivers. In fact, the KZ and the Rock Masters combined class is nearly 30 deep, one of the biggest master shifter contingents we have seen outside of Rock Vegas and the SuperKarts USA Super Nationals, the biggest total contingent in the 2023 National Tour of master shifter drivers at that. And it's a healthy group for this group as well. The Micro Swifts headed onto the racetrack, 22 drivers strong in this one, and a lot of familiar names for NASCAR fans here in the home of NASCAR, Charlotte, North Carolina. Many growing up here, sons, second and third generation racers, from drivers, crew chiefs, and the like that we'll talk about here. One driver that has been of note that was a big winner last week was the number 48 Ryan Perry Motorsport entry of Parker Ives. Silver helmet headed over through turn number 9. He's about second or third in line that our cameras will switch over to and pick up in just a moment. But man, has he had a great start to 2023. 2 major national wins, got his first one in Orlando, picked up one just 5 days ago on Sunday afternoon in Houston, Texas. He's lined up down the front stretch right behind, I believe, either Cade Wolf or Holden Myers, and he'll initially on his outlap be the quickest. So Parker Ives, home turf for him, but already 2 major national wins. He rides with the most confidence coming into this event, and Simon, you can attest to that. When you're racing back-to-back weeks, it's easy to ride a good momentum wave or ride a bad momentum wave, but when you're coming off a win just days prior, you come in and you strut with a little bit of extra swagger.
Absolutely. Parker managed to come through and win that race back last week in Texas and has had a wonderful start to this 2023 season so far. Personally, in my eyes, he's the most talented driver in Micro Swift, the one to watch that I've seen in 2023 so far. Obviously, that can change as the year goes on, but definitely has made his impact to start the season here, and we'll see what he can do in this Micro Swift qualifying.
We'll watch him come down the front stretch as he trails the Timmy Tech comp cart, I believe, of Holden Myers. The two of them initially will not go quickest, though. It's the couple of drivers behind them. How about Luke Giglio, the Georgia-based driver in the number 68 for Ryan Perry Motorsports aboard the Kart Republic. He's just at the end of the group, third in line, as Ives is going to go by Myers into turn number 4. Luke Giglio, now your quickest driver here. And he, last weekend, also a lot of talent, a lot of speed, but a poor qualifying effort. Teased him a little bit. He's under the tutelage of longtime karting veteran and legend of the sport, one of the American heroes in the 2000s era, Mike Geeson, continuing to coach here with Luke Giglio through 2023. And while this weekend he's on Brandon Carr's RPM Tony Kart in the OKN Stars class, he's still helping out and seeing Father Mike Giglio under the tent, overseeing all the nuts and bolts coming together on Luke's go-kart. And if he can put a good qualifying effort together, there's no question he'll be ready to challenge for a first-time national-level victory. Last week had a qualifying effort that put him outside the top 15 for all 3 heat races. Got wrecked in one, drove through the field in the other 2, picking up 8 to 10 spots apiece. Drove through the field in the main event as well. Got to the top 5, ultimately just a few laps too late. But if he could start this weekend on the right foot with a good jump to begin with a good qualifying effort, things could turn a lot more positively for the number 68 of Luke Giglio. But both of the Ryan Perry Motorsport machines have been passed. How about the Timmy Tech comp kart of Cade Wolf, son of former NASCAR Cup Series crew chief Paul Wolf, who was a heck of a late model racer in his day and a big-time driver as well. So you talk about second-generation talent. Parker Ives, Cade Wolf, both names that come to mind. Cade now sits on top, 28 thousandths over Luke Giglio out of 54.493. Let's see what he's able to do right now across the line. He's kind of in no man's land. Doesn't really have a toe out front or a toe out back. Across the stripe, he'll drop down to 4th with not the best lap as Parker Ives jumps now back to the top of the boards. And that's one thing, of course, here for this racetrack. While it does have that bend right there at turn number 3, that's a full throttle corner, Simon. It basically makes turn 1 all the way in this run here to turn number 4 a full throttle straightaway.
Some turns involved there, but obviously I think this is one of the longest straights we actually have on our calendar if you count the full throttle from the end of the last corner all the way to turn 4, especially in these micro categories. We're now just past halfway in the session, about 2.5 minutes remaining, and it's still Parker Ives on top, now clear by 0.12 of a second to Holden Myers in P2.
So let's see here if they go any bit quicker on the final few laps. With the micro slips, you see a lot less tire degradation than the full-size classes. I wouldn't be surprised for this one to go all the way down to the wire with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Parker Ives had to work through some traffic the last couple laps. This lap, he poked a hole for himself and is continuing to lead the train, but nobody improves. Let's look a little further back now from your top 5, of course, while we'll keep them on screen and keep a tab on how they do, with Ives leading there, then the yellow and blue and white comp kart of Holden Myers, then Luke Giglio's RPM Kart Republic, and then back to Cade Wolf there, 4th in line. But further back on the field as we highlight the rest, Colton Schneegenberg and the team GWR Energy in the number 16 currently just moved up to the 5th spot, rounds off the top 5 with a little bit of a margin to go. Jake Manalio aboard the Full Tilt Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarsacrack Racing number 9 machine currently sits 6th. How about Danny O'Gara out of the Whiteland Raceway Park, son of former IndyCar Series driver Sarah Fisher, currently sits in 7th on the MPG Motorsports Red and White Kart Republic. Parker Stewart currently 8th on the number 22 machine. Bryson Scales is 9th. Riley Dobelier currently rounds out your top 10 of the 22 in total. And it's a little bit over a second and a half. We've got, of course, the top 4 in a league of their own right now, about 3.5 tenths apart or less. And then it's a big gap to the midfield. That's all maybe a tenth to 2 tenths per position with still a minute to go. And that's what a lot of what we see here at the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA. Just now really pulling the total entries and enough national caliber drivers to be considered a national championship. At the same time, it's got a lot of drivers that we don't normally see on the national tour joining. Beyond Colton Schneegenberg and company, you have, again, a handful of drivers that this is the biggest race so far of their season. So that's why you see the gaps as big as they are down the order. We had an update there in the top 5 as well. Bryson Scales moved up into the 5th position on the number 12. And on your screen right there, Colton Schneegenberg's in a pretty good spot. The number 16 Energy last time did not go much quicker. This time he's got a rabbit to chase about 3 to 4 car lengths up the road. Another one of the many comp karts here in the field. He'll climb the hill to turn number 11, hit the corner, looked like a good apex. Let's see big toe down the front stretch. What does Colton Schneegenberg do across the line? He will improve. 54.768. Moves now down to 0.6 off the pole and 2.5 off of Cade Wolf. Everybody is still chasing Parker Ives right now, though, in the number 48.
Coming to the checkered flag here, Parker Ives, Holden Myers hooked up together, going for laps together. Holden Myers turning his fastest laps on lap 6 of that session. Parker Ives on lap 4, but coming across the line for the final time. Are they going to improve through the last corner?
Let's see it. They're hooked up nose to tail across the line. Can Holden Myers do anything? Parker Ives 53.97, and it's a 9.75 for Holden Myers. 4 thousandths shy of the pole. And that time, again, you just kind of go back and scratch your head a little bit. Had he just tucked out a line a little bit across the front straightaway, those 4 thousandths, less than the blink of an eye, but it still has the 48 on top. Cade Wolf improves his final lap, trailing Luke Giglio. He moves up to 3rd. Giglio gets bumped back to the 4th spot at a 54.347. It opens the gap back to Colton Schneegenberg. Everyone's just about got their laps in. The last handful of drivers still to come through the final couple hairpins. But that will wrap up Micro Swift qualifying. Parker Ives undefeated in official race sessions for the last 5 days on the Kart Chaser National Tour. From a main event win in Houston to the pole here at the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA. We'll take you to the rest of the field. That's, of course, your top 10. Ives, Myers, Wolf, Giglio, Schneegenberg, Bryson Scales, O'Gara, and down. Then to the rest outside your top 10. How about Anthony Mazzucchello, Austin Taylor in his second micro season 12. Sterling Mulata, Christopher Lavoie, Daniel Ramirez, Caleb Smith, the top 16. Griffin Vukic, Callahan Myers, George Zeminski, Drake Williamson round off the top 20. And then it's Remy Boss and Liat Simonellic rounding off the field here. A couple new drivers joining the Stars Championship Series for the very first time. We'll take a commercial break now. When we come back, plenty more qualifying to come. In fact, it's time for the first of our gearbox classes to hit the racetrack. Rock and KZ Masters, 28 total 125cc gearbox karts about to hit the racetrack when we return. Welcome back to Mooresville, North Carolina, to Trackhouse Motorplex, the host of the 2023 Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA opening weekend. It's time for a night fight here in qualifying, just getting going for the weekend here. We have 2 classes so far. Our initial pole award winners, Ryan Kastner in KA Masters, and Parker Ives picking up after his second career pro national or national level win at Speed Sports Racing Park in Houston for the U.S. Pro Kart Series just 5 days prior. He leads the way in Micro Stars, and now we move in to the KZ and Rock Masters combined showing. So what this is, this division, of course, is a combined class that features both a mix of Rock and the Open KZ formula. They compete as an overall division in the KZ Masters class, meaning that someone aboard the Rock power plant that's a little bit detuned, a little bit slower, and a spec Vortex Rock engine can still win the overall, but if they don't, they have their own independent podium as well. So you could see a Rock sneak its way into the top 3 in KZ Masters, and again, you may also see all KZ top 10 either way. Nonetheless, here we're underway for qualifying. So far, so good, clean and green, and a full 25 drivers right now on the racetrack. Here come the number of karts on the circuit. Joe Ruck, quickest initially here on the reigning champion of the KZ Masters class, leads the way at his first lap at full song, a 46.887. Brian Chatfield, Scott Presti still to go. On your screen is Evan Batt, right behind, I believe, the Ralph Schumacher kart of Presti. So Presti currently 3rd overall. Evan Batt in that blue suit is a little bit further back down the order, but continuing to put some good laps together. He's currently 5th now as a few more come across the line. Ruck, Presti, Mike Gosh, Matt Machiko, Evan Batt, your top 5. Leading the way down in the Rockmaster class is reigning series champion Hugh Templeman. He's all the way down in 14th. That shows you how many KZ Masters we've got. The majority in KZ, around, I believe, 17 or 18, about 5 to 8 in the Rockmasters class. But Brian Chatfield now quickest, 46.67. These guys were decently quick through final practice as well, which will be interesting. We got problems down at the far end of the racetrack at turn number 1, though. Yellow flag down the front straightaway. Not sure what the issue is down by the first corner. Looks like maybe a driver off over in the runoff area. Indeed, one driver far off the racetrack down at the runoff of turn number 1. That was just at the edge of your screen as we'll watch a few more go down the backstretch. 17 thousandths right now separating the top 2, 200ths the top 3, 400ths or 300ths the top 4. Simon, it is as tight as you can get it here, and that makes it more impressive because these are the most difficult karts to drive that are listed anywhere around the world when it comes to sprint karting. 6 gears, onboard front brakes. It's difficult to pass. It's even more difficult just to make a single lap. So to have that many drivers that close early on here in qualifying is super impressive and speaks to the competition we've got here this weekend.
And it keeps getting closer. Brian Chatfield to the top with a 46.647. Now that is 300ths faster than P2 at a 46.67. It's an incredibly tight top 4 with only 300 separating what looks like the entire top 4 here in quali for the 125 water-cooled categories. Going back down to Rock Masters, Michael Rivera down there in P13 overall is your leader for the current Rock Masters drivers on track here at Trackhouse Motorplex with a 47.659.
Yeah, it'll continue to get a little bit quicker. We would expect a little bit of tire fall off right now, but how about that for the Maranello of Brian Chatfield on the Carblos Racing team to stay on top. He takes a much slower lap there, the lap time. We've seen this a lot before already this year, Simon. Drivers doing a push lap and a cool down lap. Can you explain a little bit of that to the viewers of why you'll see the lap times differ so much lap to lap for some of these guys?
So when we're looking at these heavier categories, these Masters classes running more weight, but also more power, through these chassis. You're going to have more tire deg as the session goes on. We're coming down to the last laps of the session, coming to the checkered flag. But as these tires start to degrade, you're going to want to keep the heat cycles managed so that when you set up for that quick lap, you've got all the tire you need. You're not losing grip, because these tires will overheat fairly quickly if you go for multiple push laps in a row. That's why we see these heavier categories, these KZs, KZ Masters, Rock, even in the OKN categories, drivers pushing, holding back, and then going for another push lap, trying to get the most, every last thousandth they can out of these laps here in qualifying.
And right now, I don't know if we'll see Brian Chatfield do any more. He's pulled in early. Evan Batt pulled in straight after his quick lap. The majority of drivers have gone to the scale line. Alexander Searle right now is covering us down on pit lane as the timer hits 0 with most of the field already into the scale line. Let's go trackside for a little bit of intel of what it's like in the paddock. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, wow. Rock and Shifter Master there get done and dusted for the qualifying session. I got Josh Conker next to me, one of the quickest guys in the pro shifter category. Josh, first of all, you Maranello guys have gotten a lot of people in the master class. How'd they do?
Yeah, really good for the Masters guys. We got P1 right now with Brian Chatfield. That's really good for Brian. Good bounce back weekend after he really struggled to the winter tour. I do believe Joe Ruck was P4 there to end the session, and then P2 right now with Carlos Slopes, my engine builder and Rock Masters. So yeah, very good for the guys this session.
Awesome. I mean, last year you struggled a little bit, compared to the guys like Vincenzo and Talaniaco. This year, different story. You've been really quick all year long. Got your maiden win there, the Rock race in St. Pete. How have you been running so far this weekend?
The weekend's gone very well so far. Good to be back in the kart after, suffering an injury there at PK and, nursing it through Orlando. But happy to be back in the kart. Happy to be back at GoPro and with the Star Series. I can't thank these guys enough for the amazing series that they run here. So the weekend's been very good so far. Good to get the body back broken in and, feeling really good. We're missing a little bit morning warm-up, but making some changes, hopefully we'll be good here for qualifying.
Thanks, Josh. Good luck in qualifying.
Well, there you hear from Josh Conker. Great to see the Canadian superstar back trackside with a seat behind a steering wheel where he deserves to be. He joined us a little bit on the broadcast throughout the Rock, Florida Winter Tour weekend, where he finally had to eventually park himself due to the rib injury he suffered all the way back in February at PK Race Park, the second round of that championship series. He took, again, as he mentioned, about a month and a half off to kind of nurse it. And a rib injury here, Simon, that's the most common injury we see in karting. You can get it without even simply getting into a crash. It's also one of the toughest ones to come back from because you don't exactly know when you're fully healed without fully getting back in behind the wheel and feeling it out. And if you do go a little bit too early, you can risk re-injuring your rib, re-cracking it, or if anything, starting to develop scar tissue, and then it will never get back as strong as possible. It's something that's very unique to our sport with the very rigid plastic seats that we run. You run rib protectors normally to try and help yourself, well, except the big guy, Danny Formal. He's a little bit out on there, but again, that's one thing that's common. We're used to seeing it. It's so tough to come back from because you just don't know when you're ready because you could be walking around breathing fine.
Absolutely. It's one of those things you don't know until you get back into the kart. With all the G-force these karts are pulling to the corners, they corner significantly well, and that puts a lot of load through your body into a stiff, rigid seat. And without even having the curb strikes that normally cause these things, the G-force itself can even overload your body and will take you out of competition for quite a while. So really good to see Josh Conker back in the seat getting ready to go this weekend.
Well, let's take you through the results here while we still have them for Pro Masters and then the Rock Shifter Masters subcategory really quickly, of course. Again, Brian Chatfield out of 49.647 puts the Maranello on top, sets the bar high for the Canadian Josh Conker to try and back that up in Pro Stars qualifying later on this afternoon. Evan Batt, Mike Gosh, Joe Rook, Scott Presti, your top five. Justin Kelly, 6. AJ Nowd, Matt Machiko, Lance Lane, Frank Runco, all KZs inside the top 10. You have to go outside the top 10 to find our Pole Award winner and Rock Shifter Master. That's Mike Rivera, 13th overall, but quickest of the Rock Shifter power plants. He ends up behind Robert Fees, the second placeman from 2022's championship, who ends up 12th, and Steve Libretto in 11th. And then the class goes all the way down beyond the top 20 with the biggest Shifter Master field we've seen so far to 25 that have turned a lap, ending off with Corey Matthews, Kelly Johnson, Alec Kane, Marciano Santos, and Safik Hadek II. 25 total cars in Pro Masters and Rock Shifter Masters qualifying here this afternoon. The track right now, decently warm, ambient temperatures just in the high 60s, pushing to the low 70s with a nice little breeze here in Mooresville, North Carolina at Trackhouse Motorplex. And you can hear the engines begin to come to life behind us because the starting grid has started to get some action. KA100 Junior, of course, is getting set to go on the racetrack. The mini drivers still have yet to go. Here's a look at them on the grid, one of the second biggest class turnout, I believe, on the weekend. And they will get the release signal, so we'll send them out onto the racetrack. A handful of names that we've been familiar with over the course of the 2023 national season thus far, and a lot of new ones joining us for this weekend as well. But a healthy turnout for KA100 Junior with a few more stragglers waiting to leave the grid. The majority of the class heads onto the racetrack and will begin to warm the tires up. This strategy, of course, something you'll typically see and we'll probably see later on in the day for KA Stars as well, as we got problems already right off the bat into the wall. One of the MPG Motorsports Kart Republics, the 886 machine, or 886 of Charlie Myers, has pounded the outside retaining wall in turn number 4. We'll see if he can get back going without any damage and try to put a lap in, because with the fact that the qualifying session sets both of your heat races here, it's a big determining factor of how hard or easy your weekend will be based on how you place in this session right now.
And another spin on the outlap just coming out of the hairpin. What looks like to be an OTK branded kart. We'll get you the number here on that in a second. But drivers coming across for their first time lap of the sessions. Just the first lap, but Victor D'Alencar already to the top of the boards with the 57.751. Now I expect this to be a very competitive qualifying session, but these drivers are going to be hard pressed to have a tighter field than what we just saw at the top of the KZ Masters, with officially just over 0.04 of a second separating the top 4 in class.
Right. I mean, it's going to be tight here for this one. And again, we're still just seeing the first of the 2 groups in qualifying as well. This is KA Junior qualifying Group B, so we're only seeing half of the drivers on the racetrack. The second half, I believe our fastest half from final practice, still yet to come. So KA Junior Group A, Group B, through to qualifying. They'll be split for the heats as well, and they'll also have a B pre-final that will bump the, I don't know if we'll bump the bottom 10 out or not. At 20 total, that puts us right at the 40 driver cap. I'll confirm that with race director Alec Coates here in just a moment during our next commercial break, but at least right now, we've got the first of our 2 groups for KA Junior qualifying. So again, 20 drivers right now, so we're going to add 20 more into the overall lineup. This is right now putting a driver on the hot seat to see who's going to end up as the driver that'll be kind of biting their fingernails and hoping that they still land pretty decently on their feet. Victor D'Alencar is a driver we've seen in the pointy end of the grid multiple times throughout this season. The 877 Nash Motorsports EOS kart right now by his lonesome headed to the final corner. He's got 3/10 up on the field at the opening lap. I think that gap will probably stay pretty stationary. Out of all the names so far, he's the one I would expect to be the quickest. We look back there, Indy Anderson jumping up the order, Homer Heyman jumping up as well. How about Indy Anderson last weekend? Heartbreak in that KA Junior last chance qualifier at Houston, was inside a transfer spot, was trying to fight for the position at the exit of the corner, got driven off the racetrack and spun around in the grass. That was such a treacherous race there because the heavy rain that we suffered Friday night in Houston, Simon, made it where the track never fully drained all the runoff areas off. And if you got off into the grass at all, you were going through a very, very dirty splash zone.
Yeah, there was no coming back on the track once you got off there. Obviously a tough break for him last weekend, but he's looking to rebound here in the KA Junior qualifying B group as they come across the line. It is still Victor D'Alencar at the top with 3.5 minutes remaining in the session. Then we'll go to the second group, and they'll see if they can hold position. Still at the top, he'll come across, he'll go even faster this time. The field changing up a bit. The 811 is Sebastian Rist up to P2, 2.5 behind Victor D'Alencar. Indy Anderson still there in P3 with a 51.645. So tight session, 3 minutes remaining, and then we'll go to Group 2, Xander.
Yeah, just a little bit here to go, and then it'll go, like you said, Simon, straight into Group 2. So what will be the time to beat? Like you said, a 3.69 is the lap right now for D'Alencar. Here's a look at a 3-car pack headed into the hairpin as well that are trying to work together. Nobody's able to go as quick as D'Alencar. Looks like maybe one of the Marinellos in the middle, and a change at the top. James Newell now to the top of the boards. I believe aboard a Kart Republic, the 832. James Newell has spent a lot of his racing career learning here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Put that for 2 on the GoPro counter as well, Simon. So I'm already 2 up on you on that one, getting it wrong. But James Newell quickest. He'll get nipped by 0.002 by Victor D'Alencar to 51.19. But I think we'll probably see the low 50-second bracket for the drivers in Group A still to come. Race Beckman with a good lap there in the 8:45. He jumps to third. Anderson back to fourth. Sebastian Rice in fifth. It's tightening up towards the top of this field here in just for the first bit. So sometimes you see a driver in the slow group that shouldn't really be there. They put 3 to 4 tenths on him, and they'll jump halfway into the fast group. One of two outcomes coming from right now. Either everybody's going to go backwards, or we're going to see a combination of a lot of drivers from Group B outpacing drivers from Group A, which is a real possibility.
The drivers at the front are quick here, only 0.02 of a second separating them currently. And what we're seeing with this class is another one of the classes that can go for a bit longer in their qualifying runs. They don't have to push and back off. They consistently build the tire temp and improve their times as the session goes on. We're seeing many of the drivers clocking their best laps late here in the session. Still a minute and a half remaining to see what this Group B top driver will be.
Yeah, right now, Victor Day Alencar still by his lonesome here. This group led by Indy Anderson, I believe, on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic green and white machine down to turn number 8. There we'll pick up Alencar coming out of turn 8, so he's ahead of this pack. He's going to get one more lap around as he'll get in under the timer to try and put 8 laps in total. So can he give himself a little more cushion room, a little more insurance? Down the front stretch for the Nash Motorsports EOS kart of Day Alencar across the line, 51.11. That'll give a little bit of a gap, about a tenth back. That next group with Anderson, Rice, and Beckman, third, fourth, and seventh, or third, fifth, and seventh for them. Homer Heyman improves up to sixth. How about Lucas Allen on the 841? A little further back, jumps up to P3. So more movers and shakers. 30 seconds to go. Half the group will get all 8 laps. A couple drivers will get burned short. Maybe 1 or 2 towards the tail end. I think it'll come really close. Here's Day Alencar. I think he's just going to come in under the gun to get 8 laps in total. The checker will go on him. 15 seconds remaining. That's right on the bubble. He might even get a 9th lap if he needs it. I don't think he will. 51.11 is pretty safe. He's only incrementally improved, so you think his tire temps have probably about peaked out. And here he goes. Timer will hit. Checkered flag in the air. Day Alencar, final shot. 51.011. He pulls out another tenth of a second. That's healthy. Beckman, Anderson, Rice will not improve on the final lap. Lucas Allen trying to go better. He's got a long way to go. That time by 51.3, no better. James Newell is way back. He opted to go out at the back of the grid for qualifying. He will get all 8 laps. He currently sits second. Long way to go. The majority of the field is in. Homer Heyman is done. Nathan Holy is done. Christian Blevins is done. Let's see the last few come across the line. Here comes James Newell down to the start-finish line right now. Across the start-finish line, 51.17. Not enough. So there you go, folks. The time to beat will be a 51.011. Problems on the final few laps for the 8:13 as well. That is going to be one of the MPG Motorsports Kart Republics. Mason Kuhn in the 10th position was improving. He had a 51.66 on that second to last lap. Got robbed of his final lap. He sits 10th of the 20 in Group B. And now we wait to see how far down the order they all fall. But let's take it through the results from the first of the 2 qualifying groups for KA Junior. Victor Day Alencar, James Newell, Lucas Allen, Race Beckman, Indy Anderson, Homer Heyman, Sebastian Rice, Nathan Holy, Christian Blevins Jr., and Mason Kuhn, your top 10 through the first 20. Then we go back. Ben Gaunt, Will Franklin, Keelan Turini, Kennedy Tracy, Ryan Mort ends the top 15. Brendan Hannigan, Isabella Simpson, Landon Cardwell, Charlie Myers, and Hudson Williams, your top 20 for the first, or your full 20 for Group B. But Group A still yet to go. They'll clear the racetrack off and get set for more action. So half of the class is set, half still to be set for KA Junior. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Stars Championship Series Night Fight exclusively from Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex. My goodness, that is count number 3. We're already way up on it, and I'm about to get fired from my own company, Simon. This is a rough start here to Friday afternoon.
Well, bringing it back here to formerly GoPro Motorplex, now Trackhouse Motorplex. We have the second group in KA Junior headed out onto the track now. What could be the faster group? We'll see.
Look at the carnage coming off the grid. There were 2 wide. They're still 2 wide on the access road.
Everyone fighting for that track position so violently coming out of the pits, trying to put themselves in the best spot here to make their quality runs, to put them at the front of the field to start the KA Junior heats.
All right, so we've got our answer now, Simon. There will be a few drivers that will miss the cut line and will go home after pre-final action. 22 total drivers in KA Junior Group A, so we'll lose a couple from the Group B pre-final. You'll have to get to the top 30 to automatically transfer. The top 2 will make it for a 40-car grid in the main event Saturday night. But from Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina, KA Junior qualifying in the heat of the afternoon. Halfway through, the time to beat a 51.011 by Victor Day Allen car. You've got a fast group of karts headed up the hill to the final turn, still jockeying for position. No surprise there. Down the front straightaway, let's see where everybody lines up. Mason Walters leads the pack. They're 2 abreast behind him down to turn number 1. Walters aboard that OTK machine for the BJR MDR camp, the Lando Norris chassis, headed into turn number 4. And many drivers here in the KA Junior class this weekend in this fast group home to Mooresville, North Carolina. So this is like a local race on steroids because there are all the added national talent, and for everyone here is so equally fast. We got problems with one of the other BJR MDR karts. That looks to be potentially, it looked like the 803 for a moment. I think that actually might be the 863 of Cash Perkins. He was slowing coming around the final turn. Indeed, Cash Perkins coming by us now just off screen is slowing. So problems for Perkins. He'll have to come from the tail end of the grid here for both heat races. That'll be a big uphill battle. Down the front stretch here, Carter McMurray, the son of former NASCAR Cup Series driver and Daytona 500 champion Jamie McMurray, second on the board, 51.370. But that's not second overall. That's second in group. That's still a long ways to go. There were a lot of drivers getting to the 51.1s, 51.2s in that first group, Simon.
But already, Mason Walters with a 51.1 of his own on his first time lap of the session. Now, we saw the drivers in the previous group keep increasing their speed as the session went, with most drivers clocking their best lap at lap 7 or lap 8. Seeing a fastest lap of a 51.1, less than a tenth off of pole already on lap 2 of this session, only bodes well for Mason Walters and his hopes of a pole here today in KA Junior.
Yeah, very good news for Mason Walters. Here he comes down the front stretch for the final, for the next time. That's actually Carter McMurray on screen. Then Walters behind him. McMurray fourth there on the next time by. Walters instantly hits the first driver into the 52nd bracket, so he'll go pole overall. Bumps Day Allen car now to fourth provisionally, just out of Carter McMurray with the merge. Walters, Davin Roberts, Wesley Gundler in third. Carter McMurray fourth. Fifth overall currently, Liam Kerper at a 51.20 sits fifth in group. Forrest Adams, Caleb Tarter, Max Weiland, John Antonino Jr., Ben Hernandez, your top 10 through the grid. And again, Cash Perkins will suffer a DNF. You go further down, a couple bigger names still waiting to get some good laps in. How about Jackson Wolney, who was impressive last weekend in Houston? He's down in 21st in the group, has not gotten clean air just yet. Here comes this group coming up the hill, one of the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony karts. That's Davin Roberts leading a trio across the line. What lap do they do? Well, big time lap for Davin Roberts and Wesley Gundler. To the top of the boards, that time by with Forrest Adams in tow. Wesley Gundler, Top Gun to the top, 50.491. A tenth better than Forrest Adams, couple hundredths to Davin Roberts, and a full tenth back to Mason Walters and Carter McMurray.
And the top 5 constantly swapping around. Just showing you the quality of field we are bringing here to you today in KA Junior, the Stars Championship Series. 4, Night Fight, Trackhouse Motorplex. Wesley Gundler still P1 with a 50.491. That's almost half a second quicker than we saw from the quickest time in Group B.
And I can tell you right now, Simon, one driver looking good on your screen is third in line. Forrest Adams on that LN kart for Brandon Jarczyk, Mike Doty Racing down the front stretch. He trails them a couple car lengths away. Let's see what he does that time by. Adams goes to third. Gundler and Roberts still a little better. He'll be even better this time around. In fact, both Davin Roberts and Wesley Gunler. Great track position. They're going to get a big toe off the back bumper of Carter McMurray down the back straightaway to turn number 4, and they are hooked up right now. 50.426. This lap should be even better because Davin Roberts will get the toe off the car in front. He'll get the push from behind by Wesley Gunler. Gunler pushing him will get the advantage. You can see Carter McMurray pulling off to the side. He doesn't want to lead them around. He wants to get the draft off of them. And now in the run through the final corner, look how close Forrest Adams is. He'll pull to within a car length through turn number 9. What kind of lap can the three of them put together? If Adams can put a good final corner, this could be a burner lap for Forrest Adams as he clips the curb. How good is it? Across the line, Forrest Adams to the top of the board, 50.402. Roberts second, Gunler third, Walters fourth. How about Austin Olds on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic? He'll crack the top 5 on the 850 there to P5.
And only 0.12 of a second separating our top 5 currently in this KA Junior qualifying. Forrest Adams sits P1, Davin Roberts P2, and Wesley Gunler P3. An incredibly close qualifying session. With only a minute remaining in the session, I still can't tell you who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, no idea. This time now you can see the white helmet of Davin Roberts on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart leading that group. Then it's the green, yellow, and black machine of Wesley Gunler, Top Gun, right behind him. And then you've got the Lando Norris kart of Forrest Adams, third in tow. Across the line this time, they pulled away from Forrest. They might go a little better on their own. At the line, not enough to dethrone him. A new best lap for Mason Walters, though. He goes to third overall at a 50.43. He's all by his lonesome there, just going by the screen. So Walters by himself cracks the top 5. Really good pace from the BJR MDR LN kart driver as he, in the number 816, now sits only 300ths off the pole. Gunler improved, still lost the third spot to Walters. He is 400ths back in fourth. Austin Olds did not go any better last time by. Let's go a little further back and pick up some more as they start to shuffle because this will change a little bit. You've got this 3-car pack on screen. You go a little further back and we'll find some of our other fast drivers on the grid. Carter McMurray's not been able to latch on. Where's Austin Olds? There he is right there in the 850 MPG Kart Republic coming out of turn 9. He's got a good run on the driver in front of him, kind of mired in traffic. Checkered flag's going to wave halfway through the group. A few drivers will get a 9th lap. Most will only do 8. Where does Austin Olds go? Second, 50.404, 2 thousandths of a second shy to Forrest Adams.
P2 for the 850 MPG Motorsports driver. A solid run so far. And I think Forrest Adams might have another lap coming up. We've seen every driver in the field get 8 laps in, but a few made it past that start-finish line before the checkered flag came out. So with only 2 thousandths of a second separating our top 2, and only 300ths of a second, 400ths of a second separating our top 5, it's still incredibly close for the drivers coming to the finish line now to see who will grab that top spot and start on pole.
Across the line, Mason Walters to the top of the board, 50.39. Wesley Gunler goes up, and Carter McMurray, big time lap for the closer. Carter McMurray, a last-second buzzer beater time on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. And as the rest of the field comes in, how about that for Carter McMurray? And son, again, a Daytona 500 champ. Jamie McMurray's got to be pumped up as a dad. His son has just got a national level pole award in the ever competitive KA Junior class on home turf. Family in town nearby here in North Carolina. And Carter McMurray, a 50.33. Mason Walters in second there. The Timmy Tech Comp Kart on top. Gunler third. Adams in fourth. Looked good. Hit a final lap on lap number 9. It wasn't enough. But right there, Simon, again, we just saw those drivers that went out at the front of the grid got that bonus lap, and that made the difference. I think that could make a big difference in KA Stars qualifying as well. Everybody going quicker as the session went on. McMurray, Walters, Gunler, Adams all the way through. We see Cash Perkins, of course, down there in 22nd after an issue in his session. But how about that? Carter McMurray on top. Mason Walters, Wesley Gunler, Forrest Adams, Austin Olds, Davin Roberts, Roman McCurdy, Jackson Wolney, Luca Brancati, and John Antonino Jr. is 10th. He'll end up 11th overall. Or no, he'll end up 10th overall. In fact, Victor De Alencar's time, it only is good enough to beat 4 of Group A, so that'll move him to 19th for being fastest of Group B. But a big drop, as expected, to a 50.3 for the fast group. You can take a look now into the driver's eyes behind the tinted visors of the Minis. Getting set to go. How about Michael McGoy, who's had a good start this season on that RPM Nitro kart? And further back, plenty more getting set to get after it. The Minis coming your way next year for the Stars Championship Series night fight from Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from Miami, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex, the Stars Championship Series night fight qualifying underway, and about halfway through the rotation of all different divisions in the Stars Championship Series family of 230-plus entries here this weekend. A phenomenal turnout across the board, a packed house at Trackhouse Motorplex, and we are just getting underway now with the Minis for qualifying. Swift Stars qualifying underway here, about 25 deep. And we're still having a few more late to get off the grid. In fact, I think we might be about 30 deep in total. It's a big, big turnout here for this division of drivers between the ages of 8 and 12 years old, and multiple national contenders, as we saw on your screen early on. Michael McGoy was one of the first drivers getting set to go out. How about Landon Boer on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, leading a little train across the start-finish line? Let's see what he can set the benchmark as he goes across with Holden Harder in tow. Ashton Woon, also a big name, who was up front last weekend in Houston. Cameron Marcia as well. All drivers here that we expect to be fast this weekend in that first group to go on the racetrack. A few groups that lagged a little further back we'll keep our eyes on, but for now, in the opening circuit, Landon Boer and company leading the way out of turn in number 4 in the fastest initial lap set by himself and Holden Harder in the all-black Nitro kart right behind him in tow. So down to turn number 8 we go in this one. Green flag in the air for the last couple drivers across the line. We again mentioned it in KE Jr., the fact that the drivers in the first group, or the leaders off the grid, got a bonus lap. It made all the difference and shook up the top 5. For the drivers that lagged back and decided to opt, they will lose one extra lap potentially in qualifying, but they have ensured themselves clean racetracks. So we'll see where they shake out. The initial time's coming across now, 53.66. Quickest time by Holden Harder there in the 157. Landon Boer, Michael McGoy, Ashton Woon, Cameron Marcia, Marco Samet, William Roberts, Tyrone Jr., Thomas Chrisman, and Jacob Scheible. All your top 10 initially. It'll continue to shuffle. Fionn Shi moves up into the top 10. Max McCarrum to 8 here that time by. And we're waiting for the final groups. There was about 2 groups of karts that were laid off the grid. One led by Lucas Palacios, TKG Team Tarp Kart Republic, with, I believe it had Max Christia, Kai Mars and company in tow with that. Travis Pettit as well. And then a handful more still to go. Anna McCrone, Gabriel Lopez Velarde, Ben Gleberman, all still yet to go. 25 total in Swift Stars. here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Let's go side by side and give us a little bit of info down on the grid. Alexander Searles caught up with Max Taylor, who comes into this weekend, well, just about blind as can be with just a warm-up session earlier today. Speak to us a little about that, Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Like you said, I mean, Max, you haven't done a lot of testing here. First race and senior, of course, too, so this makes it a little bit more fun for you, I'd say. RPG's not here, right? So you got the Xpree ride with the Red Speed boys with BGR under the tent. Talk to me about how you're feeling going to the quality session.
Yeah, we just didn't feel like showing up for practice yesterday, so we're just jumping into it pretty blind. The BJR guys have done a great job to get it all ready, and they're helping me out, so we're going to go for the best that we've got.
Yeah, and I mean, tell me about it, because being your first senior race, biggest difference you've seen between junior and senior, if anything?
Yeah, I haven't had much experience, just like 1 or 2 sessions, but the weight is definitely a big difference, and I'll see how the racecraft is, and it'll be interesting and fun to learn.
All right, thanks, Max. Good luck.
Well, there you hear it from Max Taylor. Excited and amped up here to be able to go at it with some of the stars in the KA Stars class. Yellow flags waving on the front stretch. We're green down the back straightaway. Looks like a standing yellow for a driver off on the side. I think the car we may have lost, I'm not sure who it is. It might be Gabriel Lopez Velarde, we'll ID in a moment here. It's one of the other drivers a little bit further up potentially. Cameron Marcia, though, on the Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro card. How about Cam Bam? To the top, 53.082, half a tenth up on Landon Boer. Holden Harder inside the top 10. Big lap out of Travis Pettit on the TKG Kart Republic to third. Christia, fifth. Kai Mars, sixth. Here's Marcia up the hill in the Marcia Motorsports black and gray Nitro kart. Down the front stretch there, he's got one of the fellow Ryan Perry Motorsport machines right behind him as they head to turn number 1. Where to the update? It's Michael McGoy in tow off of Marcia. He'll go to the top, 53.05. And Marcia will stay second, 53.07. They put now half a tenth on Landon Boer and Travis Pettit. So good lap there from these two, Cameron Marcia and Michael McGoy, to move up to the top of the leaderboard. Out of turn number 4, they'll head through the chicane, turns 5 and 6. This, of course, that big overhead view through the infield chicane. And down into the turn 8 hairpin. We've got one driver that's pulled off onto the infield there. That is going to be one of the Bennick machines. It looks to me like the 180 of Darren Kidd that has had an issue. The other driver that had an issue down by turns 1 and 2 early on was Anna McCrone. She's also pulled off the side of the racetrack as well. So 2 DNFs that will only suffer a 23rd or 24th result for Darren Kidd and a 25th, unfortunately, looks like maybe for Anna McCrone. No, it's Donovan Hogan. The other driver unable to complete. McCrone continuing to pound some laps in. Marcia, McGoy, still the top. Lucas Palacios ripped a good lap now here. He's up the order. And there's a look at Ashton Woon in the middle of that pack there. It's coming together as about a pack of 5 or 6. With Holden Harder now leading the way in the blacked out machine. Then Landon Boer's MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, the red and white with the blue suit. Then Ashton Woon. Then these two, Marcia and McGoy. I think Cameron Marcia and Michael McGoy in a great spot right now. Lucas Palacio crossed the line. Where does he go here with this next lap? He'll go to second, 52.75. And for Cameron Marcia and Michael McGoy, this could look really good. They're closing in on the top 3 of that pack. A big tow this lap. Coming to the final turn down the front stretch. Here we go for Marcia. McGoy to the top. Cameron Marcia will nip it, 52.68. McGoy, 52.72. So Cameron Marcia and Michael McGoy to the top of the leaderboard once again. Palacio third, Pettit fourth, Christia fifth. Now this lap will not be as good as they are mired in the pack. Ashton Woon in the mix there. Woon not with the best lap right now. He's down in 7th. Harder is 8th. Boer is 6th. They've all split up by Travis Pettit and Max Christia. As they go into turn 8 here, McGoy's going to go by on Ashton Woon. Cameron Marcia's backed off a little bit to reset his gap. He'll go for one more. He will not have time for one more. Time is up. Checkered flag in the air. Marcia on the hot seat. 52.688. Checkers flag coming across the line. What do we see here this time by for the rest of the field? Most of the back markers coming across now. There goes that big group. No improvements there from anyone in it. Marcia either. It'll come down to see if Lucas Palacio's train goes any better with Travis Pettit and Max Christia. Right now, they're in the infield of the racetrack, headed to turn number 8. It's a 3-car pack with that TKG Kart Republic. Coming out of turn 8, going to turn number 9. Into 9 now. Palacio's by himself. Pettit running behind him. Christia right there. on the run, up the hill to turn number 11. Final time, can Lucas Palacio uproot Cameron Marcia and defend home turf? Across the start-finish line straight away, not enough. Palacio, a 53 flat, will come up short. Pettit fourth, Christia fifth. Cameron Marcia, what a start to his weekend. First Stars Championship Series pole award for the 114. Michael McGoy second. It's a Ryan Perry Motorsport lockout of the front row. Palacio, Pettit, Christie of the top five. Kai Mars, Landon Boer, Ashton Woon, Holden Harder, and Bowen Green with a good lap late in the going on that Timmy Tech comp cart to snag a top 10. Then it's Gabriel Balog, Marco Samet, Fionn Shee, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Max McCarroll, Jacob Scheibele, Thomas Crispin, Ben Gleverman, William Roberts, Luke Fedowitz, your top 20. Gabriel Lopez Velarde, Caleb Tracy, Darren Kidd, Donovan Hogan, then Anna McCrone, your top 25. So a little more cleanup to go, but on grid, KA Stars qualifying is getting set to get underway. We'll flood you guys with a ton of interviews here as the headline classes get set for action. KA Stars here next up. Then, of course, we go straight from Group B to Group A. We follow that up with our Pro Stars headline 6-speed gearbox division and our double headline main event to close it off. Really a triple, if you count the KA Stars, the segue into the OKN and the Pro Stars category. 60 strong there, and then filing up to the top two on the Pro ladder, the single-speed OKN and the multi-speed gearbox Pro Stars classes will go right after. So it's 4 action-packed sessions to come. The next one to grow, of course, will be the drivers that went in just below the cut line after final practice yesterday. 60 drivers, a sold-out field, not a room for a single driver more. It'll divide them into 2 groups of 30, evens and odds after qualifying for heats 1 and 2. And then, of course, they'll re-rack and meet each other up in the pre-finals. The top 30 after heat race points automatically transfer to the main event. They'll race pre-final A, the bottom 30 to pre-final B. The top 10 will move on to finish the final 10 spots in a 40-kart main event. The bottom 20 will have to watch the night fight from the fence line. It's all coming your way here, live on Kart Chaser in just a few moments. So the first group released onto the racetrack for KA Stars now. Again, the bottom half from final practice yesterday onto the circuit. Gunnar Ray, Max Taylor, Sam Avrutsky, Harbier Doss, Carter Thompson. First drivers that just missed the blend line to get themselves into the fast group for KA Stars qualifying. They'll climb the hill here this time and go down the front straightaway to get things started. Green flag in the air. Remember to continue to send in, of course, your well wishes and good luck for your favorite driver that you're tuning in for here for the Stars Championship Series, for a shout out over the live stream and over the PA here live in the paddock area. But as the green flag continues to wave for the first few drivers on by, beautiful skies here at Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. Not a cloud in the sky really over the racetrack. A handful around us. It's amazing weather, perfect driving weather really. Just about 5 to 10 degrees to where it's not too hot. And so with the driver's suit on, it's pretty much perfect conditions. One driver late leaving the grid. That was going to be, I believe, Alex Vidal on the 920 Get Pride TB Kart headed down the access lane. So he'll be a lap or two late on the field. First lap's at full speed coming across. Max Taylor, 50.482. No surprise, big gap for the BJR MDR OTK of Max Taylor. Nearly half a second up on Lucas Zabo, Carter Thompson, Sam Avrutsky, Seamus McKendry with a good lap there in the 911. But Max Taylor there on the red speed for the BJR MDR camp through turns 5 and 6. We talked to him there just moments ago here as he was getting set to go on the racetrack. Flew in late last night, only got a warm-up session, and he's pulling double duty this week. KA Stars for his senior debut in the KA class, OKN Stars for his debut in the brand new 125cc direct drive single-speed division, the new headline class on the single-speed ladder at the Stars Championship Series. Let's go side by side to pit lane here for more intel from Alexander Searle as the Fast Group looks on, tries to get an idea of track conditions and set their tire pressures and what we can expect from our KA Stars class here today. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I'm here with Dalton Haynes. Dalton, fellow kart chaser guy. You know, you left us with some KA stuff this weekend. You seemed pretty quick yesterday. We talked for the interview. You told me the kart's dialed in completely. You've been through a few motors, trying to find just the extra few tenths you need. Walk me through what you need for this qualifying.
Yeah, I feel great. Kart's great, engine's great. I'm really happy with the program we put together this weekend. Working with Kart Republic, the kart feels amazing. I'm literally putting it exactly where I want it every corner. I'm definitely going to need draft for this qualifying session. Every single person that's gone P1 in literally every session has given a gap to the guy behind him and run him down, just about to be on his bumper going in on the finish line. And that's going to be whoever has P1. Honestly, whoever times it right. The field is so close. We're all within half a tenth of each other. Within, I'd say, the top 7. Top 3 are a little bit quicker, which includes, honestly, me, Hayden, and Aiden Levy are the top 3 fastest, in my opinion. And that's who I think is going to be top 3. And it just depends on, like I said, who times it right.
All right, thanks, Dalton. Good luck.
That's something, of course, we've always kept an eye on here is the driver's able to get the right toe. Like Simon Sykes said moments ago, that it's so crucial, it's so important to get that big run because you're full throttle from turn 1 all the way to turn 4, essentially even from the final corner. Problems for Sam Avrutsky there, and the eyes up racing Tony Kart has gone around in turn number 8. That's not what you want to see in qualifying. Avrutsky is way down the order right now after a good couple laps early on. 6th position, 6 tenths off. It's not too bad position-wise, but he needs a lot better, and he's going to get bested here with a couple laps to go. He'll have to spend a lap cleaning the tires out. We go from Alexander Searle now to Simon Sykes, another fellow kart chaser member, and Emery Lida, who was quick in final practice yesterday, is down with him. Simon?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Emery Lida, another one of your drivers in the KA senior category, also a KC team member. Emery, a strong run yesterday, leading with some good speed. What are your expectations for this qualifying session and into the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, last night was really good in the dark. We had a lot of pace. This morning on new tires, a little bit off, but we made a couple setup changes. It's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, it's a stacked field, obviously. Going to be looking to find some draft and hopefully get in the top 10. And then from there, I mean, the rest of the weekend, racing, I mean, it's going to be chaos. I mean, there's 10, 15 karts that can win, so we'll try to get up in that mix and see what we can do.
Thanks, Emery. Back to you, Xander.
There you hear from Simon Sykes there and from Emery Lida. A little bit of 2 different answers there. Dalton Haynes saying, I think it's about 7 of us that can run together and really 3 of us with an edge. Emery Lida saying we got about 20. Oh, big problems in the back section of the racetrack. Hard into the outside tire barriers over there. I'm trying to see where that is. That looks to be on the outside of that's the run up to the final corner. Big impact for one of the DR North America entries. That might be Sam Catanese, but no, he's across the line. I don't know who we've lost of our DRT entries. Doesn't look to be Jake Phillips. It is the 9. Well, I need a kart there. That really, really heavy impact. When you see a crash like that, Alex, normally in that corner, that's a brake failure right there with the way he backed that thing in.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I initially thought, but I mean, he just picked up his rear tire off his axle, so it looks like a possible, loss of right rear there entering the final corner. But I mean, I thought the same as you. It seemed to me like a brake failure, especially in the last corner. Not a super quick entry in and pretty hard hit, but like I said, it seems to me like he might have just lost his tire.
Yeah, it could be one of the two either way. Max Taylor still leads the way at a 49.95. That right there would be quickest in final practice from last night. Hayden Jones at a 96, so that's good. But if you look further back down the order, Lucas Zabo was only a tenth and a half off, only a couple hundredths to Seamus McKendry. Harbier Doss at a 50.5, so to run a 49.9 normally around here is wicked quick. I think the track's even better today than it was yesterday evening for Thursday practice. As the checkered flag flies, I don't know if we'll see a lot of big movers and shakers in this group towards the top end. Max Taylor has done everything he can do out of the slow group. Go fastest, at least put himself above the rest of the pack, so that's halfway. At worst, he's 31st, Alex. But I think a 49.95, that's fast enough. That should put you healthily into the top half of the field.
I mean, you think so, right? This is super impressive from Max Taylor. He showed up for warm-up, and that's about it. First race as senior, so a lot of pressure to put on him, but he certainly delivered so far with a 49.9, like you said. I mean, very comparable to what we saw, yesterday in practice with Hayden Jones, but like you said, the track seems to be getting even faster as the day goes on. I mean, we saw with the junior guys, Victor Dalenkar was real quick in the first heat, group for qualifying, dropped all the way down outside the top 20 once the second group came in. So Max Taylor's hoping that's not the same thing here, but I don't know. Like Emery said, there's 20 guys at least who can win this race, and I happen to agree with him, and there's a lot of quick guys coming up in this next group.
Yeah, I mean, you even go on beyond Max Taylor, right, that the next drivers, mainly to look for the money lap. The first few classes, especially some of the minis and the micros, they were going quicker all the way to the final lap. KA Junior, same thing. KA Stars, looks like the money lap was around lap 5 to 6, maybe lap 7. So whereas in KA Junior, the difference was really made by being able to get out off the bat early and have a bonus lap. That may not be a benefit. I think we'll see a lot more spacing off the grid. You'll probably see a little gamesmanship on the out lap. We heard it from Dalton Haynes that it's just going to be coming down to the driver that times the toe right. Starts the lap 4 to 5 car lengths back, ends it on the bumper. But the driver on the hot seat, Max Taylor, 49.959. Fastest we've seen in official time sessions going back to final practice last night and so far into qualifying. I think we're going to see some potentially record-breaking times for KA Stars drivers here today. We could get down to those mid-49-second bracket, practically unheard of. Wasn't long ago around Trackhouse Motorplex that a low 51 and a high 50 was impressive. This is a super, super fast racetrack right now.
Yeah, I mean, besides the fact that the racetrack's picking up and it's been real, real quick all weekend long, field's really stacked. A lot of guys who are just super quick, some national level talent. Like you said, I mean, a sold out class here of 60 guys. Max Taylor being in the slow group, obviously he didn't make the happy hour, so he was obligated to start there, but put that on a lap that you would think would put him, top 5, top 10 any other weekend here at GoPro, but the track seems to be just incredibly quick right now, and we haven't even seen, the fast group go out.
Well, we're going to have to put you on the counter, Alex, for GoPro. I'm already up at 3. You're now at 1.
Oh,
Simon
man.
somehow stayed at 0 for the total mispronunciations of the newly rebranded Trackhouse Motorplex here in Mooresville, North Carolina. Of course, it's always been a part of Justin Mark's racing family with the Vantage Karting Group and VKG Entertainment, really beginning back at the end of the 2010 or the end of the 2000s was the project between himself and a number of other parties that have come together. In fact, one of the parties that was involved in consulting, especially on the track design, was Max Pappas, his son Mateo Pappas, competing this weekend in KA Junior. Just got qualified a little bit earlier. But for here at this racetrack, in KA Stars, the local races in KA 100 Senior are you're going to see a lot of the same names that we're going to see up front today, and then you basically add on about another 10 national level touring guys. But the track layout has stayed identical for about the last 5 years. Minimal changes really over its entire lifespan. A little bit of extra runoff added, a little bit of curbs added. So that's why you're seeing such a closely packed field, because people have tested here, have developed careers here, have gotten a lot of laps here, more than almost any other racetrack on the national touring circuit. It makes it super entertaining for us here as broadcasters and viewers watching the racing action, because everyone is up to speed of all the top level guys versus, let's say, last week at Speed Speed Sports Racing Park. Only a handful like Elio Meza had driven there before. This weekend, everyone's raced here before on the same tire that we've been on for the last 3 seasons, on the same engine that we've been using since 2017, and the same track layout since 2012. So with all that together, it means, just like Dalton said, a little luck of the draw, a little timing of the draft, and praying that you are absolutely perfect with your driving, with your setup, with your carburation, with your tire pressures, because you know there's 20 guys that also have the same shot as you, because everything they've tested and everything they've brought to the racetrack could put them up at the front. Let's see what the gaps look like. Big group coming out here early on. They're lined up based off of final practice as well, so that's why you're going to see a lot of guys not have a problem of going out in that first group. We've still got about 10 karts on the grid, and here comes a little bit of gamesmanship of drivers trying to set new gaps on the racetrack. You can see Dalton Haynes there in the black kart chaser suit aboard the Kart Republic. He's backed off with Abby Adams in the 971. They are going to set their own tow here this time and find some more drivers as he comes nearly to a halt in turn 4. Up front on the other end of the racetrack to turn number 8, the majority of the pack. Matthew Mockabee leads them. James Overbeck, Oliver Piatek in tow, and about 10 cars deep through turn number 9. And then, of course, we have the group that just left the grid here moments ago that are just now headed through turns 4 and 5. So we'll see a few drivers have the option to run the full distance and get 9 laps in. A lot of guys are going to give up at least 1 as they head down to turn number 1 and set the initial time. Thomas Annunziata in the 902 as well, returning to the seat on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic in the middle of this mix. But it's Mockabee on the BJR MDR LN kart, I believe, that leads them through the bowl.
Yeah, I mean, impressive there from Mockabee. Put a solid lap down. He's been quick all week long, considering he hasn't really been in a go-kart too much, in the past year or two. He's here and there, puts on some, a one-off race, but hasn't been in the kart much, been pretty impressive all week long. I got to say, though, that's got to be some of the most gamesmanship I've seen in quite some time here in karting. A bunch of guys, going 5-10 miles an hour just trying to find the draft. You kind of get an idea here of who thinks the draft's important and who thinks it's not.
Let's go side by side here as we get the first couple laps underway. Simon Sykes has caught up with our reigning Stars Championship Series champion in the Pro Stars class. Vincenzo Saraceno had a big life event this week, graduated college, and missed out on his graduation ceremony to get to the racetrack. Let's hear from him here how practice has gone so far. Simon?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Vincenzo. On a new kart this week in the Maranello kart. First time on it. What's it like switching to this chassis, and what are your expectations for the weekend?
Well, my expectations is to run up front, have a good time, fight for the win. It'd be ideal to come away with a win because last year, came a little short. I was second, but with this Maranello, I really like it. I feel real natural in it. I mean, yesterday morning in the first practice, I was, 10th and a half off of what I ran in quali last year on the TB. So it's really good. I like it a lot. We'll see how we go here in qualifying.
Awesome. Thanks, Vincenzo. Back to you, Xander.
All right, there we go, Simon. Vincenzo Saraceno getting ready to roll. How about the qualifying times rolling on through? Oliver Piatek, 50.15. Still, Max Taylor, 2/10 on the field at a 49.95. But I think the next group here, this is the first group on the racetrack. That's them going through turn 4. Let's go down to our front stretch camera and take a look at the group coming out of the final turn, if we can. Down the front straightaway, across the line. Aiden Levy, quickest in final practice. Here come the quick times. They're all going to shuffle the field as Dalton Haynes goes up to the top at a 50.103. Hayden Jones a 107. They're all still behind, and they're chasing Aiden Levy down to the bowl. But here we go. Big shuffle for this group. A lot of fast drivers all trying to find a place in line. Here's Haynes running right behind Hayden Jones. It's Kart Republic. 1, 2, 4 with Levy back in the 4th spot, towing the way.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I don't wanna jinx anything. I don't wanna make a prediction, but right now my money's on Dalton. I mean, he told me before quali, I'm like, hey, where do you want to be? He said, I want to be behind Aiden and Hayden. And he found both of them. He's the 3rd guy in line. Perfect tow here heading towards the end of lap 4. I suspect a flyer here.
Here they come down the front stretch again. We'll go a little bit faster. Levy was by himself in final practice at the times that he did. Here come the 49s. 49.84 for Dalton Haynes, an 85 for Hayden Jones, a 91 for Eli Warren in the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed. Just a little bit further back, he's 5th in line. Jones now going to go by Levy, and Haynes could not follow, but he stays behind him. That'll back him up a little bit. How about Spencer Conrad in that red Nitro Kart suit on the OTK? The privateer is 4th in line. He is 5th overall behind Levy. And now Levy, you're going to see back up He's going to tuck into third in line. This is the fast group. This is the quickest group of 5 on the racetrack by far. And again, Hayden Jones, Aiden Levy, and like Dalton Haynes said, he put himself in that group of 3 that he felt like had an edge over everybody. He'll tuck in back a little further away behind Eli Warren with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. What kind of lap can Aiden Levy put together with a big toe down the front stretch from Spencer Conrad? Conrad to the top, 49.806. He's in a perfect position behind the kid who was fastest in final practice. They both are going to get a big toe off Hayden Jones down the back straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, I suspected that lap there from Conrad. Right when you were mentioning him, I kind of motioned to you saying, watch this draft he's going to get. He was the 4th guy in line behind the 3 fastest guys on the racetrack. Just perfect kart placement there from Spencer Conrad. Puts it P1 as of right now, but Aiden Levy and Hayden Jones are hooked up right now. Expect them to go back up to the top. Like you said, though, I mean, we might be able to get down on a perfect lap into the mid-49s here, which would be unheard of around this racetrack.
Super, super fast times. Levy's all the way up onto Jones's bumper now. He's going to follow him to the last turn to keep a good lap together. He'll go a little quicker than the 9:16. I don't know if it'll be quick enough. Across the line, a 49.85 for Levy. My goodness, it is 5, 600s, 800s for the top 7. 49.8s for everybody. 49.91 for Brickley. Emerson Reed, a 49.92 to 9th. A 49.97 out of Finnegan Bailiff is 11th overall, 10th in the group. And as we walk through now, Levy's gone by Hayden Jones at the end of the back straightaway. He'll get no toe down anywhere else, but Levy might still be able to get a good lap in. Dalton Haynes going to go by Eli Warren now. They're positioning for one final run at it. Haynes is going to back off a little bit. Dalton could be in a good spot if the last lap is really good for this group. Jones as well, giving himself a little gap. So Levy is going to surrender the last lap. This lap will probably be his best one of the session. White flag essentially in the air. Nobody goes quicker out of that group. How about quick Mick Gabriel? Where is Mick Gabriel? He's way back for the rest of that pack right now, but he's catching up to them thanks to all the shuffling. Quick Mick Gabriel, 6th in line on the AM Karting Blue machine, a 49.66. Unheard of, a 10th and a half up.
Wow, I mean, what a lap there from Mick Gabriel. I mean, pretty much alone. I mean, you know, he might have gotten a baby toe down the front and back straightaway, but essentially alone there to do a 49.6. I mean, record-breaking stuff around this racetrack, I think, by himself.
Super fast times here for your KA Stars. This is the final run out of turn 9. Hayden Jones looks good. Dalton Haynes looks a little better. Let's see if Spencer Conrad can close to Levy. Levy, the Pied Piper of the 4. Down the front straightaway. Jones a little wide. Across the line. Where does everybody go? Nobody is able to beat Mick Gabriel. Dalton Haynes goes to 2nd, 49.74. Jones to 3rd. Conrad 4th. Warren 5th. Levy 6th in the 990. Takes them to a 49.82. Emery Lida a 49.83 in 7th. Emerson Reed, E-Train ends 8th. He gets by Adam Brickley. Matthew Mockabee nips Finnegan Bailiff there. A great time out of Max Taylor. It'll still put him inside the top 12. Yeah, right there with a late lap by Oliver Piatek out of that first group that got an additional lap in. He was the only one out of the first pack really to make some hay. Mockabee as well, but he did it on the 8th lap. Piatek does it on lap number 9, but Mick Gabriel on the AEM Karting EOS kart. Pole on lap number 7 with a mega lap there at a 49.66. Dalton Haynes, Hayden Jones, Spencer Conrad, Eli Warren, and so Gabriel, the veteran here, a multi-time tag national winner and national champion in the 125 classes. He's been rebuilding his career alongside building up him and his dad's race team and shop with the AEM Karting Group. Started back at the bottom of the karting pyramid in the 206 classes. Now starting to get K100 going. I bet he's got his eyes on that OKN class as well to get back into going even faster for Quick Mick Gabriel. But for now, a 49.66. Unreal speed for Mick Gabriel in the 923. Dalton Haynes, Hayden Jones, Spencer Conrad, Eli Warren, your top 5. Levy, Lida, and onwards. That, of course, is the overall. They'll get split in half. It'll put Dalton Haynes on pole for heat rate, the Group B. It'll put Mick Gabriel on pole for Group A. They'll be split in 2 for heats 1 and 2. And we go straight from one headline class to another. pro stars onto the racetrack, 20-plus go-karts here in the division. The subcategory of rock stars having a handful, the majority on the KZ power plants. And we looked at how close the KA Stars qualifying was. Take away Mick Gabriel's lap. It was super close at the front, about a 10th for 10 spots. It was a 10th for the top 5. One of the closest pro stars final practices I think I've seen in the history of the Stars Championship Series. A 10th all the way back here with Colin Daly on that DR North America factory machine leading the way. The Jamaican looking good. He's got to knock off a handful, including the number 2 plate of Talon Yockel, who said yesterday had a gear issue with a sprocket broke. The front sprocket holder broke for him. So that sidelined him to keep him outside of the top times. But the black, blue, and orange Magic Kart by himself here to turn 4.
Yeah, I spoke to Talon Yockel earlier today. He said he felt really comfortable. I mean, coming off a win last year at the night fight, a few more drivers here this year. You got Conker's kind of figured it out a little bit. You got a few other guys. Colin Daly's back in the mix. Like you said, happy hour yesterday. A 10th in the top 5. A few of those guys weren't on new tires. A few of them were. So maybe it wasn't a true showing of what we're going to see here in qualifying. Spoke to Conker as well. Conker told me he feels as though he's the fastest guy out here right now. Him and Talon Yockel have been maybe a 10th or 2 faster than everybody else. The guy that I've been really impressed with, though, Gavin Bailiff. The Trinity guys have really figured out this KZ package. He's been super quick. He says he still needs to figure out a little bit more on the pace-wise, consistency over the course of a race run. But, we saw him put on a pretty good showing at USPKS in Orlando. Now in Stars, putting on another good show.
Talon Yockel setting the benchmark right now, 46.108, half a tenth back to Zach Frank on that Eyes Up Racing Bureau Art. Josh Conker in 3rd, Ian Quinn 4th initially, Annie Rule in 5th, Vincenzo Saracino, the reigning series champ, in 6th, Jake Donald 7th, Bailiff 8th, Justin White 9th. Fastest in final practice, Colin Daly sits 10th at the end of the opening couple laps. Here comes Yockel down the front stretch once again on the number 2 plate to turn number 1. He'll reset fast time. First real time at full song, 45.66. Justin White to 2nd. Rule to 3rd. Still missing a couple tenths. The fast driver is still to come inside the top 10. Josh Conker will jump to 2nd. Josh Conker on the Carblos Racing Team Maranello, headed through turn 3 now, coming down the back straightaway on that red and yellow and black machine. We talked to him, of course, earlier, Alex, coming off of a rib injury. Happy to be back behind the wheel, looking good, felt good at the end of the day yesterday. He's a little further back from that pack, headed down through turn number 7 right now and into the turn 8 hairpin for a second flyer, still at full speed. We'll see a lot more of kind of push and cool down laps here from the shifter drivers in the Pro Stars categories, where they will go from fast to slow, back and forth to try and control the tires from overheating. They want to cool them back down for a lap and then go at it again to give themselves a second chance. I'm curious if Conker will do that after this time, because that lap was not enough. A 45.9, he slowed down 2 tenths. Yockel still at a 45.66 is best. Gavin Bailiff, 4th. White 5th, Rule 6th, Donald 7th, Quinn, Saracino, Jason Enrique. There's a cool down lap here from Conker. He's going to go way slow down the back straightaway.
Yeah, it's also, I got to say, it must be a bit warmer than everybody would have expected this weekend. I know we talked about it earlier in the week. We thought it was going to be pretty cold out here. It's a bit of a warmer day. Plays into effect of the tire temps. It seems to be like we talked about in the K quali. Pretty fast racetrack right now. These guys are putting down laps that are rocket ship type laps. But yeah, like you said, in shifter, it's really common to see guys, put a flyer down, then back off, go put a flyer down. I don't really know what the money lap is. Right now, it all seems to be lap 4, besides a few, outliers here and there. But I suspect that if they don't improve the next lap or 2, they might just pull in early and save some tires.
Yeah, if we don't see some major improvements there, you're right. We may see more guys pull in early to save rubber over the course of the weekend. Let's see what Colin Daly does as he climbs the hill. The flying Jamaican out of the final turn. Down the front straightaway. Oh, switching on over. Colin Daly down the front stretch. 2nd that time. Still was on a cool down lap. He's just starting a good lap, for Colin Daly. So as he rounds the back straightaway now to turn number 3, down the back stretch to turn 4, he's going to pass Jake Donald. Goes by him there into the corner. And slowing looks to be another one of the Maranellos. So Josh Conker on the infield of the hairpin, as well as a handful of others, are cooling it off. 2 minutes still to go. Another one going slow. That is the Magic Kart machine of Justin White. He's going to sit on his time, I think. I don't know if he'll make another run. Daly closing in on traffic. and he's going to hit into the back of the bumper of one of the Magics that held him up on this final lap, and I think that's going to pull him in the pits there. Probably a little frustrated for Colin Daly, was looking for more, will not get it as he gets held up there in turn number 9.
Yeah, that's most of the field is now pulled in, if not all the field is getting ready to pull in here. So seems to be lap 4 and lap 5 were the money laps there. I heard you and Simon Sykes talking about it. Yockel coming off of, in my opinion, his best performance he's put on in shifter. Down at USPKS, consistently top 5. He showed the confidence, and it shows there going P1. I talked to him, like I said earlier today. He said he's feeling really good.
Yeah, felt good at the end of the day yesterday there in final practice. So Talon Yockel will wrap up on pole, and with still a few moments to go here in qualifying, only 1 or 2 more drivers remain on the racetrack. It won't change anything in your top 10. So your results are as they run on the top of the screen with everyone pulled on in early. Talon Yockel a 45.665 for the Magic Kart USA factory pilot. Colin Daly's DRT North America second. Josh Conker third on the Maranello. Gavin Bailiff fourth on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, and Justin White puts 2 Magic Karts inside the top 5. Andy Rule makes it 3 inside the top 6. But 4 different brands, 4 different race teams inside the top 4, and the entire top 6, top 5, a 10.5 spread. We're in for a good show in Pro Stars. We've got 1 more headline class still to qualify. 1 down, 1 to come. OKN Stars in its American debut rolls up here next.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai helmets, and 3/10 race products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex for qualifying in the OKN Stars class. We just wrapped up Pro Stars qualifying. Alexander Searle going down to the pit lane to see if he can get a word with our top drivers from KA Stars. Of course, Mick Gabriel topped that one out over Dalton Haynes in the leaders from Groups A and B that'll go into the heat races. Talon Yockel pole in Pro Stars qualifying. For OKN Stars, well, Brandon Carr put a whooping on him in final practice yesterday, but as we found out earlier today, Simon, that was a tire difference there. A lot of drivers went new tires practice 4, trying to get a little closer to what they would simulate for a quality run during this time of day right now. Carr went new tires in the final session. He still felt like he had about a 10th or 2 on the field when I talked to him this morning, so a lot of confidence coming away from the U.S. Pro Kart Series Championship points leader in X30 Pro. And again, that's not misplaced. He's been a top 5 guy at almost every race he's run this year so far.
Yeah, the tires will make a discrepancy, but the speed is definitely there for Brandon Carr. As he comes through, P11 hasn't crossed the line yet for his first flying lap, but getting our session started in the OKN category. Alex Stanfield to the top with a 47.281, 400ths in front of Nicholas Terlecki in P2 in the 88 machine, and the 18 of Henry Wheeler in P3.
Yeah, Brandon Carr was late to get going. There he goes for his first lap, 47.32, 400ths off. Here's a main group of drivers there. Ryan Raffel on the Full Tilt Racing MDR BJR combination kart coming out of turn 9, trailing from Aiden Fox, who we saw a lot earlier this year in the Rotax Winter Trophy. And then Brooke Knockman on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, a 3-car tandem or trio down the front stretch to turn number 1. Rafa will go quickest. Alex Stanfield will reset the top time, 46.86 for Chuck. Alex Stanfield on the team GWR Gillard. All the way at the end of the train from these guys. Go back a couple of go-karts, you'll find Stanfield there in the black and green suit, headed through turn number 5. So again, Rafa center your screen. Back a couple, you'll find Alex Stanfield. Brooke Knockman here, Aiden Fox going down to turn number 8. Stanfield a 46.86. Brandon Carr 2.5 tenths back on his third lap. Still not enough to get there. So good run in the works for the number 5 early in this session as he closes the gap to Max Taylor in the MDR BJR Cosmic. Up the hill for the Gillard driver and down. 3.5 minutes to go, but just like in Pro Stars, just like in KA Stars, we expect the quick times to really come early in the session and fade after about lap 4 or 5, going that much faster and on the softer tire compound, Simon. Of course, it's 2 tire compounds. As Max Taylor, big off in turn number 3, overcooks it, and he gets beached in the grass. Heavy off for Max Taylor trying to push the limits and just goes a little bit too far. They're coming down the back straightaway.
Young driver in the 33 OTK machine making a great start to the session, moving up to P4 on that last lap before this incident. Unfortunately, that'll knock him out of the session. We'll see if his time holds. A 47.129, that's still pretty competitive. But for the young driver making his debut in the USF 2000 Series next week at the Indy GP, and Max Taylor having a rough start to this quali session. We'll see if he can recover through the heat races. But Alex Stanfield still top of the field, 46.828, put him 2.5 tenths ahead of Braden Dominique.
Domey, yeah, a New Orleans name there for Braden Domey. A little tough for us to get off the top.
My apologies to him.
But impressive for Braden Domey, and a name we haven't mentioned too much on the national circuit here this year. The Tesoro Raceworks CRG is hauling the mail right now. Big impressive run for him. You can see him just behind Ryan Raffa's Full Tilt Racing blue, white, and red Tony Kart here in this group. He's the orange and black CRG. The Tesoro Raceworks number 58 of Braden Domey's on an even better lap this time. He looks wicked quick. Let's see what he can do across the line with a big toe down the front stretch. Can he go any better this time? He cannot. Mired in traffic, Domey does not improve. Alex Stanfield, to his credit, has ripped out 3:46.8 second lap times. So very good stuff for the number 5. Big bobble there coming down the back for one of the drivers further back. I think that was Aiden Fox that dropped a tire coming out of turn number 3. That corner, of course, very easy flat out in the X30 125, the Rock GP 125, going about a second to second and a half faster in the OKN. A little bit more on the edge of maybe having to breathe that throttle or hit the mark perfectly. And we saw, of course, the aftermath for Max Taylor. Again, going off by himself, that's not a corner we're used to seeing guys go off the racetrack.
Yeah, with the increase in power these engines put out in this new OKN platform, we're definitely going to see mistakes happen as the drivers try to get this figured out. But consistency is going to be one key that's going to matter a lot, as Alex Stanfield still sits at the top of the field, but he's been putting in consistent 46.8s almost every single lap. The next best time in the field currently a 47.0. So his opponents are going to have to try and match that pace when it comes to the heat racing time. And qualifying, it's not looking like it's enough for Brandon Carr, currently sitting in P2. He won't improve on that lap either.
Yeah, 47 flats, the best that the Brit can do. Brandon Carr goes from fastest by 4 tenths to down by 2. And again, like you said, Simon, Stanfield ripping consistent 46.8s. It's not a fluke lap. That's his legit speed levels right now. So Alex Stanfield, the number 5, 30 seconds to go. Should be pretty safe on top. They've been in a lot of traffic, that main group. That's, of course, the other question mark for many drivers coming into the weekend. It's a completely different power band and driving style with a direct drive power plant that has a 15,000 RPM rev limiter and not a lot of bottom end speed coming out of the corners of how they can pass, how they can race. We were chatting a little bit before we went on the air. I think the passing opportunities are still going to be there. I don't think we'll see as many over-under crossover moves, but I also think it'll be very easy for defending on the last lap for a lot of drivers to bog the engine down by going too low and too tight into the corner. That'll be the big trick if they can close the gap to Alex Stanfield. For now, though, the reigning U.S. Pro Kart Series KA Senior Champ in his Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA debut is looking pretty on top. Final times on through. Brooke Knockman can do no better than 5th. Braden Domey, 3rd. Brandon Carr still to go, but he has pulled in. He will not do another lap and sits at a 47 flat. Henry Wheeler 11th. Julian DaCosta was on our screen for a little bit there. He can do no better than 9th. Your top 10 as they finish out has the red, black, and yellow Gillard of Alex Stanfield on top, and the Team GWR camp will get a pole, the first ever in the Stars Championship Series OKN class. Brandon Carr, Braden Domey, Aiden Fox, Brooke Nachman, your top 5. Max Taylor, Nick Terlecki, Ryan Raffa, DaCosta, and Josh Holtz, the top 10 at the end of qualifying, about a 4/10 spread. Pretty close, but really only a 10th and a half from 2nd to 10th. They got 2.5 tenths to find to get to Alex Stanfield. Let's go down to pit lane here. Hear a little more intel. Talon Yockel backs up an impressive night fight performance in 2022 with a pole award to start his 2023 championship bid. He's down with Alexander Searle.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, like you said, home track talent for you. Last year, come off a night fight win. Not a bad way to start it here on pole position. I mean, coming off of what was one of your better weekends I've seen you drive in a long time, USPKS Texas, top 5 consistently with a bunch of the national guys. All that confidence coming into this weekend. I mean, how are you feeling after that pole lap?
I'm feeling amazing right now. Track's really gripped up. Kart feels perfect. Nothing to complain about at all. Just doing my consistent laps, and I laid down that heater during qualifying. So I'm pretty confident right now, and I'm pretty happy. No complaints.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the racetrack. Because, I mean, Dan and I were saying it in the announcer's booth. It seems to be one of the fastest, Trackhouse Motorplexes we've seen in a while. It seems to be super gripped up. I mean, talk to me about what you've learned yesterday with the tire degradation and all that. I mean, what does it look like throughout the heats, do you expect?
We're going to be racing later into the night, so track's going to cool down, and typically around here the track grips up when it cools down because all the oils, they'll go back in the asphalt. But tire deg, I think it's going to be relatively all right. It's not going to kill the rear tires as long as I don't slide it through turn 3 or turn 4, all the fast corners. So just got to maintain it from sliding, and the tires should be fine until we change them for the final.
Thanks, Talon. Good luck.
All right, with that here, Talon Yockel will get set for action, and we will as well. A short break here on track before KA Masters kick us off for the opening round of heat races in the 2023 Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA season. It's the Trackhouse Motorplex Night Fight. Live from Mooresville, North Carolina, you're watching Kart Chaser. We'll be right back here with more racing. Well, we've gotten through qualifying here. Simon Sykes joining me back in the booth for Trackhouse Motorplex's stop of the 2023 Stars Championship Series season presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA. KA Masters getting set to lead us off, and let's take you through the starting lineup here for it. 16 drivers strong, beginning with the vice champion from 2022 aboard the Maranello, Ryan Kastner, on pole by just a hair in qualifying. John Bonanno on the comp cart will join him on the outside of row number 1. Then it'll be Jacob Nairi and last year's winner, Brian Daniele, on row number 2. Christopher Horan and Billy Workman Jr. will make up row number 3. Texas Sprint Series state champion Miguel Mir roll off on the inside of row 4 alongside Anthony Stifler, making the swap from the KZ Master to the KA Master division. Paul Montepoli in the Kart Republic for Team Ferris Racing, I believe, will start in the 9th spot. On the inside, to his outside, will be Peter Cook in the 219. Chris Stevens and Tom Gershner, longtime Stars competitors, 11th and 12th. Gordon Cameron on the TKG Kart Republic alongside Greg Leahy, Bob Davis, Kevin Simonelik. Your 16 driver KA Master field. And these guys looked like about 5 or 6 of them that were head and shoulders up on the pack. And just like what we'll expect to see in junior and in senior, of course, the difference in this class, Simon, meaning that these guys have about 30 to 40 more pounds of lead on the go-kart, same tire compound, same unrestricted engine as the seniors, makes the kart handle a little bit different with more weight on the go-kart. Can you describe a little bit what that's like for the viewers at home, Simon?
It'll just react a slight bit slower. You're going to have a little bit more tire deg. But overall, the 30-40 pound margin they have over the senior categories here in Masters is really just going to delay some of those inputs. The kart's not going to bite quite as aggressively, but all in all, it shouldn't be too big of a difference as we get set here, getting ready to come through the last corner and take the green for our first race of the 2023 edition of Fight Night, presented by the Stars Championship Series.
Here we go. Ryan Kastner alongside John Bonanno. Let's get the first race session of the Stars Championship Series underway. 16 drivers strong in KA Masters, one of the bigger turnouts the class has seen to date. Side by side in the tram lines. We'll wait all the way down to the end of the straightaway to the start box by turn number 1. They'll hit the first set of cones, end of the box, and we're green, racing down to the first corner. Green flag in the air and a good jump away for Ryan Kastner, a slow and clean start. And they'll rocket down the back straightaway and get up to full speed for the first time today. All lined up in order. Kastner, Bonanno into third with a great start for Jacob Nairi. And then Brian Daniele, and they've shuffled behind him as a few more spots get traded from fourth on back. But so far, so good through the infield. Everyone survived the opening half lap. Kastner and Bonanno starting to get a little bit of a gap out back from second back to third. We got a pass coming for P3. That is going to be, I believe, Billy Workman Jr. side by side with Jacob Nairi. Going to overcook it. He'll get shuffled back behind him. And as they come out of turn number 9, they'll hit the short chute up the hill to the final corner for the first time. Here we go to the last turn for third, and as well, change in the lead. John Bonanno with a good move in the final corner. He'll take over the top spot of the comp cart, decisively going through. This, of course, first part of the race as they go side by side for third there, Simon. Everyone trying to jockey for position, but as you know, and you were shaking your head, that little bobble for P3 is going to split the packs up.
Exactly. We're still looking at them fighting here into turn 4. 2 by 2 for the final podium position, but all that's doing is letting Bonanno and Kastner extend their advantage for P1 and P2, now up to about 5 kart lengths as they come through the midsection of this track. They're hooked up nose to tail and taking off on the rest of this field.
Yeah, Billy Workman Jr. finally at least has settled the argument. Big problems for Brian Daniele. He got in a little bit too hot. He'll lose the 5th spot as inside and clear for the MPG Motorsports Red and White Kart Republic of Miguel Mir to take over that 5th spot. Going up the final turn, Ryan Kastner, not a good start here to this one. He started to slip backwards a little bit. In fact, Jacob Nairi's on the bumper, looking low. Change coming for second down in turn number 1. He'll get clear in the opening corner. So Jacob Nairi, Billy Workman Jr., my mistake. Workman Jr. down the inside. He takes over second. Nairi sits in the 4th position as they go down into the bowl this time. So single file. Luckily, that passing for third ended up working out, and Billy Workman Jr. on the move here in the Kart Republic. He'll close that gap to Bonanno down to a car length headed through the infield.
Great racing to start this first heat race off. The top 4 with a small gap, but that's closing quickly as we're turning into an 8 kart fight for the lead here very shortly. Aggressive moves in the first few laps, and we'll see if they keep fighting like this or decide to settle in and make a run for pace towards the end.
But while they've sorted themselves for now, it's a big lead group, about 5 to 6 drivers strong down the front stretch. John Bonanno continues to captain the ship for now. Let's go side by side. And here from our top qualifier, the first ever pole award winner in the OKN Stars class, Alex Stanfield from Team GWR is standing by with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Alex, I mean, what a lap there. Like Xander said, you know, the first pole position in OKN over here on the East Coast at least. How good did the lap feel?
Yeah, when I did it, it definitely felt like a pole lap, which is, you know, pretty awesome. I honestly didn't think I'd have the pace this session. We made a little adjustment, and it worked out really good. My Giller, GWR Racing, Allison Racing Engines was just amazing. Thank you to TM and Ryan Perry Motorsports as well for the engine. And, yeah, we made a little adjustment. It worked brilliantly. I had a little toe in the back straightaway as well. That always helps. And we were just able to get the pole.
Yeah, I mean, talk about your confidence going to these heat race coming up. You know, yesterday seemed to have decent pace throughout the heats. You know, you put on new tires for heat 2, for practice 2, sorry, but the track got better and better. We came into this morning thinking Brandon Carr would be the fastest guy here. You know, he put on a pretty good lap in happy hour, but you kind of put on a stunner there in the quali. What is your confidence like right now?
Yeah, confidence has definitely gone up. We were really consistent as well. Just kept doing 9s and 0s, so I know we have really good race pace as well. And we'll just keep making adjustments throughout the weekend and get faster and faster.
All right, thanks, Alex. Good luck.
There you go for the Team GWR Giller driver, Alex Stanfield, feeling good. Back-to-back races where he's had good race-winning speed. Down the front stretch, we've got a lot of shuffling at the front. Billy Workman Jr. took over the lead. Ryan Kastner's taken over second. John Bonanno to third. Jacob Nairi is fourth. Brian Daniele rounds your top 5. And then Miguel Meir is right there. It's a 6-car breakaway early on here in this K Master Heat. And I think we got a big change in the lead potentially coming again. Kastner was slow to start, maybe a little bit of cold tires or low air pressure, Simon, but he's under pressure from Bonanno actually coming out of turn 4. That'll bottleneck him there. It's an awkward part of the racetrack there at turns 5 and 6. You've raced a number of national events here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Put the counter to 4 for me. That chicane really kind of stacks the field up if you end up going into it side by side.
Yeah, definitely a place you don't want to approach side by side as it narrows so quickly on the entry from the left to the right back, then again to the left. But these Masters drivers are not holding back with all 6 of the top group dicing back and forth, swapping positions, lap in and lap out. Currently still Billy Workman Jr. at the top, but close fighting, and the top 6 still in one tight group.
Down the backstretch we go here. Another big run coming for Kastner. He'll tow back up to Billy Workman. I think John Bonanno is being really patient with him here, Simon. Again, he got pulled alongside out of turn 4. Looked like he could have dove bomb him into turn number 11 as well. He has not done it. So for John Bonanno and company, I don't know how long they're going to wait behind the Maranello driver. For now, a lot of patience here in Heat 1. No big dives into turn number 8 this time. They stay single file. Billy Workman Jr. continues to show the way.
We're approaching the ending stages of this race here, and the fight has not backed down since lap 1. All the drivers not holding back. These Masters drivers are very experienced, and they're showing it on display in this great first heat race here. Coming to the closing stages now, 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Still Workman at the top, Kastner second, Bonanno third as they continue to fight up into turn 3.
That's correct, Simon. Again, a little bit of an alternate format for a lot of our viewers. The Stars Championship Series uses a timer plus 2 laps. So it's 2 minutes plus 2 laps when the timer hits 0, whenever it hits that during the lap. For now, right now we're a minute and a half away, probably 4 to 5 laps away from the checkered flag. As we go into the infield, I think Kastner's a little closer, still probably too far back for a dive, but a little better than where he was the last couple of laps through the section. So now he looks, I think this corner right here seems to be his best. He looks really good through the double right, turn number 9. A little more narrow, a little wide on exit, but good in the center. Not the best exit up the hill to 11. Down the front stretch, he'll be close. Maybe a run at the end of the back straightaway. Here he comes to the bumper to turn 1. He's going to go for it. New leader, Ryan Kastner takes over the point. Bonanno follows to second. Here comes Jacob Nairi looking for third. He'll take that away as well. And Billy Workman Jr. now back to 4th. Daniele wants that. He won't get it. Single file, and Kastner now leads the way once again through the bowl.
Small gap forming between positions 2 and 3 currently. Kastner and Bonanno trying to take out front. It's been relatively calm these last few laps with the exception of that one move to send Workman back towards the end of this front group. But still, all 6 drivers close together, approaching the ending stages of this race. The time's about to run out, and as Xander said, we'll get that +2 laps, and from there, it's just a fight to see who comes out on top.
Across the line this time, this will be basically 3 laps to go. The timer will hit 0 during this next lap as they head down the back straightaway. Down to turn 1, changing the lead. John Bonanno, your new leader, through turns 1 and 2. Bonanno to the point. Kastner back to second. Again, Jacob Nairi there in third. Little bobble through 3. Here comes Billy Workman Jr. He wants to get back forward. He'll take the 3rd spot away. Nairi slips in line to 4th. No real loss of time. That's the best place to make a pass at the end of the backstretch there, because you can enter that bull corner so low without losing momentum on the exit, and you have the run of the draft going in. He's already right on the bumper of Kastner into the infield hairpin, so no change. Here comes Miguel Mir. Big move there for into the top 5. He's up a spot, but too deep. Brian Daniele with a slick crossover, and he reclaims the 5th spot. This time by. Timer at 0. 2 laps to go when they hit the finish line, and across the stripe, John Bonanno aboard the comp cart leads the way there in the fluorescent blue and yellow.
Now the question begs, as we come 2 laps to go, where do you want to be coming to the white flag of this first heat race? We've seen lots of passing so far, but is the lead the best spot to win from?
I don't know. We'll see it down the backstretch. No defending yet. He's going to pay for it. Kastner gets through. Back in turn 4. Brian Kastner back to the lead. It kind of shuffled the pack up. They all got stacked a little bit out of the corner. That'll spread them a bit through the infield, so no one's going to get to Kastner's bumper in the infield hairpin. They're all too far apart for a diver here. No passing through 8. Lap and a half to go. Into turn number 9. Still single file. Billy Workman Jr. cleaned the tires back off. Did not get a good exit, though, out of the double right. Here comes Bonanno. Final turn. He'll go back down the inside. John Bonanno to the lead. Now down the front stretch. Does he go load a block? He does not. They're going to fight for second. Billy Workman Jr. to the inside. Nairi's going to follow. Too far back for Brian Daniele. Kastner to 4th as they climb the hill, and it's a big gap down the back for John Bonanno.
Bonanno making his way here on the last lap. White flag, attempted move for P4 there, not going to stick. What can the drivers do? Kastner, Workman Jr., where can they make the moves? Is there enough time left? Workman closing in, coming to this hairpin, not going to be close enough here. We'll be looking for a move in the last corner. White flag, still moves for P4, P5. Tire dipped off the exit there, but the top 3 all in line, coming to the final corner. Last lap.
Bonanno will lead him up the hill. No one close enough. He'll defend a little bit. No change. John Bonanno will win heat number 1 in KA Masters. Workman Jr., Nairi in 3rd. Kastner falls to 4th. Daniele tried to move there a couple times on the final lap to make some hay. Couldn't do it on that green and white Tony kart in 5th. Brian Daniele to round the top 5. Miguel Mir ends in 6th. Chris Horan, Tom Gerstner, Bob Davis, Chris Stevens. Problems for Peter Cook on the final lap. The 219 with a problem. Gordon Cameron moves up to 11th. Greg Leahy to 12th. Let's pull the results up and we'll take you through the lineup there. As again, there is the stranded Marinello of Peter Cook off the inside. But John Bonanno ends up as your winner, and a lot of speed shown from Billy Workman Jr. This message sent for everyone. He picks up 4 spots to second. Fast lap of the session honor goes to Brian Daniele, but they were all evenly matched. And just as we expected out of qualifying, a 6-driver breakaway up at the front. Problems for Paul Montepoli, Anthony Stifler, Kevin Simonelik, and Peter Cook, all with issues at the end of heat number 1. We'll take a commercial break and come back with more. The Micros are getting set to go here. Next up, live on Kart Chaser, you're watching the Stars Championship Series Night Fight from Trackhouse Motorplex. The engines have come to life here for the second group in the rotation to hit the racetrack at Trackhouse Motorplex. Simon Sykes headed down to the pit lane. Alexander Searle joining me back up here in the booth. And Alex, so far, what's been the intel you've gotten from a lot of these drivers of track conditions here today? You mentioned, I think we talked about it a little bit. It was even a little bit cooler, it felt like yesterday. It's warmed up today. Tomorrow is starting to warm up on the forecast as well. So for guys testing last night when things were starting to get sorted, we had a lot of drivers breaking in engines at the beginning of yesterday. But right now, the track's still got a lot of heat in it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, from everybody that I've spoken to, they've all said the track seems to be super gripped up right now. And I mean, like we spoke to Talanyako, we said, you know, as the night's going to cool down, the track's going to cool down. It's going to make for a little bit less tire degradation than normal that you would see on like a normal day starting at 8 a.m. ending at 5 p.m. So in terms of, you know, tire deg, not an issue. Track conditions seem to be super gripped up and will only continue to get faster as the night goes on. And everyone seems super confident. I mean, like you said earlier today, you know, a lot of guys who are running this race are a bunch of locals around here, you know, so everyone's super knowledgeable about this racetrack, super knowledgeable how to set the go-kart. So it's going to be all about who can get it right now.
Well, let's take you through the lineup here for the Micro Swifts. Holden Myers starts on pole in the number 36 machine over Luke Gilio. Parker Ives, Cade Wolf, row 2. Colton Schneegenberg, Bryson Scales, row 3. Danny O'Gara and Parker Stewart will be row number 4, if that's all. Actually, that's, sorry, shaken up. Parker Ives on pole. It'll switch here in just a moment. Ives on the pole in this one. Holden Myers in second. Cade Wolf, Luke Gilio, row 2. Schneegenberg, Scales, Danny O'Gara, Parker Stewart, Jake Manolio, Riley Dobelier, Anthony Mazzuculo, Austin Taylor, Sterling Mulata, Christopher Lavoie, Daniel Ramirez, Caleb Smith, Griffin Vukic, Callahan Myers, George Zeminski, and Drake Williams in the top 20. Way too fast there that time by to get the green, so they're going to wave him around again. And the final few starters here in this one, row number 11, Remy Boss and Liat Simonelik will make up the 22 driver Microsoft field, but have to have a lot of patience here.
I think we're green here.
Did we get the green?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Green flag on that one. My mistake. Stars Championship Series green no matter what, but penalties assessed after. That was an early start. It might get a jump start on anyone in the front. We're green, though, down to turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Parker Ives leads them into the hairpin.
Yeah, I mean, like you said with the start there, they were on the gas right in front of us in the broadcaster booth before the start-finish line. So for sure, somebody went early there. So we'll see what the Stars Championship officials have to say about that one. But
one off over
there.
An 8. Who do we got there? That's one of the BJR MDR LN carts. That's the number 12 of Bryson Scales that's gone around. Two more collected over here. Trying to ID those in turn 9. Meanwhile, the leaders down the front stretch are well underway. Parker Ives leads. Cade Wolf. Schneegenberg with a great start from 5th. He's gone up to 3rd. Then you got Holden Myers in 4th. Luke Gilio 5th. 5-car breakaway down the backstretch here for lap number 2.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, with Schneegenberg there, good start for him. He's been real strong all year long. Didn't really put together the qualifying lap I would have expected from him, you know, about 7/10 off, but traffic can play a factor, you know, in terms of just getting the right track position. So, yeah, he's been really quick all year long. The guy to watch, like you mentioning all day, Parker Ives, coming off a national win last week, got the confidence going into this weekend, and leading the field right now as they enter towards the turn 9 and 10 complex here.
Yeah, Parker Ives continues to show the way here as the field works its way on through. Let's go side by side and hear from another comp car driver beyond Cade Wolf and Holden Myers. Putting the fluorescent up front, John Bonanno, your Heat 1 winner in KA Masters, is standing by with Simon Sykes. Simon?
Thanks, Andrew. Here with John Bonanno after a great first heat race, taking the victory in a heartfelt battle between the top 6 in an awesome race. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, I mean, things went pretty well. Went to the lead around lap 2, and then the top 3. I couldn't see behind me, but at least the top 3, we were shuffling around throughout the whole race. So, pretty fun experience, and it looks like the top 6 are right there. So, looking forward to some good heat races, and then we'll get on the pre-final and final tomorrow.
Awesome. I unfortunately heard we had a small tram line violation on the start there. How are we going to work around that to move forward for the rest of the weekend?
I was thinking about getting with Xander after this and seeing if he can edit the film to make it look like I was in the tram lane the whole time. I don't know if that's something we can pull off at Kart Chaser, but if you guys can edit that real quick and maybe get that penalty overturned, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sure that's in our wheelhouse. Thanks, John.
Always in good spirits. Great to see John Bonanno back at the racetrack here. It's been a a heck of a winter season for him. Had to go through, spend some time in the hospital, but we're so happy to have him back here at the racetrack. And, hey, to have a smile on his face after that one, maybe not where he wanted to with the tramline violation penalty, but he was first across the line. That still gives you a lot of confidence going to the rest of the weekend, Alex.
I mean, of course, anytime you cross the line first, it's always a good race. With the tramline thing, I mean, as much as the kart chaser guys, we have the facilities to probably do the editing. We can't, unfortunately, do that. But, no, good spirits for him. I love the jokes and smiles even after a penalty there. It's always good to see. And, I mean, yeah, he looked really strong throughout the heat race for sure.
Yeah, such a big proponent for all the karting in the Northeast. We'll be headed up to the Northeast to New Jersey later this year for the Northeast Karting Challenge doubleheader in New Jersey Motorsports Park. And John Bonanno, is one of the board members, has been a big part of all the kart shops up together, really getting kart racing back going again in the Northeast on the regional scene. And he's a great ambassador for the sport. And while, again, he won't be credited with the win for that one, he's lining up for another great spot and a great fight in heat number 2 later on tonight under the lights. Meanwhile, Micro Swift down the backstretch. Parker Ives has led the whole way. Cade Wolf still continuing to follow. Colton Schniegenberg there in third. Holden Myers fourth. Luke Giglio last time started to lose a little bit of touch with these guys. The pack's kind of spreading out. It looks to me like Ives might be the fastest of the group. And when you've got the fastest car in the pack leading that pack, you'll start to see stragglers fall off it, and it'll go quickly from 5 to 4 to 3 and less.
Yeah, it looks to me like watching the way Parker Ives' kart's handling right now, he's got some really, really, really good roll speed. I mean, through 1, 2, 3, and 4, he pulls away quite a bit from Cade Wolf, Schniegenberg, Holden Myers. Through the tight stuff, that's when these guys catch up right back to him. As you see there, turn 11, they caught right back to his bumper. But if you watch how he drives through turn 1, 2, and 3, he'll pull away. As we see him move from the lead, though, Cade Wolf takes advantage of the run he got out of turn 11, moved Cade Wolf in the comp car up to P1.
Couple of second-generation superstars from the NASCAR Cup Series circuit. You think those crew chiefs turned dads are wishing they had some radios right now to talk to their drivers on the racetrack? I got to imagine hand signals going crazy. Cade Wolf leading the way here over Parker Ives still, and a good move in turn 1. But, yeah, I'm sure they would love to have a little radio talk to their drivers on the grid. Maybe not. Maybe a little more tweaked out when it's your own son versus just the driver you're working for.
Oh, no, for sure. I mean, I'm sure if I look down the line right now on the pit wall here, we'll be seeing hand signals galore. The parents get really, really into it, especially when it's father-son here watching. For sure, I bet they wish they have radios. But, yeah, back up front, Cade Wolf leads Parker Ives. We saw going through turn 6. I think there's a little bit of a bump and run there between Myers and Schniegenberg. They lost a little touch to the guys up front, so I suspect a 2-kart race here with a few laps to go.
Yeah, that mistake there from Holden Myers and Colton Schniegenberg getting bottled up there through the infields. We got one more off, way up the hill at turn number 3, all the way off, nearly by the tire wall. For one driver that's going to drop down the order. I think we'll see if it updates here in a moment. That might have been, it wasn't Bryson Scales. He's still going. I think it was, I'm not sure who we've lost over there. Might have been Leah Simonelik. But nonetheless, up front, Wolf leading over Ives, and the two of them have raced each other quite a bit. Here's Giglio on the inside of Schniegenberg now for P4. He'll take over that spot, as the leaders are now going to start approaching lap traffic. The black flag just came out in front of us for a couple of drivers to clear the way. Of course, the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA, the standard policy to clear the racetrack of the potential lap traffic so the leaders' race does not get affected. And that's, of course, I'm sure a big appreciation felt for Cade Wolf and Parker Ives, because that gap now, they have broken the draft. It's a second back and some change to Holden Myers and Luke Giglio. Plenty of space out back for them first and second. To Holden Myers there in the 36. Giglio still in the 4th spot, has finally started to find some footing, but he's too far back to do anything to run up with his RPM teammate. And then again, the Timmy Tech comp kart of Cade Wolf still away from his comp kart teammate of Holden Myers back in the 3rd spot. But as they come out of turn 8 now, we'll see how much that gap opens up. If it's enough, it'll back Holden Myers into the path of Luke Giglio if Giglio's fast enough by Myers not getting a tow. And Giglio's also got help from Colton Schniegenberg. So your leaders down the front stretch, 45 seconds plus 2 laps to go. So this will be 3 to go here this time by. And there's the margin. 3rd, back to 4th and 5th there with Giglio and Schniegenberg. Big gap out back to the next pack there that'll find the likes of Jake Manolio in 6th, Parker Stewart, Chris Lavoie, Anthony Mazzuccolo, Danny O'Gara, all the top 10 drivers in the next group in the midfield. So here they come down the backstretch. Here's Manolio on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic, just ahead of the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart at Parker Stewart, 6th and 7th. And a wide shot there shows the leaders. They're all the way that far ahead. It's about 6 seconds from the back of Colton Schneegenberg to that group. It's 8 seconds back from these two of Cade Wolf and Parker Ives. We'll follow them now because it's going to be a 2-horse race for the final 2 laps. 2 to go. Two-way battle, mano-y-mano. 2 laps around Trackhouse Motorplex to decide our Heat 1 winner in Microswift, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, these two guys have put together kind of a master class of what you should do in heat racing, especially in low horsepower classes like micro. I mean, these two guys, they took advantage of the mistake there from Schneegenberg and Myers, pulled away, and Parker Ives hasn't even sniffed a nose out to try to make a pass. He knows this is what it takes to win in this class. I got to say, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from Holden Myers. I mean, by himself, only 3/10 off the guys up in front, 4/10 faster than the 2 working together behind him. So Holden Myers, even though he's all alone, had the little mistake there mid-race. Really impressive stuff from Holden. Back up front, though, Parker Ives still not even peeking a nose over there on Cade Wolf. I suspect he'll wait until the final lap.
Yeah, we'll probably wait a moment here. Parker Ives lost a little time, though, out of turn number 8, the hairpin. Wolf's pulled out a little bit of a gap on him. He'll close that back up in the toe. There's the big run up the hill. Final turn. Going to stay in line. White flag in the air. How bad does Parker Ives want to win this opening heat race? Wolf going to leave the door open. Turn 1. Ives had a look. Thought better of it there.
Yeah, Ives thought about it in turn 1. I think he remembered, going down the straightaway, he seems to get really good runs out of 3. I suspect if Cade Wolf doesn't block here, Parker Ives is going to peek a nose real late in the 4. He's not going to do it, so Parker Ives is going to hold station here behind Cade Wolf there, exiting 4 into the 5-6 complex. You don't see a lot of passes through here, so he's going to hold station again through 6. Cade Wolf gets a pretty good exit there. Parker Ives may not have enough for a run to make a move down the turn 8 hairpin.
Yeah, he needs a really strong exit out of the hairpin. Wolf still normal line, not defending yet. Out of the hairpin here. Ives didn't go as wide. Wolf used the runoff to his advantage, pulled the gap out. I think he's going to be too far away here, Alex. Up the hill, final time, a car length gap. Not close enough. Parker Ives will have to settle for second as Cade Wolf, Heat 1 winner in Micro Swift for the Stars Championship Series. Back behind him, third to Holden Myers, 4th, Schneegenberg and Luke Gilio end up in that order with the GWR Energy there 4th and 5th, and then away back to find the next group. 6th, 7th, 8th, Manalio, Parker Stewart just crossed the line. Here comes the next pack, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all right there. Lavoie, Mazzaculo, Danny O'Gara, Riley Dobelier, Austin Taylor. The last few to continue. Let's pull our results up on screen and take a look at how they wrapped up here in the Micro Swift class. Cade Wolf, your winner in this one over Parker Ives, Holden Myers, Schneegenberg, Gilio, your top 5. 10 seconds back to that next pairing of Jake Manalio and Parker Stewart. Good drive forward for Chris Lavoie. 6 spots gained from outside the top 10 to 8th. Mazzaculo and Danny O'Gara, your top 10 to round it off on that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Then Riley Dobelier, Austin Taylor, Sterling Mulata, Danny Ramirez, Bryson Scales, Griffin Vukic, George Zeminski, Drake Williamson, Caleb Smith, Callahan Myers, and Liat Simonelik. I believe the drivers, unfortunately, with the DNF in that one. Not sure which one we lost down the back straightaway off in the runoff area. But that will complete our second heat in the opening round of heat races here this afternoon. Lots to go as we race into the night for the Stars Championship Series night fight at Trackhouse Motorplex. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage. Don't go anywhere. More to come with the gearbox action for KZ and Rock Masters next.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Welcome back here to the Stars Championship Series night fight. It's time for our first ever standing start, the greatest spectacle in karting, where you see drivers aboard these 6-speed gearbox machines go from 0 to 60 miles an hour in less than 3 seconds in a run down to turn number 1. We'll go to the light system here that we'll have a good view of from this camera at the back of the front straightaway, and a good view, of course, down the front stretch at the entire grid. Brian Chatfield on the Carblos Racing Team Maranello will start on the pole. Evan Batt to his outside aboard the TB Kart HMG livery machine. Mike Gosh and the 603 will roll off to the inside of row number 2. And reigning series champion Joe Rook, new colors for the season aboard the Maranello, will start to the outside in row number 2. It's a Magic Kart to his inside there with Michael Gosh. Scott Presti and Justin Kelly will make up row 3. Matt Machiko and AJ Now at row 4. Lance Lane, Frank Runco, row 5. Steve Libretto, Robert Fige, row 6. Mike Rivera and Carlos Lopez will round off row 7, but they'll be the top 2 in the subcategory, the Rockmaster class. Then you go back, Mike Rivera and Carlos Lopez there. Then Warren Van Tok, Hugh Templeman on row number 8. Row 9, Colton Aldridge and Tiffany Kelly. Brad Danoff, Corey Matthews, Kelly Johnson, Marciano Santos, and starting shotgun on the field in 23rd, Maxime Tekon. A full grid on the box. To the lights we go for the first time here in the Stars Championship Series season for KZ and Rockmasters. Rev them up, boys and girls, and off the line. Great start for Brian Chatfield. Great start for Joe Rook. It's a Maranello 1-2 as Ruck goes from 4th to 2nd with a heck of a jump off the line. He'll get all the way to the bumper of Brian Chatfield down the back straightaway to turn number 4.
Unbelievable start there from Joe Ruck. I mean, from the outside of row 2 there, just immediately found himself in P2. sent one in on, I believe that was Mike Gosh, and Joe Ruck already trying to go after his teammate there in first.
Yeah, really got Evan Batt kind of caught off guard, and now he's going to dive into the inside and take over the lead. New leader, the reigning champion, the number 1 plate holder, Joe Ruck, showing the way out of turn number 9, and it's a Maranello red, black, and yellow. 1-2 up the hill for the first time today. Heat number 1, not a great qualifying effort for the number 1 plate. He'll get a great opening lap to go from 4th to 1st and leads them down through turns 1, 2, and 3 as they go side by side for 5th. Mike Gosh, a terrible start in the Magic Kart. Fell back a couple positions from 3rd to 6th. Was trying to get by Matt Machiko. Now he'll lose another spot down the backstretch further back for 6th position. It's allowed the top 4 to get away. Evan Batt on the bumper of your original pole man, Brian Chatfield, as they roll through the infield. But what a jump here early on for Joe Ruck. He got a great launch through turn 6. He's already opened up the lead quite a bit here, Alex. 3 to 4 car lengths as they head for turn 9.
Yeah, really impressive stuff here from Joe Ruck, the reigning champion. I mean, what do you expect from a guy of his caliber? But to go back to the starts, I mean, like you said, with Mike Gosh in P3 falling back to P6, it almost makes you wonder. Maybe we can ask some of the drivers after the race if there is a difference between the outside and inside. There it usually is at most racetracks you go to. You know, you want to start on the rubber side of the racetrack, but especially here, it seems that the inside road just didn't go at all.
Yeah, Michael Gosh, I think, had a problem there on the opening lap. It must have been something either from the start or part of the reason for the poor start. He fell all the way to the tail end of the field. In fact, he never completed that second lap here at full speed. So Michael Gosh, the top 5 qualifier, 3rd place on the grid, all the way down to 20th now. AJ Nowd also with an issue collected early. Steve Libretto out as well. So bad news for 3 to start, 19 remain in the KZ Master field. All 3 of them there collected in turn 4. That's where the issue was. Michael Gosh and AJ Nowd cut together and collided at turn number 4. Libretto was able to get around everyone. He fell back a little bit, but big position loss for AJ Nowd and Michael Gosh as they'll sit the rest of this race on the sidelines after colliding in the bowl. Meanwhile, 1st and 2nd, a little bit of a gap, but a great start for the Carblows Racing Team Maranellos. Joe Ruck, little lead there. Chatfield under pressure from Evan Batt on the HMG TB through the infield. Looking back as well, we got a battle forming for P4 as Justin Kelly. Oh, look at this for 2nd. What a dive from Evan Batt. Nice pass there on Brian Chatfield. He'll retake 2nd there on the Hardin Motorsports Group machine.
Yeah, Evan Batt feeling good, looking good right now. I mean, purple last time by. He knows the carts come in around this time of the heat race for him, so he's looking to go after now Joe Ruck there. That was a move that had to be done there on Brian Chatfield. Another guy I want to look out for, though, was Scott Presti. Last time by, almost matched Evan Batt. This time by, he didn't because he made a move there on, I believe, Frank Runco. So move Scott Presti up into the top 5 now and forward even more at a 47 flat. He went purple last time by, I believe, in the Ralph Schumacher go-kart.
And lap traffic with Steve Libretto trying to give way to the leaders here. He got caught really early. I think a problem for Libretto, so he's got leaders coming. Ruck with a big lead. Then back to Evan Batt. You can see just at the front of the screen, that's the lap traffic of Steve Libretto. He's been taking a couple looks over his shoulder. I don't know if he'll come to the pit lane this time, but not a good start for the GFC. There it is, hand in the air. He's going to come on in. He'll get out of the way. No effect to the leaders' race here as Batt leads the pair up the hill to 11. And like you said, we got a battle forming for P4. Scott Presti has got around Justin Kelly. So Scott Presti now up into the 4th spot and digging for more on that Ralph Schumacher machine. Not a great start for Presti in the red and white colors, but he's picked up now 1 spot net, a couple spots in total for the VTM Racing Team pilot. So Scott Presti to 4th, Justin Kelly on the CRG back to the 5th spot. It's a healthy gap out back from Justin Kelly. He's got nothing to worry about. Already, it's 4 seconds and some change to Frank Runco and Lance Lane, 6th and 7th. So this is 2nd and 3rd on your screen. Evan Batt versus Brian Chatfield. No major changes. In fact, all 3 of the top 3 were even on lap times last time by. Let's see what Joe Ruck can put together this time. It looks a little better. 47.
Wow.
No.
Oh, my gosh.
Identical lap times that time by for Ruck and Batt. Brian Chatfield goes a little better, 47-16, but that rocket ship of a start for Joe Ruck built up a margin of 0.8 of a second. That lead is looking pretty solid and stealthy right now over 2nd and 3rd through turns 5 and 6. So Joe Ruck, the leader here, with 3 minutes and 2 laps to go as they head on through the infield section once again. And no surprise here for a driver that has always been kind of the class of the field, the benchmark. Joe Ruck in KZ Masters Division Racing. We've seen now more drivers joining the class here this season, more competition coming in. He's rose to the occasion. He remains to be the number 1 driver and holding on to that number 1 plate tightly right now as they go down to turn number 1.
Yeah, I mean, since Evan Batt made the move there on Brian Chatfield, I kind of thought he was going to make progress there on the gap to Joe Ruck, but since then hasn't done a lot. Again, identical lap time to Joe Ruck, only 200 separating those two guys. Looks to me like Joe Ruck's kind of got this thing under control with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, we're just past the halfway marker. As you can see, a great shot there coming out of turn 4. The drivers flying the curbing, coming out of the bowl. Good stuff for all of them. Let's go side by side. Simon Sykes is caught up with our race winner from the opening heat race in Micro Swift. Cade Wolf with a great run on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. Simon, what you got for us down on pit lane?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Cade Wolf. Cade, take me through that race. That was an awesome win. You got over Parker. You two were battling the whole time. How did you do it?
Had a good start. Pushed them for most of the time. And then I got a good draft down the front stretch. And then I felt like I could make it, so I passed them down in turn 1. And then I just held, and then I kept the lead.
Awesome. Now tell me, that was a perfect example of how to win a race. What are you going to do the rest of the weekend to keep yourself up top?
Just always be there at the end.
I mean, that's how you do it. You heard it from the man himself, the winner of Race 1, Heat 1 of your micro category here at Stars Championship Series. Back to you, Xander. Thank you.
There you go, Simon. Cade Wolf with his first interview here on Kart Chaser, and the first of, I believe, many to come for the Timmy Tech Comp Kart drivers. They've spread out more so down the order here. Down the front straight or back stretch we go. Joe Ruck still with a healthy lead. Evan Batt did go a little better last time by. Picked up a 1/10 of a second on him. Pulled away a little bit from Ryan Chatfield, who started to settle in to the 3rd spot. Chatfield still got a little bit of a gap back to Scott Presti, who made up some time. Presti does have the fast time of the session right now, and he was a 0.5 better, but he needs a little more laps left in this one, or a little bit more of an edge to catch the driver in 3rd here. Again, Batt still 2nd. 3rd there on the Maranello is your pole man, Chatfield. Justin Kelly still sits in 5th. He's faded a little bit away from Scott Presti, was still 4 seconds and more back to Frank Runco, Lance Lane, Matt Machiko, Robert Fige, and Mike Rivera. Rivera leading the way in the Rock Shifter Master category. But now the timer, I believe, has hit. So 2 to go for Joe Ruck. 10 laps in, looks like it, or 2 to go next time by for Joe Ruck as the timer hit just after he got by the lap. It'll be 13 laps in total for this heat race. At this point in the session, of course, Alex, Joe Ruck's kind of going a little bit into conservation mode. He's got the gap built up. It's over 1.5 seconds back to Evan Batt. Doesn't need to push that hard to kind of keep the margin where he needs it to be.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the same thing. You know, around this point in the race for the shifter guys, you tend to see them kind of back the pace up a little bit to conserve their tires. You know, you got 3 heats you got to go through throughout the weekend on the same set of tires. But Joe Ruck, last time out, put down a 47 flat, which matched his best lap throughout the session. Again, Joe Ruck goes purple, actually. So if he's conserving, that's not good news for the rest of the field. So I don't think he is for this first heat. He's just put the pedal to the metal right now and trying to just go faster and faster on that Maranello kart.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Alex, you're right. At the same point as you think maybe they might go a little bit easy, this is the longest session anyone's gotten all weekend. It's been a bunch of 8-minute to 10-minute practices. So by running a little bit longer here in this heat race, they're getting a lot more data and a lot more intel on how their karts handle over the course of a long run. More than anything, trying to figure out when it peaks. That's the thing they're always gauging throughout every single session on track. Is the tire pressure a little bit too high where the kart peaks too early? Is it a little bit too low where the kart peaks too late? All gathering that data, because around this time today will be the pre-final tomorrow. And then, of course, in Heat 2 tonight, that'll be a great gauge of where they should be for the main events tomorrow night as well. With the last lap underway, though, he's definitely got them covered. 1.6 seconds, not by a lot, but a little bit of consistency and really a good start off the gate. From 4th, he'll have to do it again, of course, in that next heat race later on tonight, though. He doesn't get to start from the pole by winning Heat 1. He goes back to that 2nd row. He'll need another superstar start to get away with the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Ruck didn't really put down the qualifying we would have expected there from his caliber, you know, putting it at P4, but if he can put that start together every single heat race, I suspect more of the same here. He's been really strong all race long, plus or minus 1/10 per lap that he's done. Just super consistent, and he's able to walk away here as he crossed the line with the Heat 1 victory in Shifter Masters.
Evan Batt in second. 2 seconds back by the end. And Brian Chatfield third. Scott Presti fourth. Justin Kelly fifth. Here comes Lance Lane and company. About a 5-6 car train. Matt Machiko, Frank Runco loses out on the 8th spot to Robert Fige. Mike Rivera, the top 10. Tiffany Kelly, 11th. Picks up a number of spots there for Tiffany. Morn Van Talk ends in 12th. Brad Danoff, 13th. Second in Rock Masters to Mike Rivera in that subcategory. Hugh Templeman, Kelly Johnson, the top 15. Colton Aldridge, Corey Matthews, Marciano Santos, Carlos Lopez, Steve Libretto, Michael Gosh, and AJ Naud, along with Lopez and Libretto, all with DNFs here, failing to finish in Heat 1. They'll get fresher tires by less laps on the tires in Heat 2, but they're starting behind the 8 ball here when it comes to the heat race points. The best going to Joe Ruck. The number 1 plate holder comes out as the number 1 driver from Heat number 1. We'll hear from him here in a few moments. In the meantime, we'll go to a commercial break and come back. KA Juniors, Group B, the Group B and Group A for their 22 driver pre-finals, or heat races, coming your way next.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Welcome back here to the Stars Championship Series night fight at Trackhouse Motorplex. Joe Ruck, the reigning series champ, has started his season off on a high. Heck of a hole shot from fourth and wins Heat 1. He's standing by with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, Joe, I mean, first of all, what a start there. I mean, from the outside of row 2, found yourself on the bumper of your teammate there entering turn 1. Talk to me about that start for you.
Yeah, we had a great start off the launch. There's not a lot of space in between karts, so I was kind of worried about that. But just rev her up and dump the clutch, and it bit and had a great launch. So I went on the inside of Evan and made it stick, and then heading down the straightaway, I had a great run. So I was like, well, now or never, let's just try to win this thing right now. So, I just put it together, and then I just put my head down and started driving.
Yeah, I mean, talk about your race, though, because the second you got to the lead out there, consistently putting down 47 flats, 47 ones, super consistent there. Talk about how good your go-kart's handling right now and how you feel going to the heat, too.
Yeah, I felt great in qualifying, too. I saw a 46.6 come across, and I was like, oh, that's got to be pretty good. I come in, I'm fourth. I was like, oh, well, maybe we got a little work to do. But the top four were separated by less than a tenth. So in the race, I started seeing 47 flats, 47 ones every lap, and I'd glance back, and they weren't catching me. So I was like, all right, we're good here. I don't need to push anymore. So I kind of dialed it back to about 90%, and then just cruised.
All right, well, that's not good news for the rest of the competition there. If he was going at 90%, I can't wait to see what he can do at 100%. Back to you guys in the booth.
Very confident and calm, Joe Rook. No surprise there. We'll be set to go green here with Group B. This is the even top qualifiers in this one. Mason Walters and Forrest Adams, the front row. Davin Roberts and Jackson Woolney, row 2. Max Weiland, John Antonino Jr., row 3. 21 drivers ready to get after it here down to turn 1. We're green down into the first corner. And side by side, initially, Forrest Adams will get into second, so the outside lane with a decent jump. But the lead is going to be Mason Walters down the back straightaway for the very first time, I believe, if not Adams. 2 drivers, teammates under the camp as they go through, and Adams will lose second as well. Davin Roberts gets through for P3, so he'll split them back up. But Mason Walters on the BJR MDR LN kart leads him into the infield over the Ryan Perry Motorsport red and white Tony kart of Davin Roberts, and they're all going to dive to the inside and defend in that hairpin. Adams went wide. He'll stay in line as they go to turn 9. It's 9 drivers single file right now, Simon. This is when it gets a little bit big that the pucker factor comes in, because when there's that many together, normally chaos follows.
Absolutely. Everyone's going to be trying to go for moves here, but what a start from Davin Roberts. From P4 all the way to P2 on this opening lap. Starting to stretch out just a bit in the front group. The top 3 making their mark, setting out strong in their start to this first heat race.
Yeah, down the back straightaway we go here for the lead. Davin Roberts to the bumper of Mason Walters into turn number 4. He'll push him for the moment through the bowl. They're side by side behind him. Big pass made there for P4. Jackson Woolney got thrown to the wayside as John Antonino Jr. got by. We'll wait for the camera to update there of where we are on the racetrack. Here comes the run into the infield hairpin. Still single file. Little breakaway forming for the top 3. Little more carnage back there, 2 by 2. It looks like we had one of the, I believe one of the KRs moving up the order, as well as the magic of Max Weiland. He gets into the 5th position. Antonino Jr. on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG up to 4th. And that is the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic of CJ Bowman up into 6th as they head down to turn number 1. So more shuffling from the 4th to 8th. Like we talked about in the opening race of the weekend here in KA Masters, Simon, it's dangerous moves there. You've got to really have a lot of confidence in your own speed that you're that much faster than the guy you're passing, because when you make that pass and the leader stays single file, you run that risk of losing touch with them.
Absolutely. It's starting to spread out here a little bit with the top 3 taking a distinct advantage to start their heat race here. Mason Walters, Davin Roberts, and Forrest Adams out to a good start as they come through the hairpin, but not too far. Oh, big crash, P2, P3. Davin Roberts and Forrest Adams come together. More carnage out of the hairpin. What is happening, Xander?
My goodness, Roberts had a rough exit out of the hairpin, and he got hooked on the front bumper of Forrest Adams. They both go around out of the front of the field. It collected one more, as you mentioned. Heavy impact. Adams and Roberts will get back going. The 810 machine of Henry Taylor was inside the top 10. Heavy damage to the left side of that comp cart, and he is done all the way to the outside barriers. So all of a sudden, your lead pack has come completely changed, and Mason Walters gets gifted a major lead over John Antonino Jr. and Max Weiland. That gap now is over a second. They'll need a lot of speed to run down the kid who was second fastest overall in qualifying.
And now with Forrest Adams and Davin Roberts taken out of this race, 2 drivers at the front we expected to stay there all week and are now going to have to rebound from this race to come back and work their way back to the front. Still Mason Walters out front with a nice gap to John Antonino in P2 in that 893 machine.
Yeah, here we come down the front straightaway here. Let's see where the lap times are. Of course, granted, they had to avoid the wreck, so you would think they'd be a little bit slower. They weren't that much slower. John Antonino was only about 1/100th off of the pace of Mason Walters. So if he can put a good lap here now and start to hunt him down, he might be able to restart that challenge for the lead. But the gap is at 1 second for Antonino on the Tesoro Raceworks CRG to make hay. Max Weiland half a second back on the Magic Kart machine. Then it's 2 seconds back to the next group that's traded positions a couple times. CJ Bowman, Liam Kerper, Jackson Wolney, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So the top 3 all spread apart as we focus a little further back. Here's that group, the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. That red and white machine of CJ Bowman leads them up the hill. Right behind them is the OTK. I believe that is one of the Full Tilt Racing MDR BJR entries of Liam Kerper in the 844. And then you go back to the 6th placement of Jackson Wolney on the 896. Normally we're used to seeing in the Rawlson Performance Group colors here. This weekend just aboard the generic Tony Kart in a little makeshift tent operation they've got as he heads through turn number 4. And a big gap even further back to the likes of Indy Anderson, Sebastian Rice, Ben Gaughan, and Jackson Dial, all the way through the top 10. So this 3-kart group on your screen, 4th, 5th, and 6th, still together. Now a little look to the inside, not going to happen just yet into that turn 8 hairpin for position number 4 between Bowman and Kerper. They were a couple tenths off the pace of the top 3. All the top 3 also were spread apart lap time-wise, so they're not getting any bit closer. Maybe this time they will. Here's a look back, though, to Wolney, who is starting to lose some, or no, that's Cash, is that the 860? Was that Jackson Wolney? I believe that was Jackson Wolney in the 896, so crossed the line for him. Went all the way back to even further on the LN karts, but the top 10 down the backstretch here, 4th and 5th still together. There's your race leader, Mason Walters, through turn 4. Here comes that next pack. No changes still, 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Mason Walters continually clicking off fastest laps of the race. 50.7 last time by. That's almost 3/10 to the next fastest on track, P2 of John Antonino. So a solid start for Mason Walters, and he continues to extend his lead as that gap grows from P1 to P2. Top 3 still spread out. P4 is the highest running position battle we have on track currently. CJ Bowman and Liam Kerper working together, it looks like, to try and make it forward, see if they can't catch the tail end of that podium, Xander.
Yeah, here comes the leaders on through to show the gaps. There goes on by Mason Walters. Here comes Antonino, then Weiland. There again, like you said, Bowman and Kerper. Back behind him there in 6th is Wolney. Indy Anderson is starting to move in that 7th spot. That Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, the green and black machine, a little bit further back from this tandem through the infield, is closing in to make it a 4-car party for position number 4. He's got no help out back. It's a big gap to Sebastian Rice, James Newell, and Jackson Dial. But Indy Anderson starting to make some moves to close that gap on up, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I think that maybe Cash Perkins, actually. That's Cash Perkins, sorry. I thought we saw him earlier. The 863 LN kart. He's currently 7th on the racetrack ahead of Indy Anderson, but he is not showing, so a transponder issue. But I believe he should be good and should be hand scored because he did get 1 lap credited on the time charts. So Perkins' transponder might have just had the battery die, which means he won't show on timing and scoring. As a pass made right there, just went by us there. That was Perkins going by for 6th as Anderson goes through. So Cash Perkins in the 863 getting around a spot. He gets by on Jackson Wolney, and now the LN kart will start to move forward towards the infield hairpin to see if he can get up to 4th and 5th. So good run forward. Remember, Cash Perkins had to start tail end Charlie. He had a problem in qualifying. It put him all the way to dead last. He had to start all the way back on the final row of the grid. A phenomenal drive forward for the BJR MDR LN kart pilot of Cash Perkins. He's now up to 6th, and he's digging for more. And while, again, it won't show on the official results here for our timing and scoring, he might get as high as 4th here, Simon.
Absolutely. I'd love to see the timing up on our screen. Unfortunately, his transponder issues prevent us from doing that, but I'd love to see what kind of times he's running to make a charge to the field like this. Out front, Mason Walters still with the consistency, 50.700 on that last lap. Next best in the field, 50.9. He's been in the 50.7s for the past 3 laps in a row, now extending his advantage out to 2 seconds as we come to the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, here they go, coming to 2 to go this time. They'll exit the double right. The leader's already going to get the 2 to go signal further up the road. No changes yet for CJ Bowman and Liam Kerper in what's been a pretty tame top 3 beyond the carnage on the opening lap and a half between Forrest Adams and Mason Walters. Let's see if we can give an update on where those guys, or not Walters, sorry, Forrest Adams as well as Davin Roberts. Well, they're all the way up now, the order to 14th for Davin Roberts in the 8:15, up to 18th for Forrest Adams to make up for lost ground. I think Roberts might kind of stall out progress-wise about there. He's 3 seconds from the next pack. Here's the highest running battle we've got, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Bowman, Kerper, and Perkins all in line there. And Cash Perkins can get up to 4th. That would, again, be top 10 points, you would imagine, for the pre-final, and then you still have more time in the pre-final to make up ground. So this is a fantastic heat race for Cash Perkins. White flag. Kerper still not going to go by yet on C.J. Bowman through turns 1 and 2, while Mason Walters leads the way.
An excellent recovery from Cash Perkins in this race. If he can keep this over the weekend, he can turn a poor qualifying result into a strong race as we see him move to the inside. Cash Perkins will take over that P5 spot here on the last lap. Looking for P4, and P4 currently C.J. Bowman in that MPG Motorsports number 828. We'll see, look to the inside, make it Cash Perkins up to P4.
Phenomenal drive forward. Hopefully it doesn't stall out too far from there. Meanwhile, the race leader headed out of the final turn down the front stretch. Mason Walters wins heat number 1 for Group B in KA Jr. Second to Antonino Jr. Third to Weiland. And Perkins holds on. A little swerve across the line out of elation for Cash Perkins. What a drive forward from dead last to 4th. Cash Perkins on the 863. C.J. Bowman 5th. Liam Kerper 6th. Jackson Wolney, James Newell, Indy Anderson, Sebastian Rice, Jackson Deal. Your top 11, Lucas Allen 12th, Ben Gaunt, Christian Blevins Jr., Davin Roberts rebounds to 15th unofficially with counting Cash Perkins in the line. But a smooth and easy race for Mason Walters. Second fastest in overall qualifying. Starts from pole, gets the fastest lap, wins the heat race. A nice run for the BJR MDR LN car driver here right where he was 1 year ago as well at the night fight with a super impressive run for Mason Walters. We'll take another break and come back. The second half of the class still to go. And if it's anything like the opening couple laps in this one, you won't want to go anywhere. Group A for KA Juniors up next.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica brand of go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
The engines have come to life here for the second half of the KA Junior Division. The top qualifiers on the odd side, first, third, and fifth on back. So let's take it through how they will line up for their first two heat races here. For Group A, you've got Carter McMurray with a stunner in qualifying. His biggest performance to date, son of NASCAR Cup Series driver, or former NASCAR Cup Series driver and Daytona 500 champ Jamie McMurray, on pole with a great run on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart. Wesley Gunler, Top Gun's already got a win on Kart Chaser footage earlier this year from the Road Tax Winter Trophy Final. He rolls off alongside. Austin Olds cracked the top 10 last weekend, all weekend long in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. He rolls off in third in the number 850. To his outside will be Roman McCurdy with a good performance to go into the top 10. And ninth in overall in qualifying for Luca Brancati to start to the inside of row number 3. To his outside will be Luke Powers in the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed. Row number 4 will be Caleb Tarter to the inside and Isaac Malkett to the outside. Then row 5 will find Mateo Pappas, son of former multi-faceted race car driver, and Max Pappas, and one of the drivers that was a part that will make this facility come to life. Son Mateo rolls off P9 to his outside. Fastest in the slow group, Victor Day Allen car, P10. Ben Hernandez, Cole Wilson, Race Beckman, Homer Heyman. Row 7, we are on the power early, and we're green down to turn number 1. And Carter McMurray's got a nice jump. He'll bring with him Austin Olds to second. Everybody survives the barriers on the opening lap. And the first 7 or 8 are single file down the backstretch here to turn number 4.
Clean start. Move looked like Austin Olds was going to go for something there for the lead. Going to back out of it, but farther moves behind. It looked like for the P4 through P10 positions. The top 3 making a great start. Nose to tail coming into the hairpin. They've got a great gap, but defending into the hairpin, Austin Olds. Is that around the outside for the lead?
Austin Olds, what a move there. He's got the MPG Motorsports crew fired up on the fence line, and a big time pass for the 850 takes over the lead as they head up the hill. The Indiana native will lead them down the front straightaway for lap number 1. McMurray second as they go to turn the first corner. A 3-driver breakaway. Austin Olds the leader. Carter McMurray second. Wesley Gunler sits third. And a little gap beginning to form out back to Roman McCurdy and Luca Brancati. And we'll head down the backstretch for lap number 2. Does McMurray have an answer? Here he comes inside. Not close enough. He'll defend for second as Olds. A little wiggle in the braking zone. Just enough, Simon, about a quarter car width lower to kind of take that idea away.
He faded down just a little bit. A slick move. Not quite defending, but not also allowing a move either. Just running right in between, trying to maintain that position out front. Behind, we'll see moves back there for P6. Looks like between Caleb Tarter and Isaac Malkut.
Yeah, Tarter taking the spot up now. They're side by side further back. Malkut on the Beryl Art trying to fend off more challenges. We got a challenge for the lead. Carter McMurray back to the lead down to the final corner. Olds back to second. Still in third there is Wesley Gunler on the Tony Kart. And what a run forward for Rowan McCurdy. Although he pulls away even further because the driver in fifth, Caleb Tarter, a little wide in turn number 1. Missed the apex a bit. He'll have company coming. 6th place, and Luca Brancati closing back up. But Carter McMurray showing the way. And this one, so far so good through 2. We haven't had the leader get a big gift like Mason Walters did in the opening heat race. Carter McMurray is going to have to fight for this one a little bit harder. Down to the hairpin.
Top 3 all nose to tail, hard fighting. No defense this time into the hairpin. They'll come out line in line. Austin Olds still P2. They are nose to tail. That 4th place cart of Roman McCurdy approaching the scene quickly.
Here they go up the hill, single file, a little more carnage further back, but the leaders are going to benefit with a bigger gap. They're still clean and no change. Carter McMurray, Austin Olds 1 and 2, Wesley Gunler 3rd, McCurdy 4th. Another a little bit run wide through turns 1 and 2 for Caleb Tarter. He gave up 4/10 last time. He's on the verge of losing touch with the lead pack. The top 4 starting to break away, make it less than 6 and down to 4, maybe even down to 3. As Wesley Gunler pulls up to Austin Olds, they pull back away from the Kart Republic machine of Roman McCurdy in the 4th spot. They only really bottleneck in the braking zone. That's the one thing with the big packs. Even as fast as 3 karts can be, Simon, they have to kind of check up sooner and sooner the more karts you add into it. 2nd place has to break a little earlier than normal to give room to not hit 1st place in the zone. 3rd place has to break even sooner than that to give room for 2nd. That's the one saving grace for Owen McCurdy right now to keep him in, because they only give up time to him when they get into the braking zones like at turn 6, turn 8 in the final turn.
Exactly. It's the same thing you'll see all the way up to Formula One and IndyCar as you get closer and closer to the car in front. Especially with those high downforce open wheel cars, you'll start to lose some of that aero over the front nose. You won't be able to brake as deep. So learning how to manage your corner entry when you're right up behind someone to still get the good exit and stay there is something these kids are excelling at currently. Austin Old's doing a great job, still right there, right behind Carter McMurray in P2.
Down to the hairpin they go. 1, 2, 3. A little gap back to McCurdy. Starting to open up. Last time by, they pulled him by 2/10. This time might be another 2/10. Carter McMurray's Timmy Tech Comp Kart looking pretty good. 4 minutes plus 2 laps. Still a lot of time to go as they head down the front stretch here. Austin Old still right on the bumper as they head towards the start-finish line. No move yet. Another big push from the 850. They've dropped the pace to a 50.5 and a 50.6. In fact, it wasn't 2/10. They added 3/10 to McCurdy, and another big run to pull the gap even further as they got hooked up coming right out of turn number 1. It's no different than the days of two-car tandem racing in the NASCAR Cup Series at Talladega and Daytona. The sooner they get connected, Simon, the more headway they can make down these long straightaways.
Absolutely, and they seem to have it figured out with these 3 karts all in line now, helping each other, running quicker times than we saw from the first heat entirely already. Just by nature of being hooked up and working well together, they're doing a fantastic job of it so far as these 3 drivers, Carter McMurray, Austin Olds, and Wesley Gunler, continue to work together to try and stretch this gap out to P4.
And they're showing a lot of patience as well. They could, at any point, really pull out and try to pass each other, but they have not yet. Now, speak of the devil, Austin Olds wants the lead. McMurray crosses him up. Not enough to get position on the inside in 3. He tucks back in line, and Austin Olds takes over the lead. Now McMurray's going to go back to the inside. He'll bring Gunler with him, and that's a little bit of a Hail Mary, a little bit too late to help Roman McCurdy. 2 laps ago, we go back up to 4 cars. We're still at 3 now with Olds back to 3rd. McMurray and Gunler now 1st and 2nd. Couple North Carolina locals showing the way into the hairpin.
They're fighting, but they're fighting cleanly. It's not allowing McCurdy back into this race. They're doing an excellent job so far, but Austin Olds went for that move on Jamie McMurray. He got, I'm sorry, on Jamie's son Carter McMurray. Got the pass, but ended up losing 2 positions out of that. We'll come down. 2 minutes left on the clock this time. McMurray going to fall back to P3 is now Wesley Gunler. For the first time in this race, I think, moves himself into P1. The top 3 still in line. Haven't lost any time from those moves, but constantly sorting themselves out as they go around and try to set each other up for this end of the race.
Yeah, they haven't lost any time out back, but they've definitely gone slower than what they were. They gave up 6 to 8/10 the last lap. They'll give up a little more from the pace they could have had. And again, this is by passing earlier on. It's making it a little bit tougher to give themselves cushion room to battle in the final 2 laps when you know they'll be defending. You know that they will be passing each other and going even slower. The group further back as well. Roman McCurdy's been reeled in by Caleb Tartar and Luca Brancati. So we've got drivers starting to close back up for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Across the line, 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Gunler still leads through turn 1 with Old 2nd and McMurray in 3rd.
Now if they start to go defensive and fight here in these last few laps, it's only a 2nd and change back to P4. McCurdy and Caleb Tartar in P5. If those 2 hook up and work together, we could see some interesting finishes to this race once it comes down to the wire.
Here they go through turns 5 and 6. Again, just half a car length between Olds and Gunler. McMurray still there, could go, doesn't go. Back behind them, still no change either. 4th, 5th, and 6th, McCurdy, Tartar, Brancati. Through turn number 9, they will get in under the gun to get another lap in as well. This will be 3 laps to go at the line. Up the hill to 11 and back on down the front straightaway. That extra bit, about 10 to 15 feet of elevation, really makes an off-camber final turn, and then that big run sets up for a pass just like that. Austin Olds takes the lead up the hill to turn number 2 and 3, and down the backstretch, it's Austin Olds, Gunler, McMurray in line, no blocking yet, but they also haven't gotten that fateful 2 to go signal because while they can see the timer on the front stretch, they know that the timer had a little more time in it. That's the one difference, too, with the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing. In most series, and really up until this championship stateside, you really only had to guess off the laps on your data on your onboard gauge, the Micron 4s and 5s of how many laps you completed and where you are in the race. The only other gauge you had was the flagman. You'll get a cross signal at the halfway and a double sticks in the air for 2 to go and a white flag for the final lap. With the Stars Series, they have a leaderboard right there on the top of that blue and white barrier that lets you know how much time's left. You know exactly when to make your move, where you are in the race, and now we're seeing more moves made. Gunler to the leader. McMurray through to second. Olds back to third. Here comes McMurray wanting the lead. Gunler blocks it off into the bowl.
Hard defense. Austin Olds only went halfway down the track on the front straight, was still passed down the inside and ended up losing 2 positions out of it. We see full defense into turn 4 that time by your leader, Wesley Gunler. But coming back to the white flag, are we going to see it to get any more aggressive?
Here we go. Olds around the outside, trying it again. This time Gunler runs him a little wide. He'll still pick up second, though, on Carter McMurray. So another around the outside superhero move by Austin Olds. You can only get away with that so many times before the driver on the inside releases the brake pedal and runs you wide. Now he does a late move on the brakes. Final turn. Austin Olds to the lead down the front straightaway. Gunler looks low. Olds covers it off. McMurray, big wide move, big run up the hill. Here comes McMurray, looking at a 2-for-1 to the lead for Carter McMurray. Gunler back to second.
Olds back to third, all the way from first. And now that P4, P5, P6 group is caught up, and we have a 6-kart fight for the lead on the last lap here of the KA Junior second heat.
Yeah.
Or Heat 1, Group 2.
Yeah, Group A, Heat 1, through into the infield here. Carter McMurray to the bottom side. Gunler on the inside. Olds tries the outside again. Gets run a little wide. He'll get to second. McCurdy to third. Gunler falls back all the way to fifth. Now Olds gets put a little wide. Down the inside, McCurdy tried to get on him. Couldn't do it. They're still side by side up the hill. Olds trying to go deep. It won't matter. Carter McMurray with a great 2-for-1 move. Wins Heat 1. And second to McCurdy. Third to hang on for Austin Olds. What a race there in that one. Caleb Tarter in fourth. Wesley Gunler falls all the way to fifth on the final lap. Isaac Malka gets around Luca Brancati at the line. He gets to sixth. Let's get the full results up on your screen as they continue to come on through. What a finish here to the opening heat race for Group A in KA 100 Junior. Carter McMurray, Roman McCurdy, Austin Olds, Caleb Tarter, Wesley Gunler, then back, Isaac Malka, Luca Brancati, Victor De Alencar, Homer Heyman, Ben Hernandez, your top 10. Cole Wilson leads them just outside of it there. He picks up a spot to 11th. Race Beckman 12th. Nathan Holy, Mason Kuhn, Landon Cardwell, Will Franklin, Kennedy Tracy, Brendan Hennigan, Hudson Williams, and Mateo Pappas. What a performance by Carter McMurray. We'll hear from him here shortly, I believe, with our heat race winners in KA Junior. In the meantime, another quick break here on the coverage. Stick with us. You've got more coming your way. Mini Swifts up on deck, and then 3 heavy hitters to round off before the dinner break. KA Stars, Groups B and A, Pro Stars, and OKN Stars, all still to come your way. Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex as the sun begins to work its way towards the tree line in the late afternoon of Mooresville, North Carolina. Swift Stars getting set to go. What a qualifying performance for Cameron Marcia. In the Marcia Motorsports Ryan Perry Motorsports machine, it's a front row lockout with a couple of nitro karts to his outside his teammate, the 161 of Michael McGoy. Travis Pettit and Lucas Palacio have put the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics on row number 2, 3rd, and 4th. Max Christia will start in the 5th spot with a good performance thus far on the Motaz Sport Parolin. To his outside will be Kai Mars to make it 3 TKG green and white machines inside the first 6. Landon Boers, MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, rolls 7th. Ashton Woon 8th. Holden Harder, Bowen Green, your top 10 for a 25-car mini Swift field, all at the helm by Cameron Marcia. Down the tram lines we go to get underway. Let's see it. Green flag coming, and it's waving in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1. Single file on the bottom side.
Contact.
Oh, yeah, 2, 3 cars collected in turns 1 and 2. It'll give a big gap and spread out the front runners as the midfield comes together. Marcia gets the lead. Palacio to 2nd. McGoy slides into the 4th spot, and everybody else just trying to find a place in line to keep going as we got another one off at the top of the hill there in turn number 3. I think that might be one of the Race Factory drivers under the RFMPG banner. Into the hairpin for the first time. Marcia leads, Palacio 2nd, side by side for 3rd. Micah McGoy working the inside of Max Christia, not going to get clear. Christia holds on to P3.
The top 4 slowly building a gap, but P5 right there in the conversation.
Closing on in, that's Travis Pettit there in the blue helmet and the white and green Trinity Karting Group suit. As we go down the front stretch, Lucas Palacio means business already from the 2nd row to the lead here by the end of lap number 1. Lucas Palacio has been the class of the mini Swift field here into 2023 national season, winning last Sunday afternoon in Houston. He now leads the way in Mooresville, North Carolina through the bull for a 5-car lead train.
And Palacio is a guy that knows being at the front and doesn't like being anywhere else. I expect that if he gets past for first, he'll go right back and try and take the lead back. He likes to control the race from the front and drive from there. So seeing him at the start of this 5-kart group to start this race is right where he wants to be, but all the pressure's on him to stay there.
Through turn number 9 we go. Palacio and Marcia, car length apart apiece. At least the pass for the lead, going to back them up so the 3rd, 4th, and 5th cars could close up to them. Christia will now get a big run on Marcia down the front stretch. He gives it to him and gives him the opportunity to go back to the lead. Marcia takes it back. Shuffles Palacio down to 4th as he brings Christia and Michael McGoy up the order. So Christia now to 2nd. He'll get a big run down the backstretch. Here he comes for the lead, and we'll trade it again. Max Christia now to the point. Marcia all the way back to 4th there through the bowl.
And we're seeing him hook up 3 in a line and make that pass on the leader, shoving the leader all the way back to 4th. But if we continue to see this happen, it's just going to cycle the leaders in and out, and we're going to see those groups of karts behind start to make inroads into this lead group. Some more passing going on. A move looked like it was going to be on for P5, not quite. Top 5 still nose to tail, coming to the last corner and back on the front straight.
Yeah, that all blacked out Ryan Perry Motorsport machine of Michael McGoy leads the way here. Then it's the red and white Parolin of Max Christia 2nd. The gold helmet of Lucas Palacio there in the 3rd spot. You've got Travis Pettit, his teammate, fellow TKG Kart Republic driver in 4th. And Cameron Marcia tried to move there like you mentioned for P4. He cost momentum. He lost time. Now changing the lead, Max Christia to the lead for the first time here, or second time after making a move a lap ago there in the bowl. He gets the lead back. Palacio into 2nd. It brings Marcia back into the mix. It's allowing the likes of Fionn Sheed, Holden Harder, and Max McCarrum to stay semi-close. More passing there. Palacio goes through. McGoy forces his way to 2nd, but Christia wants it back, won't get it. And now Lucas Palacio is going to get a big-time lead here as he looks over the shoulder, the biggest we've seen all day. 4 to 5 car lengths from first back to 2nd here with just 4 laps complete. We're not even halfway yet, Simon.
Some hard fighting for that 2nd position so far. Lucas Palacio is going to try and take that and run with it. He's got a small gap out there now. He's going to try and lay down some quality laps to get away. The problem is the draft. The 2 karts behind him are going to going to get into that turbulent air and make some inroads into his lead. So he's going to have to work extra hard if he wants to maintain this and check out.
Cameron Marcia making a nice move there in the black and gray RPM Nitro kart, getting around Travis Pettit for P4. Meanwhile, the leaders there, Palacio, you can see, like you said, he's getting hunted back down by McGoy and Max Christia. Marcia getting around Pettit. It hurt the progress a little bit, but he'll start to make up ground now as they're back single file and still getting a bit of a draft off the back of Christia's Parolin. And you can see coming into frame, you got Fianchi on that green and white Tony kart in 6th, and Holden Harder in the 157 all black machine in 7th. Down the front stretch, 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Let's go side by side and hear more down on pit lane with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Carter McMurray. Carter, you crossed the line first, at least in the KA Junior race. Unfortunately, got you for a jump start penalty. Other than that, though, you drove a phenomenal race. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, from the beginning, it was pretty fast. Me and Austin and Wesley, we battled for the majority of that race. And then when it came down to the final 2 laps, we were blocking and passing all over the place. And I got the crossover in turn 1 on the both of them, and then didn't have to block from there.
Yeah, I mean, talk about, the kind of the mindset there. You seem to always be in the perfect spot, Last lap there at P3, you crossed them up. You did it, I believe, 2 laps earlier as well. How do you always seem to put yourself in the right position there?
Yeah, you just know you just need to know where to be at the right time.
All right, thanks, Carter. Good job.
There you go from Carter McMurray. Be at the right place at the right time, how to position himself. He's got a lot of laps around this place, racing the local championship month in, month out here, and now starting to get some more national exposure as he moves up into junior. Down the backstretch we go. Palacio, still your leader here over the rest of the group, but they've caught him. It's 5 cars all together once again here, Simon.
With 2 minutes remaining in the session, that's something the other drivers are going to have to look at. It took them more than 1 lap to run Palacio back down. If they make another move like that for P2, we might see Palacio run away with it. But as it stands, the top 5, nose to tail again, running down a move for 2nd.
Let's go side by side one more time as they go side by side for 3rd. Marcia with a big aggressive move on Christia. McGoy, he gets by. He'll bring Pettit with him. It's Christia to 2nd. And now with 1 minute and 40 seconds plus 2 laps to go, we'll hear for some more. Oh, no, we'll keep going here down on the racetrack as the top 5 remain single file.
Palacio still with a healthy advantage of several kart links out back. But those drivers in P2, 3, and 4 are slowly making their way back up, see if they can get nose to tail, because it did take some time last time to run Palacio back down. They're going to have to hook up and work together if they want any chance of making it back to the front.
Yeah, no headway made last lap for Max Christia. Not much made this lap either. They'll get at least 3 more as we go side by side out of the hairpin. They're that time by. So there we go, coming out. Black flag coming out for the 125 machine. That was Anna McCrone getting cleared off, one of the lap traffic drivers. Meanwhile, 1 minute plus 2 laps. They might get around to make it 4 laps to go. Running 53-second lap times. They should get in under the timer, or it'll be really, really close. If not, it might come down to the 2 to go signal. We'll see. Down the back, of course, Lucas Palacio would love that clock to run out a little bit quicker. This will help. Cameron Marcia, the pole man, back to the inside of Max Christia. He'll take over 2nd.
That's probably the best spot he could have made that pass, as it's not going to lose them too much time. Now they're going to have to work together here over the closing stages of this race. P2 and 3 tighten a line behind them. Several more karts, a few kart links back. But Max Christia and Cameron Marcia hooking up and trying to make it back up to Lucas Palacio.
Yeah, Michael McGoy getting back around Travis Pettit, kind of spread them out as well, of course. He's there by his lonesome in no man's land in 4th. Then you've got, again, Pettit now with company from Fianchi and Holden Harder back in 6th and 7th. Double sticks in the air this time, so the clock will run out right at the moment. Palacio is going to get a bit of a gift in that one, as they were on the cushion of whether or not they would run one more or on the edge of one more or not. Marcia still was 0.3 better last lap. He's working his way forward. The RPM Nitro kart is moving, and we'll see if Cam Bam can get there through the bowl for Cameron Marcia. He's 4.5 car lengths away, a lap and a half to get there to Lucas Palacio as they rocket through the infield.
It was just over half a second last time by. The gap from P1 to P2, but that is closing quickly. That draft is going to close that exponentially the closer he gets to Palacio. The question is, with a lap and a half remaining, will it be enough?
Yeah, let's see what he can do this time. This will be a really good gauge. The lap before with the good lap time, it was partially because of the toe. This time, he's all by himself. It's mano-a-mano. How good's your speed? How good's my speed? Marcia is 1/10 better. He resets fast time of the session. Closing in, hunting him down. And as they go through turn 3, he still may come up just a little bit short on laps. Down the back here now, down to 3 car lengths away as Palacio leads him to the pole.
The 2 fastest drivers on track throughout this entire race. Palacio doing it on his own. Marcia with a little bit of help from that toe. Still working on it as they're going to come through, headed towards turn 8 and that hairpin. With only a few corners remaining, it looks as though it's Palacio's to lose. He's got it all but locked up coming through these last couple of corners.
Yeah, final time through the double right-hander for Lucas Palacio. He'll pull that gap back up to 3 to 4 car lengths again, and it's just going to be too little too late for Cameron Marcia. Lucas Palacio picks up where he left off in Houston. Heat 1 winner in Mini Swift across the line. Marcia second, Christia third, McGoy fourth. Fionn Sheen and Holden Harder get one over on Travis Pettit on the final lap. They snag the 5th spot. Look at this group coming across the line. That's 9th on back. Tyrone Kemper Jr. at the helm of the pack as Thomas Crispin Jr. is all by himself in the 8th spot, seconds apart from anybody. But a safe run into the top 10 for Thomas Crispin. Kemper Jr. again 9th, Boer in 10th. Marco Samet, Max McCarrum, Bowen Green, Jacob Scheible, William Roberts, your top 15 for the Mini Swift division here in heat number 1. Let's take it to the results again here. Again, Palacio up 2. How about that for Thomas Crispin? Up 9. Fionn Sheet up 8. That's the kind of runs you need to put together a good run for the main event and a good starting spot for the pre-final tomorrow afternoon. They'll have to do it again, though. Have to come from the back of the field to get there. Here's a look further back. Problems for Kai Mars. He got collected early on and some incidents took him out of the top 10. The 123, of course, qualified well inside, running inside the top 3 rows to start. He'll get a reset there for Heat 2, but some bad points there for the 123 at Kai Mars, unfortunately, losing 13 spots. Bad run as well for Ashton Woon. He got collected also in that turn 1 incident. Let's take our attention to the KA Stars on the grid. How about this run from Dalton Haynes in the KC Kart Republic livery? He'll be set to lead Group B to the green to his outside there. One of the young standouts joining the KA Stars class, Spencer Conrad. Always a smile on Spencer's face, was giving me a little bit of teasing yesterday. I said, if I'm going to tease you back, I at least better make sure those photos we took on the media day are worth it. He rolls off second on his way to doing so. To the outside of row 2, well, there's Nick Terlecki. He was just a handful of corners away from getting himself a podium position result in Houston. He's trying to get that bad mojo knocked back off and end this one before the little bit of a break in the national season with a high. And to the inside of him, well, Aiden Levy also is probably looking for a little more out of Speed Sports Racing Park. He's back on home turf, was the fastest driver in final practice yesterday. He rolls off in 3rd. To the outside of row number 3, what a performance today so far for Max Taylor on the MDR BJR Red Speed. We saw him have that big off the last time he was on the racetrack at OKN qualifying. He's got to be able to mentally reset and roll off there from 6th to the outside of his teammate in Oliver Piatek. A couple Georgia natives there in 3rd and 5th with Taylor coming all the way from the northeast here, flying in. He's got a busy calendar, Simon. Of course, as you know, mentioned, he's going to USF 2000 in a week's time. He's running a USF Junior schedule, some F4 testing, and of course, as many kart races he can get in. And it's cool to have guys like him in the field, and just a test of how competitive this class is. We heard from Dalton saying moments here before his qualifying session got underway how close he felt this field was, how many guys could put the lap in, and it was coming down to put a good tow together, and we saw him master that in qualifying. Now it's kind of a little bit of rubber meets the road on racecraft and on really how fast you are, because anyone can get the draft timed well. It's a matter of putting 10 or 12 good laps together that really shows if you've got race-winning ability.
And this field is deep, like you said, Xander. I mean, you've got talent from all over the country, all over the world, and Max Taylor, guys like that, running car seasons, but also staying in the karting scene. It's huge. It's the fundamentals of motorsport. It's the grassroots, and it's the deepest talent you can find.
We go back from row number 3. Let's highlight the rest of our starting lineup. How about CKNA Starling James Overbeck in the BJR MDR Tony Kart? He rolls off P7 to the inside of Drew James. The James brothers, normally you get to see both Drew and Jake behind the wheel. Drew the only one they're able to run out of the privateer operation. Rolls off P4. You can see him there. Bright white helmet. No helmet design. A base standard Tony kart. He's able to put it inside the top 10 in his heat race and top 20 overall in qualifying. To the edge of the top 10 here, rolling off in the 9th spot is Aiden Hatcher on the BJR MDR entry. To his outside will be Garrett Davis, longtime Stars Championship Series competitor. Then you got Dominic DeSoro and Talon Drake on row number 6. Mason Surgener and Carter Thompson will roll off in row number 7. Gunnar Ray is the driver on the bubble spot in theory. The top 15 will transfer out of both KA races here after the points are all tallied up, so he'll roll. And we got problems on the grid here for Drew James. The 929 cannot get fired up. They're trying to get the external starter in and see if that engine will turn over. They were close. There's a crowd of mechanics trying to get that kart fired up. Let's see. A little bit of a jump there, but not the start that he needs right now. Let's see if he can get it going. That kart continuing to bog. They're trying to get it going. Oh, the nut got stuck on it from the external starter. That's what it was. When they ripped the external starter off of the clutch and the front driver to kickstart that engine with the onboard starter failing, the nut was still on for the extension from the external starter. They had to kick that off there really quickly and then get him out on the racetrack. And now Drew James is behind the 8 ball. He's got to dig on this outlap here, Alex, to get himself up to speed.
Yeah, that's not the start of his heat race he would have wanted. You know, I mean, it's happened to me a few times where the motor won't start, or something always seems to happen, right? When you're on the grid, it never goes exactly to plan. The motor will start beautifully on the kart stand, and the second you get on the grid and start it up, it doesn't do it. So hopefully Drew James can get back. He's hustling around the racetrack here, going through turn 8 hairpin now. He should be able to get back in time and hopefully slot back into where he started.
Got to make an apology there. I'm used to seeing the 988 Hoach DD OTK of Nick Terlecki. That's Emerson Reed here this weekend. E-Train rolls off on the outside of row number 2. He'll roll off from the 4th spot. Emerson Reed yesterday, not so good at the end of final practice. Said he felt like the kart never came in. But the speed is close enough to contend for a race win from the 2nd row. Let's see what Emerson can do as he lines up alongside Aiden Levy. And we look to our front row now. Drew James there on the white helmet. He'll get into line, so he'll be able to start good. The fence is starting to line as our headline classes begin to make their way on the racetrack. For the first KA Stars heat race, Group B, Spencer Conrad nosing ahead a little bit. Dalton Haynes keeping him nice and slow towards the start box on the power. Here we go. We're racing, boys and girls, down to turn number 1. And a good start for Dalton Haynes. He'll bring Aiden Levy with him as it's Kart Republic's 1 and 2, 2x2 up the hill. One driver stuck on the outside lane, about 3rd or 4th on back, as it might have been the driver in 6th there of Oliver Piatek or Max Taylor. But they're all going to survive down to turn number 4 on the opening circuit. It is Dalton Haynes, Aiden Levy there into 2nd. Great start there from 3rd or from 5th on the or 2nd on the grid to get to 3rd for Spencer Conrad. Emerson Reed under fire. Taylor to the inside. Turn 8, side by side. Reed will hold on. Taylor stays in 5th.
Yeah, good start there from Dalton and Aiden Levy, the two hometown kids, 1 and 2. Conrad under fire now from Reed and Max Taylor. So Conrad's going to fall back. Start on the outside of row 1, already down to P5, getting pushed around a little bit here by some of these senior guys.
Yeah, what a move there by Emerson Reed. He got shuffled to the outside in the hairpin, then turned that move from nearly getting past to making a pass. Great decision making there from Emerson Reed to stay heads up with it. He leads that pack now as Spencer Conrad makes a move there for P4, trying to get around Max Taylor, couldn't do it. Still single file. They've got work to do though. The top 2 are on the cusp of breaking away already here with the opening lap complete. Let's see if there's any moves in the hairpin. Here comes Taylor. This might not be the best move. It might be the best move. We don't know, but Emerson Reed will surrender 4th. Max Taylor gets the 3rd spot, or surrender 3rd. Taylor gets the spot, and Aiden Levy has also gone to the lead. It's the blue and yellow Alonzo kart, the privateer out of one of the local garages here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Aiden Levy leading the way down to turn number 1.
Yeah, good move there from Aiden Levy. Dalton, let him have it. The two Kart Republic guys are going to try to work together here, 1 and 2. They're talking before the grid. They're like, are we teammates? Are we not teammates? It's like, yeah, no, you guys are both Kart Republics. They plan on working together pretty well here. Max Taylor, though, was just late move from Piatek. Almost got into it with Overbeck. Just holds on there, Overbeck does. But Max Taylor, how impressive is this from him? Showing up this morning for warm-up, a bit of an unknown. It's still an unknown for him. His first senior race, getting used to how the kart feels with the different weight. Obviously, the more power, but you add weight to it, it's not really as much faster than you would think to a junior. And like you said, like I was saying, Max Taylor Didn't practice yesterday. This is unknown for him. This is the longest he's gone on a session here at this KA Senior guys, and he's putting in some work right now.
Yeah, good start for Max Taylor. He's hunting down the top two. Spencer Conrad, we saw make a pass there on Emerson Reed. He's taken over fourth. Levy's still the leader, but Taylor is the fastest on the racetrack. And back from the top 5, Overbeck and Piatek, thanks to the little bit of shuffling inside the lead group, have a shot at staying with them. Let's go side by side for some more interviews down on pit lane. As the first group's on the racetrack, the second group's getting set to go. Simon Sykes is down with our top qualifier, Quick McGabriel.
Thanks, Xander. Standing here with your P1 qualifier for Heat 1 of KA Senior Group 2. Mick Gabriel, how's your weekend going so far?
Pretty good. We're just hanging in there, working really hard, staying clean, and hoping for a good race in this one. Going to try to work away and be smart, not try to battle a whole lot and screw ourselves up. So.
Yeah, you got a great starting spot for this one. What can you take from the racing you're seeing on track right now to apply to your race to get you out in front?
A lot of it, I've raced K for not too long. I've done a lot of Briggs racing, so I'm used to kind of pushing away and creating a gap. But a lot of these guys really don't like to do that, so I'm just going to kind of roll with the punches and see what happens and just try to be as smart as I can to live for tomorrow, because today doesn't pay anything. It's all about tomorrow. So.
Awesome. Good luck out there. Thank you.
There you go from Mick Gabriel. Like he said, live through to tomorrow. Right now, it is an all-out bloodbath up front here, and it's getting a little bit dicey. Overbeck throwing a haymaker on Emerson Reed. He'll drop him to the end of the train. Dalton Haynes and Aiden Levy traded the lead again that lap. Levy still holds it as he's gotten it back, but it's allowed Spencer Conrad and Max Taylor to close up. Conrad's up to third, Taylor back to fourth here as they come down the front straightaway here, Alex. Let's see if there's any moves, anyone ducking out of line to turn one. Not yet.
Yeah, I thought Conrad was going to maybe peak one there, but let's see down to the straightaway, down the back straightaway here. I suspect a move probably from Conrad. His car's coming in pretty good right now. Oh, a little bit of a late defense there from Levy. Makes a stick. Dalton Haynes going to follow him through. Just the top three, as we see, I think one car went around. Then that's the 973. See if we can get a name on that.
Talon Drake right there going around in turn number 4. That was out of 11th, so just the edge of the top 10 for Talon Drake. Gets spun into the bowl. It's still 6 cars deep up front. Emerson Reed's fallen back to 7th, but he did hit a good lap, or is in the process of getting back up there now, or was. I think he's been shuffled even further back now. It's allowed some more drivers to get into the mix. Drew James is up there. Here's Reed all the way back to 7th and 8th, side by side with Mason Surgener. He'll cross him over here. It's been a backward slide for the 988. Meanwhile, 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Levy still shows the way. Haynes right behind him, trying to push, trying to work together. Big run down the backstretch. Does he leave the door open? He does. Haynes goes through. Dalton Haynes back to the lead.
Yeah, I mean, all this racing just keeps the guys 4th, 5th, and 6th in play. The guy to watch right now, James Overbeck. The only guy that lap in the 49s. He's right back into play, just right outside this train in the top 5. Oh, move to the inside. There goes Aiden Levy. Levy doesn't want to be in second for much longer, and he's not. P1 for Aiden Levy. Haynes back to P2. Haynes going to throw it back up the inside there in turn 9. Make that move stick. Aiden on the rumble shift a little bit, going to run wide. Conrad might peek a nose. He doesn't. Dalton Haynes back to P1. Aiden Levy's going to sneak a move down to P1. It's a late move. A bit of contact there, but Haynes holds on to P1.
That'll spread the pack out here. They're nearly going to be 3 wide for 4th. Overbeck's going to lose the spot. Taylor gets by. So James Overbeck now back up another spot into the top 5 for the first time here. He's on the bumper of Taylor down the backstretch here. Haynes blocks. Levy follows. Conrad goes a little wider. It'll stack them up here 7 deep all the way back to Drew James there in the 929. It'll give some new hope for Emerson Reed and Mason Surgener and Dominic Tesoro if they can sort out their deal, but they're way back right now from this lead pack. Down the inside, Levy on Haynes. Here comes the cavalry. Haynes is going to go back to 3rd. Overbeck on the outside. Down the inside for Max Taylor on Overbeck. Side by side through 9. Overbeck has to go to the runoff. He'll hang on to it. He's going to lose 1, 2 spots. Oliver Piatek getting himself into the mix once again on the BJR MDR entry. The blue and yellow LN Kart picks up a spot. He goes to 5th. Overbeck wants it right back. Teammates going at it. Little bit wide there in turn 1. That was tight there, Alex.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it seems to be that everybody wants to lead, of course, but nobody wants to be even P2 for more than 3 corners. I mean, there's lead changes left and right, position changes left and right. I can't even keep track right now. All I know is Levy in P1, Conrad P2, Haynes P3, but that probably won't be the same thing 2 corners from now.
through the infield here. Conrad showed a lot of patience. He looked back, saw Haynes was a little further back. He stayed pushing on Aiden Levy, trying to break away from the group here. When that group gets big in single file, it doesn't matter whether you stay single file or you go side by side. You lose so much time with the accordion effect in the braking zone of every driver having to give up extra space, brake even earlier to not run over the guy in front of him. You might as well pass. So that's why you're seeing it where it's either way it's a loss, and that's why they're dive bombing each other so much. There's just too many of them that are too quick in the class. Up the hill, it's 20 seconds to go. We're going to run a 12-lap heat race here as they'll get the 2 to go this time by. Here comes Spencer Conrad. Not deep enough on the brakes there into 4. You could see he wanted it, Alex.
Oh, man, that was a late move there from Conrad. I thought he was going to make it work, but Levy chopped the nose there in the bowl corner. Kind of halted his progress there. Haynes, I suspect, is going to make a move into the hairpin here, and he does. Haynes going to peek a nose. Good defense there from Spencer Conrad. Conrad going to hold on to P2. Haynes now under fire from Max Taylor, who's had elbows out all race long. Super impressive run for him. A little further back, that is, I think, Oliver Piatek. No, that is James Overbeck now joining in the fray.
Yeah, Overbeck in that 5th spot, getting in there. Levy's got about a 2-car length lead down the back straightaway. Black flag coming out for more lap traffic that time. That's Chris Silkowski down in 30th. Up the hill, 2 to go. Levy's got company. Here comes a big run for Spencer Conrad. How close does he get? Not close enough to do too much. Levy holds through the bowl, but he'll have company, I think, by the time they get to the turn 8 hairpin here, if Haynes doesn't go to second. Haynes knows he's got to be smart here. He's got to work with Conrad enough to get close and then dump him. When does he go by Conrad? He wants it now. Inside, turn 8, hairpin, clear. Dalton Haynes to second. Conrad trying to fight for third. Taylor trying to close the door. And a couple young guns get together. James Overbeck, thank you very much. He'll take over third. And now Dalton Haynes is going to have to run down Aiden Levy all on his lonesome.
Yeah, I mean, that was just one of those things, you know. Haynes went for the move. It left Spencer Conrad on the outside, gave Taylor the outside for the next corner, and they just kind of got together. Racing incident, in my opinion, but unfortunate for them. Fortunate, though, for James Overbeck, who finds himself in P3 just because of other drivers' mistakes there.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of a gift now, so it's Taylor back to the 5th spot. Overbeck 3rd, Conrad 4th. The leader's still a little bit too far away. Aiden Levy and Dalton Haynes. A lot of laps around here for both of them as they head to the infield here. I don't think you'll see much. Aiden Levy's done more than enough to keep him at bay. He might have to defend a touch in the final turn, but Dalton Haynes getting up there in years now, becoming a bit of a veteran here in the class. 2 years into his senior career, 3 years into his senior career, not going to dive him in the final turn. He'll take second, and Aiden Levy will win the opening heat race in OKN Stars.
What a run there for Aiden Levy. It's a 1-2 there for the Trackhouse Motorplex natives. Like you were saying, Dalton Haynes, kind of a veteran now in the senior class. You know, he's only 17, so we don't really like to say veteran for those guys, but Haynes experienced enough, especially at this racetrack. He knows what it takes to win, and it showed there holding on to P2.
Yeah, and what is coming up on his second really full season in senior for Dalton Haynes. Let's go trackside for some more intel here from the rest of the field. Simon Sykes is caught up with our mini Swift opening heat race winner, Lucas Palacio. Simon?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Lucas Palacio. As you said, he won Heat 1 of your mini Swift race. So, Lucas, you started off with it was a decent start. We had a little bit of fighting in the beginning, but about the halfway point, you got a little gap to P2, and you took off from there. Walk me through it.
Yeah, like you said at the beginning, we were battling back and forth. Then I finally passed Max, and they started dicing behind me, so I pulled away.
And what can you do to keep these results coming for the rest of the weekend? We got another heat, a pre-final, and a final. How can you close the deal?
Just create carnage behind me and hopefully get away.
You heard it. Create some carnage and let them go racing. Thanks, Lucas.
There you go. Exactly that, right? Aiden Levy did that as well. He was able to stay in the lead, didn't let himself get shuffled back. And at some point, whether you cause it by blocking and forcing them to go side by side or they battle on their own, it allows you, again, to just get that gap in that breakaway. You can go back to your normal line. You're not checking over your shoulder every minute, and it works out. We see, of course, Levy, the winner. 4 spots gained for James Overbeck, a couple for everybody else up or down. No big movers for the most part in that group by the time everything shook out with everything coming together. And you look further back down the order, Vance Bowersock ends up in that 15th spot. That's 4 spots gained. That's key, Alex, because we know they're only taking 30. That'll go to pre-final A and automatically clinch a spot in the main event. the bottom 30, 16th on back in theory from each heat race, depending on how the points fall, will have to go and fight their way into the main show on Saturday night.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, that's pretty key there to keep just making spots up. You know, half the field pretty much gets eliminated. You know, what do we lose? I think it's 40 guys enter, and we have 60 KA stars, so 20 guys are going to be going home after the pre-final. So it's important to, you know, something that we haven't really mentioned a lot is it's important to stay clean in these heat races, but it's very difficult to do in a class like KA Stars. These senior guys, like we saw in the first heat, super aggressive there. I see one guy getting the dirt a little bit. I think that was Matthew Mockabee, but super aggressive racing, and I expect more of the same here with, you know, like what Dalton was saying earlier today, that, you know, there's probably 20 guys who can win this race, so they all want the same piece of tarmac.
Well, let's go from the even group to the odd group. Mick Gabriel, pole overall at a 49.66. To his outside will be Hayden Jones on the Trinity Karting Group Green and White Kart Republic. Row 2, you got Eli Warren in the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed. To his outside, Emery Lida on the Tony Kart. Row number 3 will be Adam Brickley, another one of the many privateers at the front of the field in the KA Stars class. He rolls off 5th. To his outside, Matthew Mockabee in the 968. Row 4 has Finnegan Bailiff starting P7. Colin Hayes was quick through practice number 4 yesterday. Ended up a little further back in final practice. He ended 8th in the group and 15th overall in qualifying. Your top 10 finished off with Hudson Brown and Lucas Zabo. Then it's Seamus McKendry and Tommy Annunziata in his return to the sport after a 2-year hiatus. Alex Murray and Harbier Doss then on row 7. Presley Whitney, Sam Mavritsky, row 8. We're on the power early with Mick Gabriel. Let's go racing, boys and girls, down to turn number 1. And Gabriel's going to get away with the lead, but an even start for both lanes. It'll keep them 2 abreast up the hill, 3 wide further back. That's going to be tight. Somehow, some way, we survive down to turn 4. It's Gabriel over the TKG Kart Republic of Hayden Jones through turn 4.
Yeah, good start for the Mick Gabriel. I mean, he seemed to get in the power a little bit early there, but I'm sure it's all right. Hayden Jones tried to build the outside in turn 1, didn't make it work. Hayden Jones slot into second place here. Local guy around this racetrack, he knows what it takes to win in this class. He's going to peek to the inside early there on Mick Gabriel, make that move stick. Hayden Jones to the lead early.
Nice move for Hayden Jones here. Like Mick Gabriel said, he's down to push away, whether it's him leading or him pushing. That's where a lot of the 206 stuff has been. But for this class, it's hard to, once they get more drivers that are able to run them down, to push away. You've got a little more speed where they can kind of, it's almost at that hybrid point where guys are fast enough on their own, they can run a pack down. Sometimes they can't. And sometimes you can push away and sometimes you can't as well. So it's never, you know, one way or the other. 206 slow enough, you can push away. In X30 and Pro Shifter and OKN, it's fast enough, you don't really need to. But in this case, it's somewhere in the middle. Each race is a little bit different. And as we saw there in that one, Levy had to do a bit of working together with Dalton Haynes, had to do a little bit of racing as well. Gabriel's already under fire for second as well, down to turn number 8 this time. Side by side for second. Adam Brickley wants it, has got it, and Gabriel's back into third, just ahead of Eli Warren. With the little gap it's given to Hayden Jones, we've got a moment on the air to breathe. Let's go side by side down to pit lane for more from Simon Sykes.
Thanks, Xander. Down here with your Heat 1K senior winner, Aiden Levy. Aiden, take me through that race. A close one. You and Dalton Haynes going back and forth. A tough battle all the way to the end. How'd you do it?
Well, I was just being really aware of my surroundings and everything. There were times where I had to race and pass so I wouldn't get past, and then there were times I had to push him to get away from everybody else. So it was really just trying to find that right balance, not bringing everybody back, and it worked out in the end for us, and hopefully we can do it again.
Absolutely. Heading into the next heat race, then pre-final and final, what's the strategy to keep yourself up front? Obviously, you did well in that group, but once we mix both groups, it's going to be a lot of drivers out there. How are you going to manage it?
Well, definitely being smart with decisions. I don't want to do something really stupid and go all the way back. So, once again, just being aware of the surroundings and where everybody's at, and just making good decisions in the end. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Thanks, Aiden.
Thank you.
There you go. You hear it from Aiden Levy, just making good decisions. It changes lap by lap, race by race. Adam Brickley's gone to the lead now as we've gone away. Jones to second. You can see there Mick Gabriel blocked a little low there for third as Emery Lida's joined the party. He's up right on the bumper in fourth. Little gap further back has Finnegan Bailiff in no man's land in fifth. Then it's Hudson Brown, Colin Hayes, Lucas Zabo, and a bunch all fighting as we exit the hairpin here, looking for a way around Gabriel as Emery Lida, not able to find it. Still plenty of time to go, though. 5 minutes plus 2 laps as they exit the double right. They'll climb the hill here. Jones still a car length away, and there is a crazy midfield fight up the hill to the final turn with Colin Hayes, I believe, at the helm of it now in 6th.
Yeah, good battle there from 6th on back, but back up front, that top 4 is just doing kind of what Mick Gabriel said at the beginning of the race. You know, he's all right with pushing. You know, right now he's in 3rd, so he's the one getting pushed by Emery Lida, you know, fellow car chaser guy. But yeah, Mick Gabriel down to this push, like you were saying earlier before the interview. He's a 206 guy, lower horsepower. It takes pushing to win. X30, not as much. Shifter, not really at all. But KA is that middle ground where you can be fast enough to go do it on your own, but you see it pushing happen quite often. You see Emery Lida, he's tired of pushing Mick Gabriel. He wants to go to P3, and he does. Emery Lida up to P3.
Yeah, the gap is just a little bit bigger. As you go higher in speed, the harder it gets to drive, and the more that the driver in the kart can make a little bit of a difference. Emery Lida obviously was pushing, but the pushing doesn't overcome nearly as much as maybe the 206 stuff can. So Lida felt like Gabriel was still lacking a little bit of speed, decided to go around him. Now he's got to put the money where his mouth is and run down the leaders with him in the front of the 2-car tandem. For the 2-Kart Republics of Adam Brickley and Hayden Jones, though, they are happy with the way things are right now. 50.3s apiece for each of them, and thanks to the pass, that gap last time by was half a second to Emery Lida. It'll tighten up a little bit here this time, and you can see there, Lida now being him in front of the change in between himself and Gabriel. He's put a car length between himself and Mick, so it is looking like it was the right decision. Emery a tick quicker than Gabriel, and better off going with this combination of the two.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it looks to me that Emery Lida seems to be really quick on the straights. You know, must have a lower gear than Mick. Pulling Mick around. Clearly felt like he was the guy that should be towing Mick around this time by, I suspect, and he does. Emery Lida goes purple for a split second. Colin Hayes goes purple right after him. Hayes, I was going to mention before we talked about Emery there, fast guy on the racetrack, last 2 laps, 4/10 quicker than Finnegan Bailiff. He is caught up to Finn. He's going to make a move there and does move Colin Hayes, I believe, into P5. Yes, sir. Colin Hayes into P5. And there's still quite a bit of racing to go on. If these guys start racing, Colin Hayes can be right in that group.
Yeah, he's starting to really chip away at it. So let's see if Hayes can get going. Here's Bailiff's teammate going for the lead. Side by side, Jones overcooks it. Not enough to hold the spot. Brickley remains the leader. A quick little over-under move in turn number 8 by Adam Brickley keeps him on point. Hayden Jones second. Emery Lida third. Mick Gabriel fourth. Down the line, 2 minutes, plus 2 laps to go. The gap back to Colin Hayes. That time he was 3/10 better. He's 1.8 seconds off the lead, 1.2 to the pack of 4. So if they battle too much for the lead like that, they'll have company. Let's see what Jones does this time. He'll stay in tow down through turn number 4.
Yeah, Brickley, probably not where you'd want to be in the KA Stars class, you know, leading a group of 3 guys, 4 guys. But let's see what he can do. I mean, this is a track that you can defend on, like we talked about. We talked to Palacio earlier. Levy said the same deal. You know, it's a track where you can defend, cause carnage behind you, and kind of get away with it like Levy did. And I suspect with a few more laps to go, Brickley's going to start defending, and it could cause a little bit of carnage there.
Let's see them come out of turn number 9 here. A car length apiece between Adam Brickley and Hayden Jones, and a car length from Emery Lida back to Gabriel. Lida's all over the bumper of Jones, probably waiting on him. Hey, say if you need to go or I'm going to. Through turn 1, Jones, big run to the bumper of Brickley again. He'll have a shot at him down the backstretch if he wants to take it. Let's see it. With a minute left on the clock, here he goes. Down the inside, Hayden Jones to the lead. Lida's trying to force his way through to second. He will not get clear. He has to tuck back in line to third.
It's so tough when you go into the bowl corner, being that second kart to try to follow the leader. If you don't make it stick immediately, it puts you on the outside for that 5 and 6 section of the racetrack. It's McGabriel now. Lida went from going to P2 to P4. But yeah, if you can make that move stick in turn 4, you're on the outside of 5 and 6, and it ends up halting your progress quite a bit there, as we see with Emery.
Yeah, and he tried to cross over Gabriel instead of just tucking in line. It cost him some more time. Down the front stretch here this time, the timer will hit 0 next time around. 3 to go, essentially. So it's out in front for Hayden Jones. It's a car length back to Adam Brickley, Colin Hayes, Finnegan Bailiff. They have hooked up, and they are reeling in the leaders right now. This will help. Jones blocking the inside down to turn number 4.
That was a really hard block there from Hayden Jones, pretty much white lining the racetrack. I mean, it's one of those corners where you can make it work, because if you can back up the field exiting 4, you really can't pass in the 5 and 6, and he knows that. Experienced guy around this racetrack, he holds on to the lead.
Not only that, the banking in the turn 4 corner that we like to call the bowl, that also helps in terms of being able to enter low and really not be that much slower than going for the normal wide line versus every other corner on the racetrack. If you block, you're giving up 3 to 4 tenths. That one maybe half a tenth to a tenth. Double sticks in the air, though. Let's see if Jones goes low. He stays about a car length off the line. Little bit narrow into the corner. And while Bailiff and Hayes were catching, they had a little mistake apiece that time. They both lost some ground. Now they'll go low again into 4. Gabriel goes high. He tries to rip the top side. Not going to happen. No change through to the chicane.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, we just saw Hayden Jones and Brickley white line turn 4. Gabriel tried to go on the outside and really couldn't make anything stick because Jones and Brickley were able to carry enough speed like the normal racing line. Jones goes middle of the racetrack there in the turn 8 hairpin. Nothing there from Brickley on the crossover. All this racing, though, there comes Colin Hayes. He is in the mix as we come back around for the white flag.
One more time around. Up the hill, Hayden Jones, Adam Brickley. Jones a little more narrow in the last turn. How low is he willing to go down the front straightaway? He feels the heat. He's going to go low. Brickley wants to go lower. Can't. Lida will go low over on Gabriel. He slides in front of him. Here comes Colin Hayes. He'll get a 2-for-1 special through turn number 3.
Wow, what an opportunistic move there from Colin Hayes out of nowhere. Emery Lida kind of gave him an early birthday gift there. Sent a late move on McGabriel, and Hayes took advantage of it.
Yeah, he went through, was able to get through, gets a net of 0. Gabriel goes back to 5th. The leaders now, with a healthy margin, they can go at it however they want. Brickley can set up for the crossover. Jones knows it's coming. He's going to try and prepare for it. Here they go side by side. Brickley is clear. Nice move by Adam Brickley. Heck of a run out of the hairpin. Now Jones is going to be a car length back with the momentum bogged down. Through the double right. Final corner. Adam Brickley looking like a seasoned vet. He will win Heat 1 Group A here in OKN Stars.
What a move there from Adam Brickley. Set it up perfectly. That was all set up because Lida and McGabriel started racing. Hayden Jones looked back, knew it was a 2-car race for the win. Jones defended. He hopped a little bit center of the corner, maybe didn't slow down as much as he would have liked it to. Gave Brickley a pretty easy crossover move. What a run there for Adam Brickley.
Adam Brickley, again, your winner. Let's pull the results up here and show you how they stacked up through the rest of the field at the end of that one. A very entertaining second of the 2 heats here for round 1 of the heat races in OKN Stars. Brickley, Jones, Hayes, Lida, Zabo gets McGabriel at the line. Lucas Zabo up 5 spots. Bailiff, Maccabee, Seamus McGendry, and Alex Murray picks up 3 to crack the top 10 by the end of things. Then further back off of your top 10, you got Sam Avrutsky picking up 5 spots from 16th to 11th. Presley Whitney 12th. Thomas Annunziata up and down, and Zanette down 1 in 13th. Ben Lida 14th. Hudson Brown falls back 6th. Just stays inside the transfer spot in 15th. Again, that's not an official transfer spot. That's your estimation, because attrition will make it more closer to 13th or 14th if 1 or 2 more guys have bad heat races. But ultimately, it's the top 30 overall in heat points that transfer. And then back on through the drivers that have some work to do. Jake Phillips, Gavin Isaacs, Tom Engblom, Kyle Raymond, Eli Warren, the biggest loser out of them all. He was the one that was in that second group, had good speed, got knocked down to 23rd. He will need a good heat, a good second heat for Eli Warren to make up for that 23rd place result in Heat 2 to keep him out of pre-final B. Next up will be the Pro Stars. They're coming up right after this, live on Kart Chaser.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica brand of go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai helmets, and 310.
Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex for the Stars Championship Series night fight. It's the first of our 2 headline divisions getting set to get after it. Pro Stars. It's gearbox racing action at its finest, at its highest level. And of course, we've got a stacked field coming your way. Talon Yockel, hometown kids, got it on pole over the Jamaican Colin Daly to make up the front row. Josh Conker will start on the inside of row 2 alongside him, Gavin Bailiff. Justin Wett and Andy Rule, row 3. Row 4, Ian Quinn, and to his outside, last year's champion, Vincenzo Saraceno in that red and yellow Maranello machine. Your top 10's rounded off with Jason Enrique on the GFC and Zach Frank on the Biro Art. The drivers are set in the boxes. Race director Alec Coates steps aside. We go to the start lights for the start sequence. Yockel, Daly, who gets the whole shot off the line, and it is going to be a wild one as third place stalls off the line. Third place stalls it off the line. Yockel gets the lead. Daly right into second, right behind him as they rocket down the back straightaway, and a terrible start for Josh Conker with a mechanical problem on the Maranello.
That is not what Josh Conker needed. An unfortunate way to start his heat races. Lining up so well in quality with the P3, but just unable to get it off that start line. Another issue.
There he is, all the way off on the outside of the inside of turn 4. Josh Conker, the number 3 plate holder in Pro Stars, the reigning Rock Stars champion, is out of the opening race of the season in Heat 1. So terrible stuff for Josh Conker as Talon Yockel leads the way down the front stretch. Daly second. What a heck of a start out of Gavin Bailiff. He's gotten himself to third.
And the top 4 starting to spread out again. Got a little bit of a gap back to P5, several kart links. But still Talon Yockel leading the way over Colin Daly, Gavin Bailiff, and Andy Rule. Andy Rule hanging in there. P4 right on the back bumper of Gavin Bailiff.
Spoke to Andy Rule earlier this week, said, are we ripping or what? She said, well, it's a little more or what right now. We got some work to do, but we'll get there. And the Magic Kart USA driver, the young lady out of Pennsylvania, is starting to dig a little bit closer back to Gavin Bailiff. She's all over him through turn number 9. At the same time, Colin Daly, I think, would have had a look there on Talon Yockel in turn 8, Simon. Yockel is still fading the low side just a bit in the heavy brake zones to try and hold that lead. He knows the amazing Jamaicans right there behind him. Through turns 1 and 2, pass back for P5. Nice move. I believe that was Vincenzo Saraceno getting it done on Zach Frank, and indeed it was. Your reigning champ has gotten himself into the top 5.
And he'll be looking to climb forward from here, making his first start on a Maranello chassis. Says he enjoys it so far. Let's see what he can do the rest of the weekend.
Daly again close enough on Yockel if he wants it. Not going to pull the trigger in turn 8. Yockel stays low to defend it. Gavin Bailiff is still there. The top 4 in Pro Stars all close enough here to try and make moves. And again, they're just feeling each other out right now as they come up the hill and go down the front straightaway. Talon Yockel on home turf. Got a lot of friends and family in attendance here rooting on the kid in the number 224 Magic Kart USA factory ride. As he climbs the hill, he'll reset fast time. 46.186 for Talon Yockel down the back straightaway.
And it looks like a big gap out to P5, but it's only a second. And Vincenzo Saraceno's on pace with the leaders. He's running extremely quick out there, so look for him to start making a run towards the top 4 if they decide to fight anymore.
Not an ideal qualifying indeed for the number 1 plate holder, but this is a good sign for Vincenzo Saraceno to be having the speed at least to match the leaders. If he can get a couple of good heat races, a couple of good starts like what he's got in the works right now to pick up 3 spots from 8th to 5th, then he can position himself on the 2nd or 3rd row for that pre-final and work on forward from there and challenge for the race win. It was him versus Talon Yockel last year. He'd like to go up there and challenge Yockel again here this year as we climb the hill once again. Colin Daly has now slipped back to half a second away. Yockel resets fast time, gets into the 45-second bracket. He is wheeling that Magic Kart around Trackhouse Motorplex, and the gap is starting to open up back from him to Daly. In fact, Daly might have company because Gavin Bailiff is starting to make some hay.
And obviously that number 224 Talon Yockel is hooked up as he has started to spread out the entire top 5. They were bunched up just a lap or 2 ago, but that gap is starting to widen with his incredible pace.
Let's go down trackside here. Alexander Searles caught up with a number of our KA superstars, including our most recent heat race winner, Adam Brickley. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Adam. I mean, what a run for you winning there in the Group A Cage Stars Heat 1. Qualifying, you're involved in a little bit of a wreck there. Kart was all bent up an hour before the race. You guys got it all fixed. Won the heat race. Walk through your race.
It was a good race. Me and Hayden just got away and just tried to pull away. And then the last lap, the back people just started hitting each other and getting a little messy. So I looked behind, made sure I was good for the crossover, got it done. I'd like to say thank you to Tim Pappas for checking my cart and getting it back to straight. And Eric Jones and Tate just for helping me get the cart good today.
Yeah, I mean, Heat 2 is going to be under the lights for you guys. Any changes you're going to make, you think?
We may put some front end into it. Felt a little bit weak in the front, but besides that, the cart felt pretty good.
All right, thanks, Adam. Good luck.
There you go. A little bit of tweaks here and there. Still looking for more speed for Adam Brickley. How about Colin Daly starting to make up a little ground back up on Talon Yockel? That time by half a tenth better for the DRT North America driver. Gavin Bailiff lost a little time to Daly. In fact, Daly's closing up even now. Big time close there through the first sector. I feel like for Colin Daly, that gap's going to be down about maybe 0.4 of a second the next time by the stripe. So Talon Yockel is not home free yet. He's got himself a good lead. He's built the advantage. Maybe a little misshift or a little bobble here this lap. And all of a sudden, Colin Daly closes back on in.
Well, Talon Yockel has broken into the 45-second bracket, and he's been consistent with it. But Colin Daly has been right there to match him. 46.0 for both of them last time by. So dead even, that gap will remain the same at 0.6 of a second.
Just not close enough to really do too much for Colin Daly right now. Safe out in front of the group there in second. Behind him with Bailiff and Rule. As for the update on Vincenzo Saraceno, he's still a little bit off where he needs to be lap to lap. He's at least fast enough to be 5th overall, but he's not fast enough to be the leader or even top 3 overall. So more work to be done for the recent college graduate Vincenzo Saraceno and your reigning champ in 5th. Zach Frank still 6th, fading further back. Ian Quinn 7th. Let's keep an eye on our leaders here and see if that gap goes up or down. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and Alexander Searles got some more intel for us down on pit lane. Alex?
Thanks, Xander, here with your P2 starter in OKN, Brandon Carr. Brandon, really quick all yesterday. Today in qualifying, P2 was pretty solid, 2/10 off a pole. You said you tried something that didn't work. You going to go back to what you ran yesterday?
Yeah, we're just going to set the car back, but we'll be fast. We'll be fine. It's just trying to find these little extra bits, and that time it didn't seem to work, but we'll be fine.
And talking about what you learned yesterday over the long run, short run pace, you think you had a good kart here for the first heat?
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. We just need to get out front, get some clear laps, and just keep going. Just not overheat the tire and just keep pushing.
All right, thanks, Brandon.
There you go. Still a very confident Brandon Carr. You could tell the seriousness in his face, though, Simon, that he was wanting to, really get after it. He wants to still get that confidence and that swagger back he had this morning. He was in really good spirits, and you go out and get nipped in qualifying by 2/10. After coming off the last day being 4/10 up, it takes a little blow to you.
Absolutely. Practice is fun, but it doesn't count for anything. So kudos to Brandon for doing such a good job yesterday, but just found it's going to be a little more difficult the rest of the weekend, getting knocked just by a bit there in qualifying. We'll see what he can do in his OKN race coming up next. Oh, problem off.
Big off. Near the front? Daly, Colin Daly has slammed the outside retaining wall in turn number 8. I don't know if it was a brake failure or what. He's been able to keep the kart fired up, but a big mistake out of Colin Daly, a rare one out of the Jamaican. And as he re-entered, it looks like it took out the 212 of Robbie Campbell. So Robbie Campbell spun it at the exit of the corner trying to avoid Daly. Let's pick him up here and see if he pulls it into the scale. I know he's going to keep going. He backed it into the wall. That helped him. It doesn't look like he bent the front end, but Colin Daly on that DR North America entry falls all the way down to 15th. So now 2 out of our top 3 starters have had something amiss here early on in this one, Simon.
It's starting to become a race of attrition at the front. Talon Yockel hitting his marks, has not put a foot wrong, but unfortunate start for Josh Conker, another driver we knew was going to be quick coming into this race, and then Colin Daly, who put so much pressure on Talon Yockel for the first half of this race. Unfortunate to see him go off in the hairpin there, but it leaves the door wide open for Gavin Bailiff and Andy Rule to sweep up the next 2 podium spots.
Down the backstretch here with already the 2-to-go signal given. Talon Yockel now can breathe a whole lot easier and start to back things down. He already has. He's about a half second off of his original blistering pace from earlier in the session, a 46.3 to a 45.8. 2.5 seconds up on now Gavin Bailiff and Andy Rule, as you mentioned. Vincenzo Saraceno gets a gift and a half here, and the champ, who made a championship bid by being consistent in the same scenarios, is now up to 4th. 5th given to Ian Quinn, who has come from deep in the field to track down and get around Zach Frank. White flag in the air now for Yockel.
What a drive from Ian Quinn. The driver coming through, making his way up into the 5th spot from outside the top 5 into the deep end of the top 10 to drive it through the field. Obviously some attrition has helped, but an awesome start for the number 286 of Ian Quinn.
Yeah, the driver down in 5th, Ian Quinn, on that QG3 karting Bureau Art machine has, again, like you said, made up a number of spots. Really good drive forward after a not-so-great qualifying. But for the kid, Talon Yockel, can't call him a kid much more here. His 2nd full shifter season, his 3rd in the senior ranks, and he is going to pick up right where he left off in qualifying. Pole award and a flag-to-flag win in Heat 1 for Pro Stars for Talon Yockel. The margin ends up being 2.9 seconds back to Gavin Bailiff on that TKG Kart Republic. Annie Rule makes it 2 Magic Karts inside the top 3. Vincenzo Saraceno on the Carblos Racing Team Maranello 4th. Ian Quinn on the QG3 Karting Bureau Art rounds off the top 5 as Zach Frank tried to get back to him. He runs his fastest lap of the session on the final lap of 46.588 for Zach Frank. Jason Enrique 7th. Jake Donald on the Kart Republic in 8th. Michael Riccio wins the rock shifter subcategory. He ends up 9th overall. And Justin White rounds off the top 10. So a lot of attrition. Donald from dead last on the grid picks up 10 spots. He gets to 8th. A couple more gains for everyone else inside the top 10 with the exception of Justin White. And big problems for Colin Daly, as well as for not even shown for not a single lap completed for the 18th place finisher, Josh Conker. So 2 of the major contenders this weekend, 2nd and 3rd place in qualifying, a DNF in heat number 1. Not what you want to see. And now we go to what is really the beginning of the unknown. The OKN Stars class here has been the story for the last 8 months in the North American karting scene. This debut of this direct drive 125cc single speed engine pushing basically 40 horsepower out the valves and out the pipe, and probably even a little more than that when the builders really get the handle they want on it. It has been fun to watch them test it out west at the Challenge of the Americas. They had 8 to 9 at each of their events. This now marks the biggest OKN race to date at 16 entries and counting. And you can see the drivers have their hands over the engine. The reason for that, there is a decompression valve and a little blue button on the back of the motor they will press right before they launch off the grid. That valve makes that axle a little bit easier to turn because being a single-speed direct drive kart, they've got to get a push from behind to start. The engine's driven off the axle spinning, so that decompression valve makes that axle spin a little bit easier with the engine off, and then they've got to ease their foot onto the throttle. Nobody wants to make the low light reel, the fail army video of anyone falling there, of the mechanics pushing off the grid or the drivers giving it a little too much throttle and stalling it. So the spotlight's on, and there's right there the driver that the spotlight is shining on after qualifying. That GWR Gillard of Alex Stanfield, his tuner, Christian Toro, ready to roll off from the pole. Brandon Carr has been active here stateside all year long. He is coming into his stride with the Ryan Perry Motorsport Camp. He joins him on row number 1. To the outside of row 2, you can see the fantastic Mr. Fox, Aiden Fox, in the number 13. Fox and Son, OTK, rolls off in P4 to the outside of row number 2 to his inside. What a performance in qualifying by Braden Domain, the Tesoro Raceworks CRG. He's looking to make a big impression and a big splash this week. And we saw Max Taylor on screen there in that KA Stars heat, straight out of one go-kart into the next. He rolls off P6 in the number 33 Cosmic for the BJR MDR camp. To his inside there to complete, of course, the 3rd row on the grid. We'll continue to roll on back through the lineup to find where everybody lines up for OKN Stars in the full grid there. Joining as we look further back in the heat number 1, it's, of course, Brooke Nachtman in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, just a little bit out of frame from the drivers there. The young lady has a lot of laps around Trackhouse Motorplex and has gotten a good bit of testing to get competitive, get comfortable. She rolls off in a safe position on the inside of the third row. Nicholas Terlecki in the number 88 Hotes DD OTK rolls off 7th here to the inside of row number 4. To his outside will be the Full Tilt Racing MDR BJR OTK of Ryan Raffa. Row number 5 will have Julian DaCosta, and then the Hotes DD team owner himself, Josh Hotes, in 10th. Row 6 will be Henry Wheeler and Keegan Bosch. Row 7, Spencer Mast and Wes Duchek. And row 8 will be Eli Fox and Jarrett Bank. Here as the field comes together to start this one. So the last little bit of the track clearing getting underway is, of course, the little bit of attrition we saw there in Pro Stars. We'll get a word when we can with both our heat race winner and Talon Yakov, more importantly, to find out what in the world happened to Colin Daly and Josh Conker in that first heat race. Not the way they would have liked to have started their Stars Championship Series championship bids. Let's see how the tone gets set for this one. Carr, 4/10 up in final practice. Alex Stanfield there in the number 5, 2/10 up in qualifying. So we watched the sun begin to work its way down, the recovery vehicle back into position, and it's about that time. Let's fire them up off the grid as they'll push them down into the start line. Hopefully everyone can get the start good. They've had a full day to practice firing the motors up, and they will. It's direct drive racing. It hasn't been seen in the United States in more than 20 years. It is a callback to the purest of motorsport with the single-speed direct drive engines, and based off the OK power plants used in the FIA Karting World Championship, the OKN, the designation for national version of the motor. It has a 1,000 RPM lower rev limiter than the European counterparts, a little bit more strict on the rule book and the parts they can use, but for the most part, it's a builder's class. It's not a spec class. Just like in Pro Stars with KZ, you can have a number of different engine manufacturers, 2 different carburetor manufacturers. This is a competitive market, a competitive class, and a builder's paradise. And we're going to see who's got the best of it all here as they roll up the hill. You've got TM engines on the field, Modina's, Vortex power plants as well. 6, I believe now 8 total accredited manufacturers can do it. As they roll on the front stretch, we got problems for Max Taylor. He goes behind the wall. So issues for him. Meanwhile, as they go to the line, we look for the green, and we've got it. Racing down to turn number 1.
All clean through turn 1. As I say that, big crash, big contact for about the P3, P4 positions. Not sure who those 2 drivers are, but we will get you names and numbers off of those out front.
Stanfield leads Carr there. It was Nick Terlecki involved, Aiden Fox involved, and with the direct drive Stars this weekend saying no drivers can attempt to restart themselves for safety. So those 2 are done. As soon as the axle stops rolling, the engine dies. As they go through the hairpin here, that's now changed things up. First pass made there. Ryan Raffa gets through. Now a pass by Brandon Carr. Back Alex Stanfield. More problems. Braden Dome's out coming out of turn number 8. And Carr back to the lead. Final turn. Brandon Carr wants to show the way. He'll lead him down to turn number 1.
He and Stanfield taking a nice lead over P3, currently about 5 car lengths back to the number 53 of Ryan Raffa.
So Ryan Raffa, thanks to all the battling up front, is going to get a little bit of help there. Josh Hotes with a great drive forward. Now from 10th all the way up to the 4th spot. Let's give you the rest of the lineup as they show up on your screen. Again, it's Hotes 4th, DaCosta 5th, Henry Wheeler 6th, Brooke Nachman 7th, Wes Duchek 8th. Let's see if Alex Stanfield answers to Brandon Carr. He does not just yet, stays behind him through turn 8. And again, the power band has been something really different as well. Not only is he getting used to driving without a clutch, driving where there's no onboard starter, and the engine will brake as well when you start to slow down, and the style changes. But more than that, with a rev limiter 1,000 RPM lower than any other engine in the States here. There's no rev limiter on the K100s. And with a motor that's notorious for not having a ton of bottom end power but a lot of mid-range, it changes how they drive. It also, we think, will change a little bit of how they have to race each other. But Brandon Carr doing a great job right now.
Absolutely. As we talked earlier, we were having a discussion about what that would do to the racing here. And we've theorized that some of these defending moves might not work out so well with less bottom end on the engine, because it's going to make it harder for these drivers to get out of the corner. It's going to make that crossover pass a little bit easier. So only time will tell how these race, and we're seeing the first of it now in this Heat 1 for the OKN Stars.
Josh Oates is starting to track down Ryan Raffa here for third. A not so great qualifying effort for Josh Oates, but the veteran is closing in on Raffa as well out front. A big lead beginning to form for Brandon Carr. He just put 2.5 tenths on Alex Stanfield. Let's see if anything happens for third, though, into turn 4. Oates was looking, and he's got it. Josh Oates on Ryan Raffa, getting around him there for the third position. So Josh Oates, Ryan Raffa now third and fourth, and closing in there, Julian DaCosta has made up a number of spots as well from outside the top 10. He's up to fifth. Nachman runs in sixth as they exit turn number 8.
So now 3 drivers fighting for that final podium position in this first heat of OKN.
They'll climb up the hill here once again. Josh Oates, Ryan Raffa, Julian DaCosta there in the Cosmic suit and that bright white bumper in fifth. This time by Alex Stanfield tips the scales back in his favor as DaCosta had a look on the inside of Ryan Raffa, but it looked like just not enough power by the end of the straightaway. Might have hit the rev limiter a little bit early, or thought better of the move and jammed on the brake pedal. So through the bowl they go. Here we are with 4 laps completed so far, 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this opening OKN heat race. Alex Stanfield trying to track back down Brandon Carr. Josh Oates, fastest on the racetrack, or second fastest. DaCosta was even quicker. If he can get around Ryan Raffa, Julian DaCosta might be able to really get on a tear.
DaCosta seriously has some space. Looked for an inside move into turn 1 last time by, wasn't able to make it stick. He'll look for one in the last corner. He'll make that one stick. Move it up to P4 for Julian DaCosta as he heads down here. Still with a lot of pace. We'll see how far he can make it up through the rest of this heat.
Another 10th gain for Alex Stanfield. The leader is starting to close back together. The team GWR Gillard is not done yet. We are about the halfway mark here in this opening heat race here for OKN Stars. They'll roll through the little dip there in turn 6. And Brandon Carr, good early, but he's not the quickest right now. And again, Josh Oates as well is coming along also for the ride. The whole top 5 is really starting to tighten up. So the racing may get close once again here as Carr leads them out of turn 9. Let's keep an eye on the gap and go side by side down to pit lane with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander, here with Josh Conker. Josh, I mean, you made it about 2 feet there at the start of the race. What happened?
Yeah, just unfortunate. Had some engine issues there. Didn't get going off the line. It kind of died on me, and then it said I don't want to drive anymore down the back straight into turn 4. So unfortunate. You know, strategic tire saving here. That's what we're doing. That's kind of what we're going for. So yeah, we got good set of tires for Heat 2. Good set of tires for the pre-final tomorrow. And you know, we're gonna come back strong in the next heat for sure.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me. Obviously, you got new tires now for Heat 2. What'd you learn yesterday under the lights, and how confident are you going to Heat 2?
Yeah, it wasn't even so much yesterday learning under the lights. It was kind of last year. You can kind of take and apply the same principles from last year to this year. I learned a lot there watching the race, standing on top of the barrier, just kind of watching, seeing what the other drivers were doing. So picking up a few points there and, you know, relying on prior knowledge here. And we're going to go into Heat 2 under the lights and have something good for you guys.
Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
There you go. Good to see Josh Conker still in good spirits. And as we go back to the on-track action, Alex Stanfield's continued to cut that gap down. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. It's down to a car length away here, Simon.
Alex Stanfield making that run back towards Brandon Carr. It's down to a kart length gap. Both running fairly quick pace, matching their best times that last time by. Can he catch him with just a bit of time left to go? We got under 2 minutes plus the 2-lap bonus time. He's been making inroads into that gap for P1, but time is ticking.
This track and the high-speed karts here, the OKNs and the Pro Stars drivers, as well as even the KZ Masters, do experience a little bit of aero wash when they don't have the air on the front nose cone and front bumper. At the speeds they run through turn 3, that kart will wash out. You see Stanfield going a little bit wider than Brandon Carr. That's that bit of kind of push loose, that understeer where it wants to, the front end just loses a little bit of grip by losing that tiny bit of downforce these karts do produce. It's just enough to make it tough to run within a half car length of another guy in the high horsepower divisions. Alex Stanfield's doing a good job of navigating it right now, though. He's staying within a car length of him through turn 9. He just needs a mistake or a little more speed.
He's certainly closing in. We'll see what he can do coming back to the line this time by. A minute left on the clock. That'll give him probably 2 more laps until we hit bonus time for those 2 extra laps.
Here they go down and up the hill to turn number 3. We've also got Julian DaCosta making headway on Josh Holtz. So while the battle for the leads kind of stalled out a little bit as Stanfield was quick enough to get there, not much once he caught him, DaCosta has been reeling in Holtz and really reeling in everybody. Julian DaCosta hit a 46.97. He was the fastest on the racetrack again last time by, and he is continuing to lay down some really unmatched speed. Brooke Nachtman also closing in on Ryan Raffa back for the 5th spot. So kind of pairs the battles around the racetrack. There's DaCosta on screen here, closing into Josh Oates, and top of the frame was Nachtman closing up to Ryan Raffa. So as the timer begins to hit 0, next time by will be 2 laps to go, and we'll keep you posted on everything. DaCosta picked up another 2/10 on Josh Oates that time by. He's half a car length away down the backstretch from the leaders. They're still only a half second away as well. So closing back together, all even on times, but now that they're running at a little higher speed and more warmed up tires than earlier on, it's a little tougher to make those passes. Let's see, DaCosta, big run through 6. Is he close enough? Does he have the confidence to dive him into turn 8? Not this time.
He's definitely closing down that gap, but we might start to see some of the same we saw for the fight for first, where that air is going to make a significant difference. Yes, it's going to help you down those long straights to suck up to the guy in front of you, but going through those corners, pushing some air away from your front fairing, from your nose cone, is going to reduce some of the downforce that you actually have in these karts. Believe it or not, yes, these karts do have a good bit of downforce produced. There's been a lot of development over the last 10 years in these front fairings, and it's all to keep the nose of these karts on the ground so they can drive up to the guys in front of them and make those passes cleanly. We're starting to see some battles here develop as that battle for P3 intensifying. We're going to the hairpin this time. Is he going to look? Stays behind him.
I thought it was close enough that time there, Simon. I know you did too as well. He was on the bumper going through 7, but again, they're going faster than a lot of these guys have ever gone before in a single-speed kart. Some of them have ever gone at all in a racing kart. So it's a lot to handle, a lot to hang on to, and a lot to note from heat to heat. White flag in the air now, 1 to go. Holtz still safely in 3rd. Carr still the leader. Let's see if Alex Stanfield pressures Brandon Carr enough to make him want to defend for that top spot. So far, he hasn't. I don't think he will, but it maybe he can force him to go low in that final turn or in turn 8 and bog him down. Stanfield closes in. Car length away through 6. Big run through the infield trying to get the last little inch that he can. Into the hairpin. Not close enough to put enough pressure. Carr will hit the normal line. Stanfield goes wide. Keeps momentum up. Gets a good run into turn number 9. Out of turn number 9. Final time here in the first heat race for the Stars Championship Series OKN Stars class. Up the hill. Brandon Carr doesn't get the pole, but he will get Heat 1 here in Mooresville. 2nd to Stanfield, 3rd to Holtz, 4th to DaCosta. At the line, Ryan Raffa holds off a hard-charging Brooke Nachtman to round off your top 5. Keegan Bosch in a good battle further back with Henry Wheeler hangs on to 7th. Eli Fox from tail end of the field to 9th. Wes Duchek will round off the top 10. And then it'll be Jarrett Bank and Spencer Mass. But a lot of carnage in that one. Nick Terlecki, Aiden Fox collected out early, and third place starter Braden Domey out as well. It will shake up the points. It'll give us a moment to kind of re-rack everything and go through it. You'll hear from your top finishers here in that one, as well as some of the bad as well here in OKN Stars. In the meantime, the on-track action will take a break until 7:30 p.m. local time. That's in approximately 45 minutes for the next heat race here to begin heat number 2. The dinner break about to get underway. We'll take a quick break on the commercials. When we come back, post-race interviews from the opening OKN Stars heat. Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex, and a smooth opening heat for OKN for the front runners, but a handful of the midfield got taken out. Simon Sykes is standing by here with runner-up Alex Stanfield, and we'll hear a little bit of his thoughts for our pole man to P2 and Heat 1. Simon?
Alex, an awesome race to watch. You and Brandon Carr swapped spots a couple of times, and it came down to a pace race near the end. Walk me through it.
Yeah, it looked like Brandon had better pace at the beginning. We knew we were going to have maybe a better pace at the end with the way we set up our tire pressures, but unfortunately, I think 5 laps in, my battery for my camera came loose, and then from there I was holding it in my left thigh, but then I just couldn't hold it on much longer. It flew off in the final corner, and then I was just ripping, all the electrical stuff out of my left side, and that from there on I couldn't really follow Brandon. Also with the aero wash we had, I think that's just the theme right now with this class. But I also have a 10-place penalty for Heat 2, so we'll just have to make up some spots.
Yeah, sorry to hear about the penalty. Obviously a good run, strong for you here. A lot of pace, but tell me a little bit more about this aero wash. It's a new class, new platform, new engine we're seeing. A lot of power it's putting out. So we're running a lot higher speeds. Tell me how that affects the on-track racing.
Yeah, when I fell back from Brandon, I knew I had to make up some time. When I made up the time, I just couldn't really follow, especially through turn 3. I just had a big lift, really. Lots of understeer. But from there, I was just trying to manage my tires because I knew the aero wash might eat my tires away a little bit. So I'm just trying to preserve my tires and get a good position.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Obviously, we're seeing very tactical races here. A lot to think about. Aero wash, tire deg. It's a lot to manage, and a great job by these drivers to make a great debut in Heat 1.
There we go. We hear it from Alex Stanfield. We've got more coming up here. That was one driver who had a pretty good ending to his heat race. On the flip side, not a good ending, really, because it was a quick ending for Aiden Fox and Nick Terlecki. Simon's now standing by here with Aiden.
Aiden, we saw you had an incident there on the start. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, I kind of just got hung out on the outside, and, with that barrier over there, it's really just the barrier or the other driver, and I chose to go into the other driver, and it didn't pay off. And I popped up on him, and I spun around. So,
yeah, unfortunate start there. Wish the best of luck tomorrow, but, yeah, turn 1 incidents are just what they are, so go get them tomorrow.
Thanks.
Aiden Fox will roll off here with a good spot for heat number 2 later on tonight. But, again, as Simon mentioned, it all adds on to that starting spot for that pre-final tomorrow afternoon. It makes it a little bit tougher. The same fate, unfortunately, for Nick Terlecki. He also got collected in turn 1. Simon?
Nick, let's hear your side of the incident on the start and the chaos that emerged.
I mean, I really didn't expect it at all. I mean, I was just on Brooks' bumper going into turn 1, and then I see a cart shooting right in front of me, and there was nowhere to go since, he's rolling back. So it's just a head-on collision, unfortunately.
Yeah, it sounds to me like a racing incident. Shouldn't be too many hard feelings, just one of those bum racing things. So wishing the best of luck tomorrow, and go get them.
Thanks.
There you go, folks, from Nick Terlecki as well. We'll be back with more action here, 7:30, 30 past, top of the hour, for more from the Stars Championship Series night fight at Trackhouse Motorplex. The second round of heat still to come as we head into the night and get under the lights.
All right, we are back here at Trackhouse Motorplex, opening round of the Stars Championship Series. We're back from the dinner break here to go heat racing here under the lights. The sun's going down. Rock Masters heading out on the racetrack. Rockstar Masters right now. KA Masters, sorry.
And as they head out, we'll start our round of heats, number 2. Out in front, we'll have Ryan Kasner and John Bonanno. John Bonanno picking up a win in Heat 1, but unfortunately got a tramline violation post-race. So he's not too thrilled about that, but he'll be looking to come back through the field strongly here as we've got a solid lineup coming to you. As we said, Kasner and Bonanno on your front row. Neary and Dinelli make up row 2. Chris Horan and Billy Workman Jr. make up row 3.
Miguel Mir and Paul Montopoli rounding out your row 4. Anthony Stifler, Peter Cook, row 5. Chris Stevens, Tom Gertzner, row 6. Gordon Cameron, Greg Lee in row 7. And Bob Davis, Kevin Simonelik rounding out row 8 and the final row of the grid here in KA Masters. Like you were saying, John Bonanno got tramline penalty there, but didn't seem too upset about it, had smiling and joking around in the interview. He feels pretty confident, knows he got a go-kart underneath him. And yeah, I mean, the tramline penalty, not a lot you could do about it, right? Especially because it was, it is your fault essentially, so.
Yeah, I just don't think he'll be making the same mistake twice, but as they come down through the tram lines again for your KA Master start, they're coming down nice and slow. Looking all formed and ready. We're looking for the green flag. Really, really slow start here. And
here we go.
We've got it. Green flag. We're going racing in KA Masters. Into turn 1. Big crash. Contact for P4. Several drivers off. 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers collected in turn 1.
Oh, that is not what you want to see there. Kasner got the start he would have wanted. Bonanno just escapes the mayhem, but further back, like you said, from P4 down to, I believe, P10, those guys involved in the incident, and their heat race is over.
We'll let them cycle back through so we can get you names of drivers who were involved. But out front, Kasner with a great start. Bonanno in P2, he does have some pressure from behind of that number 245 of Jacob Neary.
Yeah, Bonanno looking to capitalize off a strong heat number 1 with the penalty. It's one of those things where these heat races, it adds up to where you start in the pre-finals. So he's already got, even though he won, the penalty's pretty heavy here for a tram line. So doesn't get the best finish there in Heat 1. Heat 2, looking for a repeat of Heat 1 here. Kasner with the mayhem that happened in Turn 1.
We've lost the back half of our top 10 almost entirely. Brian Dinelli, Billy Workman Jr., Chris Horan, a ton of drivers collected in that Turn 1 incident. Unfortunate, but we'll get to hear from them after this race. Out front, still Kasner by a few car lengths over Bonanno. Bonanno closing in slightly. He's opened the gap to Jacob Neary in P3.
Yeah, Bonanno's on an absolute flyer here. Go-kart's coming in. Tire pressure's working well so far for him. I mean, he was the quickest guy by a good amount there in the first heat race. I mean, Kasner didn't make it easy for him, but Bonanno got the win in Heat 1. Heat 2, he's closed his gap by half of what it was last time by. Definitely going to go purple this time by here to cross the line. Bonanno 3/10 faster than anybody else on the racetrack right now. Miguel Mir is actually the second quickest guy in P4, so look for him to try to close ground on Jacob Neary, but I suspect in the next lap or two, Bonanno will be on his bumper of Kasner.
And we even saw a fist bump from Kasner to Bonanno prior to the start of this race, so we'll expect some sportsmanship between the two. Shouldn't be any hard contact, as they will just look to extend their lead, hopefully come home with a 1-2 finish, set the grid for the pre-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, like you said, sportsmanlike. These guys, good friends. These guys were here last year at the night fight race. Good friends. Good. They put on some good show last year, along with Billy Workman Jr., who unfortunately got involved with some of the chaos. But still, I mean, looking down at Billy Workman in P11, second fastest lap time of the race, 52.5, absolutely flying right now. So he's got a rocket ship underneath him. Just unfortunate to get involved in the incident. See what he can do throughout this race to make up any ground.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're getting some times in from the top two now. Only a tenth of a second separate their best and last lap times. 52.0 for Bonanno, a tenth quicker than Kasner in P1 for 52.121. Closing the gap even more, it was 6/10 of a second last lap, 2/10 of a second this lap, and now he's almost on the bumper of Kasner.
Yeah, heading on towards turn 8. Bonanno not close enough to make a move there, but keeping Kasner honest. Kasner knows he's there. He knows, but Kasner's one of those guys, really smart guy, really experienced driver. He knows what it takes to win in these KA classes, and as well, it's a heat race, right? So they're not going to be too aggressive, I don't suspect. So let's see what happens here. Rounding out lap 4 here of the KA Masters Heat 2 race. Bonanno last time by goes purple again at a 51.9. Only one to be in the 51 so far this race as they head towards turn 3 and down the back straightaway. Let's see if Bonanno can close up. He got the draft here on Kasner. Just going to push him right now to 4, but Kasner now knows he's there for sure.
Yeah, he got to his rear bumper heading into turn 4 that time. Won't make the move there. Will stay in line. Like you said, Alex, the experience these drivers have. It's the most of the whole paddock here. These are the most experienced drivers, and I'm sure they will handle this pressure with no problem.
Yeah, it looks to me like Kasner's go-kart's handling a little better in the tighter stuff than Bonanno's. Bonanno's kart is really good in the fast sweepers, all the fast corners that keeps the RPMs up. He's got definitely most likely a lower gear, keep just making that roll speed work. Kasner really quick exiting the hairpins and the double rights. But as you see, Bonanno here exiting turn 11 gets a really good run on Kasner through 2 and up to 3. I suspect he's going to get to the bumper here before 3. He might peak a move here heading down to 4.
He's certainly there within range. He'll look to the inside, and he'll take it. No, side by side. That number 2 Maranello kart hanging on around the outside of turn 4.
Wow.
He'll get the inside to 5, and he will retain the lead. Kasner doing an excellent work defending that number 1 spot.
Ryan Kasner up on the wheel right now, holds the outside there in the bowl corner. Like Xander and I were talking about, though, the bowl corner, you can run a bunch of different lines there and carry very similar speed, and Kasner proving it there. I think Bonanno underestimated the speed Kasner was able to carry on the outside there. Thought he had it stuck. Couldn't make it work there. Kasner holds on to live another lap.
He's all over the rear bumper Kasner. He'll look to the inside and turn 1 up alongside. This time he'll get it done. Make that John Bonanno your new leader in this heat race. He won heat number 1. He's looking for another win. Kasner still there on his rear bumper. These two so far have been the class of the field. They've stretched out almost a 2-second lead to the number 3 kart of Jacob Neri in the number 245.
Yeah, but speaking of Neri and Miguel Mir, last time by, 51.9s for the pair of them. If they could hook up and work together, they could catch Kasner and Bonanno if they start the race. But I doubt they will. I mean, like I was saying, Kasner, one of those guys, really content with pushing. Bonanno, really experienced guy as well. Won the first heat, knows what it's like to win this race. Didn't win it, in terms of officially because of the train line penalty, but hopefully Bonanno can cross the line here in P1 and actually get the credit for it at least. But Kasner right on the bumper of John Bonanno here. Let's see what happens. But Bonanno pulls away through the faster stuff. Like I was saying, must have a little bit of a lower gearing. Kasner must be on the limiter pretty hard right now. Can't make a run down to 4.
He's definitely still there, though. We thought Bonanno had all the pace. He came past him, but he has not stretched that advantage out anymore. These two, unlike the heats we've seen in the past, earlier today, I don't think they're going to fight as much. They will play it smart. Like we said, these guys have the experience. Some of the drivers in Mini and Micro Swift made some battles for P2 that let that first position walk away, but that's not the case here in KA Masters. Too much seat time for these drivers.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to Billy Workman Jr. Fell back to P11 there at the start of the race. Works his way up already to P8. Still a bit of a race to go here, doing 51.7s, which is quicker than the leader. Almost goes purple last time by. So Billy Workman Jr., if he wasn't involved in that lap 1, turn 1 incident, would be right in the mix here. Last time by, 51.7, goes purple. He closed that gap by a second over the guy in P7, Peter Cook. It's not over there for a top 7 for Billy Workman.
Absolutely not. He'll want to claw back as many positions as he can to score as many points as he can to set his starting spot for the pre-final tomorrow. So every spot here matters. He's going to be working hard to get back up there. And like we're seeing now, he absolutely has the pace to be at the front. That 51.7 purple, fastest time on track currently, back in P8. Top 2, a 10th down at 51.8 for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob Neri, by himself, running quicker lap times. Last time by, goes purple at a 51.6 all alone, quicker than the 2 leaders by almost 3/10. I mean, there's still 2 to go here, at least after they cross the line. So Jacob Neary is in with a shout to win this heat race.
Absolutely. He's not out of the picture yet. We're seeing him back into frame more and more here. At one point, that lead was almost out to 2 seconds from second position to third, but he's reeled that in. Only a second of margin now, and as he gets closer, that draft will start to take more effect. We'll see if he can close down on these 2 leaders in the coming final laps.
Yeah, as they exit turn 8 there, Kasner got a really good run on John Bonanno. Bonanno goes a little bit wide there, slides up the racetrack just a little bit in the double right-handers. I wonder if the tires are falling away just a little bit on John Bonanno. But here we go, exiting the final corner. Justin, our flagman, gives him the 2 to go signal. John Bonanno extending his advantage a little bit over Kasner. Exit turn 11 here, entering 1. Kasner closes the gap quite a bit there. Uphill into turn 3. Now they go down the hill on the long back straightaway. Let's see if Kasner can get a run into turn 4. Doesn't make it happen there. John Bonanno holds on. Kasner riding his tails into turn 5.
Yeah, coming to white flag next time by, so lap and a half left in this race, and more in the frame. Jacob Neary in that P3, number 245 Kart. He's entering the picture. Another 51.6 last lap. That's 2/10 better than your leaders who were not fighting. So if they start to go defensive, start to attack on this white flag lap, look for Jacob Neary to make his move into the top 2 spots.
Incredibly impressive stuff here from Jacob Neary. The only guy to run in the 51.6s, and he's done it back-to-back laps. 2.5 tenths faster than your leaders last time by. He is in the same frame as these guys. John Bonanno and Kasner actually put together their fastest lap of the entire race, entering the white flag lap, so good stuff for those guys. Kasner, this is the closest he's been all race long. John Bonanno, he's not going to peek a nose in the 4. Bonanno holds on, exiting 4. Kasner pushing him uphill as they exit turn 4 to 5.
Yeah, no defending as of yet, even into turn 4. So halfway through the last lap, still playing their cards close to their chest. We'll see what they do into the hairpin here. Will he defend low? He a little bit down the inside. But Kasner's going to dive it in there. They'll go side by side. Bonanno still holding that lead. He'll come through the final couple of corners. Kasner will have one more chance, but he's over a kart length away. Will he make a dive at the end? And Jacob Neary in the back of the scene there in P3. He's made it up to these leaders, but they'll come across the line, and it's John Bonanno securing his second heat win of the day. I'm sure he'll be thrilled with that one. It is Ryan Kasner coming up P2, Jacob Neary P3, Miguel Miller P4, and Paul Montepoli rounding out your top 5. There in P6, an awesome comeback drive. We're watching to see how far he made it. Billy Workman Jr. from that rough start, that incident on the start, he'll drive him back all the way to P6. Tom Gershner, P7, Brian Dinelli, P8, Peter Cook, P9, and Bob Davis rounding out your top 10. Outside of that, Greg Leahy and Anthony Stifler, Chris Stevens, Kevin Simonelek, I'm sorry about that one, and Gordon Cameron will round out your field of KA Masters for heat number 2.
Yeah, what a run there from John Bonanno. I mean, he won heat 1. We knew he had the pace. Tramline penalty took it away from him. This time, nothing's going to take it away from him. He wins heat 2. Shout out Billy Workman Jr., though. Had the pace like we saw in heat 1. Involved in the incident early here in the heat 2. Works his way back into the top 6. Put down really impressive lap times, too. I expect him to be a contender as we enter the pre-finals tomorrow.
And as we fade later into the day, that sun is going down. We'll see the lights come on soon. This is Night Fight, the first round of the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA. Stay tuned, and we'll bring it back to you with more action coming up. And we're seeing some support for some Mexican traditions. See some sombreros, some children having fun as the lights continue to fade here at Trackhouse Motorplex, formerly GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina.
Yeah, it's Cinco de Mayo today, so a bunch of support here for that. It's awesome. It's great to see here on the side of the racetrack as the engines are firing here to go heat racing once again. Coming up is the Micro Swift guys. They put on a pretty good show last race.
Absolutely. We saw Parker Ives in a dogfight for that P1 spot. Unfortunately came up a little bit short there. Cade Wolf taking the win in heat number 1. But a strong lineup in this micro field. We'll take you through the list as they head out onto the track now. Heading up your field, Parker Ives in that number 48 machine. Behind him, or outside of him, in row number 1, Holden Myers in the number 36 machine. Your Heat 1 winner, Cade Wolf, starting inside row 2. Outside him, Luke Gilgio in the number 68. Colton Schniegenberg starting P5 in the number 16 machine. Bryson Scales P6 in the number 12 machine. Parker Stewart inside row 4 in the number 22 machine. Starting P8, the number 88, Riley Doblier. Danny O'Gara, P9, and Austin Taylor round out your top 10. As we line them up and get ready to come to the green flag for the second heat for Micro Swift.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if these guys kind of learned what to and not to do as they enter around turn 10 here for Heat 2. You know, we saw a pretty solid showing there for Parker Ives and Cade Wolf. Holden Myers and Luke Giglio got into it a little bit. They lost the draft. Colton Schniegerberg lost the draft a bit too. Let's see if these guys can work together a little bit more than what we saw in the first heat to not let those top two get away.
Yeah, Cade Wolf and Parker Ives showing incredibly strong in that first heat. They'll come out of the final corner, enter the tram lines. All the drivers throwing their hands up, telling the others to back it down. As they come down the tram lines, headed towards the green flag.
And we're green
We'll get it. We'll go racing in Micro Swift, 3 wide into turn 1.
What
and so far, so clean. They will all make it through. Single file through turn 4. Parker Ives falls to P2 behind Holden Myers.
Yeah, what a
out
start
front.
there for Holden Myers.
Inside, side by side, Parker Ives going to hold on to that P2 spot.
Yeah, Parker Ives holds the outside there. We saw Casher do the same thing there. So, yeah, Parker Ives kind of taking a little bit of a page out of Ryan Casher's book there that we saw in KA Masters. Holds on to P2, but Holden Myers somehow, somewhere on the outside of turn 1 got the lead early on. They were on the gas pretty early. I mean, I heard them on the gas before the start-finish line there. So we'll see
spin.
Oh, no, that is, I
that's
believe.
going to stack everyone up. The 87 going around as well. That looks like an MPG Motorsports machine. And an issue there. That was near the front, inside the top 5. That'll give a gap to the top 3 as they come across the line. It'll be Holden Myers, Parker Ives, and Luke Gilgio.
Yeah, the guy that spun around there was our Heat 1 winner, Cade Wolf. Cade Wolf with a half spin, I believe, exiting turn 9 there. So Cade Wolf falls back to P9. At least he hung on to it and lives to fight another day, but not the start of the race he would have wanted.
Yeah, it's a tough break to spin. Even a half spin is going to cost you so much time because these karts need to be in the RPM range to make any power. So once you half spin, it takes you forever to get the kart back going again, especially in these slower categories with these young kids. But the top 3 checked out, nose to tail.
Parker Ives and Luke Giglio are hooked up a little bit there and caught right up to Holden Myers under the braking. Holden Myers braked pretty early there for turn 8. Parker Ives going to take a mental note on that one. He knows that's a spot where he can make a move in the coming laps.
And they're just going to start to settle in here, get into the second heat race. This is a good spot for all of the top 3 right now. Parker Ives actually going to look to the inside into turn 1. He'll make it stick. New leader, Parker Ives.
Yeah, let's see if Holden Myers can follow suit here on Parker Ives and push away just like Parker Ives and Cade Wolf did last heat race. Luke Giglio already having a much better showing than he did in heat 1, where he kind of just fell backwards for most of the race. Found the pace later on in the race, but this time he's there. As they exit turn 5 and 6. Good run there out of the corner for Parker Ives. No challenge as they enter turn 8. Holden Myers going to look back, sees there's no challenge for second there. These top 3 have checked out over Colton Schniegerberg in 4th.
Yeah, and they've spread out so far. The karts behind them are spread out even as well, trying to hunt them down. It's quite a long single file line in this field right now. The top 3 actually being some of the closest on track we're seeing right now as they continue to bring up the pace and stretch their advantage out.
Yeah, let's see.
Now 1.8 seconds 55.5 for Parker Ives that time by.
Yeah,
56.
Looking down a little further down the order, P7, Cade Wolf, our winner in Heat 1, with the half spin, fell back to P9, already back up to P7, running 55.6s. Second fastest guy on the racetrack right now, and he makes another move. So move Cade Wolf up into the top 6 already.
And he's certainly one of the fastest karts on track right now, has been all throughout the day. So we'll see how much he can recover from that half spin earlier. It hurts, but his pace helps a lot. It's gonna eat into that margin that he has to the front group, and it's gonna hopefully set him up well for a pre-final tomorrow. He just needs a little luck to keep moving forward through the field.
Yeah, we see Cade Wolf already on the bumper there of Bryson Scales to the inside of turn 11. Move Cade Wolf up into the top 5 already here in Micro Swift. What a comeback drive we're seeing from Cade Wolf.
It's like nothing to him. He's half spin, but got right back to his feet and is driving straight back through this field like they're not even there.
Last time by 55.1 for Cade Wolf, as Bryson Scales actually got him back there, I believe, entering turn 3. So Cade Wolf under fire from Bryson Scales. He loses the spot.
We'll see what they can do here. Maybe they hook up and work together, try and push forward to this next group in front of them. But currently, he is the fastest kart on track, purple, by over 0.2 of a second on that last lap.
Here we go, entering turn 8, inside P5 there, right back for Cade Wolf. Let's see if he can hold on to it now. He should be able to pull away as they enter turn 9 and 10 here on the double right. His kart's hailing so well as we see one kart off. That is the 88 of Riley Doublier. He was P12 at the time, unfortunately out of this race.
Tough break for Riley there. As we look back towards the front of the field, Parker Ives stretching out a bit of a gap to P2 and P3 now. That's up to about 5 car lengths now. I'm not sure what happened to give him that gap, but he's putting in a strong effort right now, and it's up to Holden Myers and Luke Gilliot to run him back down. We'll have to hook up and work together. We'll see if they want to do that, or they're going to fight and let him get away. Either way, this is good for Parker Ives.
Yeah, let's see what Holden can do. Last time by, goes purple to 54.9. And Luke Gilliot matching the times of Parker Ives. If Luke can just find about a 10th more, get to the bumper of Holden Myers, 2's faster than 1, especially in the lower horsepower class like we see in Micro Swift. 2 guys pushing together are going to be faster than 1. Parker Ives right now up front, but it looks to me like that gap is closing ever so slightly here between Holden Myers and Parker Ives.
And it'll definitely continue to close bit by bit due to the nature of the draft here. But when a field and a group starts to spread out like this, it tells you that the fastest driver is out front. It tends to create a gap and a good bit of space between karts. When you have a driver that's not the fastest out front, that's when you tend to get it grouped together. So that tells you that Parker Ives is on fire right now. He is cracking in laps and putting in good performances, trying to break this draft any way he can.
Super impressive stuff from Parker Ives, coming off the national win last week at USPS in Texas, taking that momentum into this weekend. P2 in the first heat, looking for more in the second heat here. Looks like he's extending his advantage over Holden Myers last time by. Holden went purple again, but Parker Ives matched his lap time. Holden has the benefit of a mini draft here and there down the back straightaways. We have one kart around, see if we can get a number on them. Again, just not what we want to see for anybody, really. That's the number 9 go-kart there. That was Jake Manalia, was in P7. Going to fall way down the order after that.
Tough break for Jake. Had a good run going there, but an incident will take him out of contention for this one, move him outside the top 10. Out front, still Parker Ives stretching his advantage. Another purple lap last time by. Faster than P2 all by himself. So it's a tough task for Holden Myers and Luke Gilgio to run him back down.
Yeah, Luke Gilliot last time by put his personal best. Ran a faster lap than Holden Myers. He's got the benefit again of the draft. He's got about 4 laps, maybe 5, depending on when they cross the line here to make it work. Gilliot with a good exit out of turn 8. Could, get the benefit of the draft here down the short chute into turn 11. See if he can, get to the bumper of Holden Myers. I want to see these two guys try to work together, but Gilliot just doesn't seem to have the pace in the tighter section of the racetrack to make it work.
And coming to 3 to go this time. Time is running out. Holden Myers is going to have to make up some pace fairly quickly here. Parker Ives exactly where he wants to be. Very comfortable leading out front, putting in good laps, lap after lap at 54.9 on that last lap to Holden Myers 55.0. So still stretching the advantage bit by bit.
It's going to take a Herculean effort here from Cade Wolf, but last time by was 0.6 faster than Colton Schniegenberg. He needs 2.3 seconds with 3 to go. I don't know if he can make it happen, but if 6/10 a lap, it'll be close for him.
But what we will start to see is this battle for P2 heat up as Holden Myers is backing slowly into the number 3 cart. Number 3 position, number 68 cart, Luke Giglio.
Yeah, Luke Giglio, once again, like I've been mentioning, in the tighter part of the racetrack, just doesn't seem to have it exiting the corner. He attacks the corner really hard, loses ground a little bit to Holden Myers. Last time by, Giglio half a tenth quicker than Holden Myers. As the flag guy gives him 2 to go here, Giglio knows that. He's going to get a pretty good run exiting 2 into 3. Going to get a slight toe down the back straightaway. Could give him a chance as they enter the tighter part of the racetrack. But again, not really the part of the racetrack where his go-kart's been handling great.
And only about a kart length separating the two now. So we'll come to the white flag next time by. A lap and a half left to go in this heat race number 2.
Giglio didn't get an exit he would have wanted out of 6. Into the turn 8 braking zone. Kart hooked up pretty nicely there. He's staying within grasp of Holden Myers. Holden Myers, he's keeping him honest. Right now, Holden Myers has got it, I don't want to say on lock, but just enough to where Giglio can't really dive bomb him. But Holden Myers, one mistake, and it'll put Luke Giglio up into P2. Good exit there from Giglio, actually.
Giglio is on his bumper, headed down the front straight. Only about a kart length separate the two. White flag this time by. This will be the lap. Will he decide to make a move? He's right up the bumper, headed to turn 3. Up the hill, onto the back straight. Nose to tail. No defense yet. Small defense.
Ooh.
A little fade to the inside. Holden Myers throwing a wheel, trying to discourage any move down into turn 4. He'll hold the lead as they head through 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of moves happen there. Holden Myers didn't really get the exit he would have wanted, but neither did Luke Giglio. Too far back to make a move into turn 8. See if he can get the exit he wants. Better exit for Luke Giglio, but still not great. Holden Myers holding strong so far, entering turn 9 and 10. Giglio with a tighter line to the double right. It might give him a decent run entering turn 10 and 11. Not enough. Up front, though, Parker Ives going to cross the line to win Heat 2. Holden Myers holds on for P2, and Luke Giglio with a strong run to P3. And in fact, Cade Wolf does get Colton Schniegenberg on the final corner. He hawked him back from 2.5 seconds in 4 laps. What a run for Cade Wolf after the half spin, back to P4.
Wow, what a drive from Cade Wolf. That will certainly help his starting position tomorrow in the pre-finals. But let's give you the rundown here. Parker Ives, your winner. Holden Myers, P2. Luke Giglio, P3. Cade Wolf, amazing recovery drive to drive it back and finish P4. Colton Schiegenberg rounds out your top 5. Bryson Scales, Parker Stewart, Jack Manalio, Christopher Lavoie, Danny O'Gara will round out your top 10. Farther back, Caleb Smith, Anthony Mazzuccolo, Daniel Ramirez, Austin Taylor, Griffin Vukic, Sterling, not sure on the last name on that, but we'll keep going. Sterling Mulata, Callahan Myers, Drake Williamson, George Zeminski, and rounding out your field, Riley Dobelier. Liat Semenalik, 10 laps down in P21, and that will complete your Micro Swift heat number 2.
Now, what a run there for Parker Ives, Missed out on the first heat. Really close there with Cade Wolf. Gets the win. Holden Myers holds off Luke Giglio there. Luke Giglio looked pretty strong at the end of that race. Just couldn't make it happen. And Cade Wolf with a great recovery drive. That being said, when we come back, Rock Master Shifter. Don't go anywhere. right, we are back here at Trackhouse Motorplex, round 1 of the Stars Championship Series night fight. Entering the track right now, Pro Master Shifter. Looking forward to a good one here. Last time by, and he won Joe Ruck with the whole shot of a lifetime. He went from 4th to almost 1st, ended up winning the race pretty dominantly. Let's see if he can do more of the same here. But it won't be that easy this time by, I don't think.
We'll warm the tires up, get ready for a standing start, and we'll go racing here under the lights officially now. They've lit up the track, and we are racing at nighttime here for our second heat in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, it's
Masters.
It's one of the most exciting things in racing, in my opinion. A shifter start, especially under the lights. Sparks fly a little bit if you bottom out. Can't wait to see how this looks on camera. We're going to round you through your starting grid here. Front row, it's going to be Evan Batt and Brian Chatfield. Row 2 is Joe Ruck and Michael Gouache. Row 3, Scott Presti and Justin Kelly. Scott Presti in the Heat 1 was one of the fast guys on the racetrack, just didn't really get the start he would have wanted. Row 4, Matt Pacheco and AJ Naud. Row 5, Lance Lane and Frank Runco. Row 6, Robert Feig and Steve Libretto. Row 7, Michael Rivera and Warren Van Tack. Row 8, Carlos Lopez and Hugh Templeman. Row 9, Tiffany Kelly and Brad Denoff. Row 10, Maxime Tichon and Kelly Johnson. Colton Aldridge and Corey Matthews rounds out row 11, and Marciano Santos rounds out your field as they get ready to grid up. The Stars officials lining them up how they would like them right before the starting line here. Looking forward to this one.
They're in the tram lines, but they're not moving. We are set to go for a standing start here in Pro Shifter Master under the lights. It's part of the night fight event, the first round of the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA. Brian Chatfield will lead your field off. Look to the starter, and we'll go to the lights and get ready.
Here we go. Everybody's gridded up. We're getting ready to go racing here any moment now.
And the start procedure is a go. We'll look to the lights, and we'll get set to go green in our second heat. Green flag is out. Lights
once
away.
Once again, Joe Ruck with an awesome start as one driver couldn't really get going hand in the air. He is out of this race, but Joe Ruck almost found himself in P2 again. He has had these starts nailed right now. He's going to go to the inside. Couldn't make it work there. Joe Ruck stays in P3.
An awesome start there. He'll dive down the inside, try to get P2 in turn 1, try to get P2 in turn 4. Won't make it stick yet, but the pressure's still there. Evan Batt holding off that pressure nicely. He'll make a move for the lead, down to the inside, side by side out of the corner. Still side by side into the next, and he'll make it stick. Evan Batt to the lead as Pro Shifter Masters Heat number 2.
Evan Batt, what a move. Late dive bomb into the hairpin, got a bunch of curbing. Brian Chatfield, really respectful racing there. Kind of gave it to him there, entered the double rights. He knows this is heat racing. No need.
Contact.
Teammates. Brian Chatfield looks like he must have missed a gear. Looking down at his shifter
Chatfield with issues exiting turn 1, gets caught up with his teammate, and he'll look to stop inside turn number 3. That'll be possibly his race over. He keeps going, but he's lost massive amounts of time from the lead. Oh, Kart over, and we've had a flip on track. That's never what you want to see. We're hoping that driver is okay. Not sure what happened there, but we'll keep racing. We'll keep you updated on that driver's condition. Coming back to the front of the field, still Evan Batt out in front. No, actually, he has dropped all the way to P3?
No, Evan Batt is still your leader. Scott Presti, and we're under red flag here for the incident that we saw in turn 4. Never what you want to see is the underside of a go-kart there, so let's really hope this driver is okay.
We're not sure who that was, but we will get back to you as soon as we find out and update you on that driver's condition.
Yeah, red flag conditions here. All drivers going to be required to stop on the racetrack as soon as they can. Yeah, never what you want to see here. While we wait to get a word on the driver's condition, we're going to go quiet here, live from Kart Juicer.
driver's okay.
We're back here, live, Trackhouse Motorplex. That driver mentioned in the incident earlier is up out of his kart and okay, Hugh Templeman. We'll keep you updated as we keep going. Still under red flag conditions here. We'll let you know when we get started.
All right, we're back here. Red flag is over. The driver involved in that incident that we saw a few minutes ago is Hugh Templeman. He's walked out on his own feet. That is always great to see. So glad to see that Hugh is all right. Getting ready to do a race restart here. Stars Championship officials got the drivers back in order. One thing I have to mention, Brian Chatfield, your P2 man, when the red flag came out, is out of this race. Unfortunate for him, but he was in good spirits. He passed us by on the golf cart, gave the crowd a bit of a wave. So always good to see the drivers in good spirits, but unfortunate for him. Running P2 now out.
As we complete our warm-up lap here, Brian Chatfield definitely there's nothing to be too disappointed about. I mean, it's a bad result, but he knows he has pace, so the underlying good is there. Unfortunately, have to sit on the sidelines as we watch Evan Batt lead this field back to green after this red flag period.
Yeah, but now Mr. Holeshot, instead of being on the outside of row 2, is on the outside of row 1 when they get this restart underway. So Joe Ruck, let's see what he can do now from the front of the grid, looking to get the same sort of Holeshot he's been able to get really the past 2 races. Evan Batt was looking good until the red flag came out. Scott Presti, like I mentioned pre-race, in my opinion, one of the fastest guys in Heat 1. Really quick so far. Made up a few spots here in Heat 2. Running P3 on this restart.
And this is the same class that had that insanely close qualifying session with about 400s covering the top 4 positions. So a lot of drivers have pace. Now, one of them was Brian Chatfield, so he won't be in this. But a lot of drivers could contend. Looks like we're coming by for a single file restart this time by. We are green, and a great jump for Evan Bott to lead the field into turn 1. A couple moves farther back in the field, but everybody nose to tail. Clean so far through 3 turns. Sparks flying out the back as we are into the nighttime here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Our Pro Masters continuing on.
A few guys sliding around a bit. I mean, with the red flag, tire temperature dropped quite a bit. It's starting to cool down here. Lights are out. Sun's going down. So they're struggling for tire temp quite a bit here. Evan Batt seems to be the one guy who's got it kind of down right now, but still they're all going pretty wide here. You see a lot of wheel being put in by a bunch of these drivers. That should all sort out in the next lap or 2, though.
As they come through, they'll come by the start finish, this time by the first time lap complete. Obviously not at full pace yet, but working their way towards it. Still Evan Bott out front. Joe Ruck up into P2. Scott Presti in P3. A bit of a gap between those, and then we'll move farther on back down the field. Michael Gouache, P4. Matt Machiko rounding out your top 5.
I always love seeing shifter racing at night. Sparks flying everywhere. These guys giving it all. They've got full beams heading out towards turn 8 here. Joe Ruck closing the gap here to Evan Batt, sorry. Scott Presti, though, he's there. I mean, like I said, Heat 1, he really impressed me. Drove through the field quite a bit. Looking for more of the same here in Heat 2. I suspect Joe Ruck's going to go purple here. He's on a flyer right now. He's half to the gap that it was to Evan Batt last time by, and he goes purple at a 47-4, 3/10 quicker than Evan Batt out front. Joe Ruck is flying.
He is certainly on the move, making his way towards that first spot. He'll almost get to the bumper here in turn 4, about a kart length separating the top 2 at this point. Joe Ruck sliding his way through turn 4. Will make it through 5 and 6. A few sparks coming out of the back of his machine. It looks like he almost missed a gear there. Will back him up into the P3 kart, the 608 of Scott Presti in that Ralph Schumacher kart.
Yeah, a bit of a scruffy couple of corners there from Joe Ruck. Not what you expect from the reigning champion here in the Stars Championship Series, #1 plate holder. I saw he exited turn 4, got on the curb a bit, kart slid on him, hit the curb in 5, hit the curb in 6. So a few mistakes here. He's got to get a head back. Lost quite a bit of ground. Lost 5/10 to Evan Batt. Evan Batt does a 47 flat, which is what Joe Ruck was running in the first heat. So Evan Batt matching the pace that we saw in the previous heat. Joe Ruck, he needs to get his head back and just put pedal to metal here.
And all this flailing about has brought Scott Presti and Michael Gouache back into the conversation for that P2 position. They're closing in, only a few kart lengths behind Joe Ruck here. Joe Ruck putting in a good few sectors that time by. He'll keep the advantage behind. Still about a half second out front to Evan Bott. as they work through the end of this lap.
I always love seeing the different approaches to the racing line these shifters guys use, because the traditional one is kind of like what we call the diamond line. You know, you brake really hard, really late, you attack the corner shallow, you rotate the kart with the brakes, you get back on the gas and exit shallow as well. It's more of the diamond route. You're seeing that out of Scott Presti. He likes to attack the corner shallow and exit shallow, as we see kind of a half move there from Michael Gouache. Not going to make that stick. But Joe Ruck's more of a guy he likes to use, as we see him go all out of shape there in 5. He loves hitting that curb in 5. I don't know if it's actually helping him more than it's hindering him, but it's still really cool to see with the sparks that Joe Ruck uses. But we'll see him exiting into 9 and 10. Ruck uses more of a wider line right here than we see from guys like Presti in that. So it's pretty cool to see what the shifter guys do and how their approach is to the line.
And he's certainly using a lot of curb, as you mentioned, Alex. Part of that might still be tire heat. If you ran low pressures to make it to the end of this heat without fading out on your tires, you might have a little less grip on the track. Hitting a few curbs might help shorten your radius through the corner, help you pick up a little bit of speed when you don't have the grip in the tires. So I think we're just seeing Joe Ruck be a little bit over-aggressive on some of those curbs early, but he's stabilized out to about 8/10 behind Evan Bott, and Scott Presti and Michael Gouache follow right behind.
Yeah, it's a good point you mentioned there with the tires. Maybe it's not coming in like he would like. With the red flag, it does change a bit of the strategy. You know, you go in there with a certain idea, game plan of what you're going to do with the tire pressures. Maybe you set them to, like, let's say 10. You know, you want them to come in halfway through the race. All of a sudden, red flag comes in. You lose tire temperature, right, because it's cooling down. So it's just, again, your whole game plan is kind of out the window. And Joe Ruck attacking the curves a little bit. Maybe he overheated his tires for all we know, but I doubt it with how cool it is right now.
It's a big testament to Evan Bott to be able to get his tires to fire off so strongly on those opening laps after that red flag. Like you mentioned, Alex, it's a huge detriment to all of the drivers to stop their karts, get out, take a breather, because those tires, they were hot. They've been warming them up on those out laps, those warm-up laps, and even into those first 2 laps of the race. But as soon as you stop for an extended period of time, all that heat comes out of the tire, and suddenly you have to go back out on a cold track. It's getting into the nighttime now. The temperature's coming down, and you've got to make them work immediately. Evan Bott doing the best job of that so far, but Joe Ruck not far behind now.
Yeah, Evan Bott, last 2 laps has been 4/10 and 2/10 slower than Joe Ruck. Joe Ruck, his tires are clearly in now. 46.9 last time by, 47.3 for Evan Bott. Evan Bott, tires came in really early on in the race, like we mentioned, you know, kind of a testament to how good he was to get the tires warmed up, but maybe warmed up a little too much here as Joe Ruck hitting the curb in 7 there. Late move into turn 8. Joe Ruck, new leader in Master Shifter.
In those last 2 laps, he's made up a lot of time. He's gotten those tires to fire off, and he's made that move for the lead here in Pro Master Shifter. Coming by the line, it'll be 3 to go this time by. The top 3 all nose to tail now. Scott Presti in the conversation. As we come through turn 1, anyone could win this still. 3 drivers in the conversation. Evan Bott's going to have to get his tires working better again if he wants to go hunt down Joe Ruck for a chance at this heat number 2 win.
Yeah, we saw from heat 1, Joe Ruck really comfortable with leading the race. He maintained the gap really, really well in heat 1. I suspect more of the same here in heat 2 as he really gets a rocket of a launch out of turn 6 there. Extends his gap over Evan Bott. Scott Presti pushing Evan Bott practically around turn 8 there. I suspect Presti to get around him as soon as he can. Evan Bott struggling right now with the tire deg, I believe.
As they come through the last corner of this Trackhouse Motorplex, they will get the 2 to go at the line. Scott Presti still putting the pressure on Evan Bott. And Joe Ruck looks pretty comfortable out there. It's a pretty even gap between the top 4. Give or take about a half a second between each of them. A few kart links, but Joe Ruck entirely in control late into this race with 2 to go.
Yeah, a guy I want to shout out, Michael Gouache. Last time by, you know, right there with the leaders' lap times at a 47.4. Faster than Scott Presti. He's close enough to maybe make something happen on Presti if Presti makes an error here with 2 to go.
An incredibly competitive Master Shifter field we're seeing here. Over 20 drivers deep and hugely competitive at the front. Joe Ruck, tip of the spear, currently coming back to the white flag this time by. About a half second back to Evan Bott, who led most of this race. but was overtaken by the charging Joe Ruck once his tires came in.
Yeah, just like I was saying, Michael Gouache faster than Presti last time by, 3/10 quicker. He's closed the gap to 3/10 over to Scott Presti there. We could have a battle for P3 in the closing stages of this final lap. As we see, Evan Bott there has closed the gap to Joe Ruck. It's not going to be enough unless Ruck makes a pretty catastrophic error here, but still, Evan Bott has closed the gap quite a bit over Joe Ruck here. Joe Ruck, I don't know if he doesn't realize that the lead isn't as much as he thinks, or maybe Evan Bott has just really put down a flyer here.
Evan Bott certainly charging back, but they'll come through the last corner, and this time by checkered flag and a heat number 2 win for Joe Ruck in Pro Master Shifter here at Night Fight, part of the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA.
Yeah, what a run there from Joe Ruck. Wasn't as easy as it was from the first heat. The first heat got out to an early lead, maintained that gap of about a second, just made it happen. Joe Ruck had to work for this one a bit. Evan Bott led for quite a bit of this race. Joe Ruck got the lead midway through the race, and Evan Bott kept him honest. Joe Ruck didn't put a foot wrong second half of that race. It looked a little sloppy in the opening few stages of the race, but kept it composed. Good run for Joe Ruck. Evan Bott, P2. Scott Presti, solid run for the Ralph Schumacher driver in P3. Michael Gouache and the Magic Kart USA go-kart almost gets the P3. He's in P4. And round out your top 5, Matt Machiko.
Going farther back, we've got AJ Now in P6. A solid run for that driver in the 606 machine. Lance Lane right behind him. Michael Rivera farther back. Frank Runco and Steve Libretto rounding out your top 10 in Pro Master Shifter.
Yeah, when we come back, we're going to go KA Junior Racing for Group B. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
All right, we are back here at Trackhouse Motorplex, round 1 of the Stars Championship Series, and we're going to get right into it here for KA Junior Heat 2 Group B. Mason Walters going to lead these guys to the green. Forrest Adams outside of row 1. They're looking for the green here. They're going to get it. Good start from Mason Walters. He's going to hold on to P1 there. Forrest Adams going to try to go around the outside. Has to take the escape road here. Hits the barrier, and he's going to fall back quite a few spots. So Forrest Adams had a rough Heat 1. Now it's a rough Heat 2 for him. Whoa, what a late defense move there from Mason Walters. He's not going to be able to hold on. So now it's going to be, I believe, Davin Roberts up into P1.
Wow, crazy start here. Intense fighting in the front, and I'd be surprised if he didn't bend an axle on that barrier at the exit of turn 2 there, having to run wide. A move for the lead, though, and he'll make it stick. Mason Walters up into P1.
Wow, you could see all these guys struggling for tire temperature now. So much wheel being put into it. The track temps decreased quite a bit since the sun went down, the lights came on. these guys, so the first few laps, going to be sliding on ice right now.
And we truly are night racing here at Trackhouse Motorplex for Night Fight, part of the Stars Championship Series. As they come around turn 3 for the first time by on a flying lap. And looks to the inside, stick it. Davin Roberts up to P1. He'll make that move in turn 4, and he'll tap the back of his helmet, signaling to Mason Walters that he wants to get gone and get away from this field.
Yeah, Davin Roberts knows he needs to make up every position he can, as Mason Walters doesn't want to be P2 for much longer. Deja vu from the last lap. Mason Walters back into P1, the same spot he did it last time. But like I was saying with Davin Roberts, rough heat 1 there, had contact with, I believe it was Forrest Adams. So Davin Roberts with a DNF in heat 1 needs every position he can, back to the inside of turn 11. Davin Roberts back into P1. Mason Walters to P2. John Antonino's going to want in on this mix any minute now.
And an intense fight already breaking out here for the lead with a 6-cart front group. Davin Roberts leading the charge ahead of Mason Walters. John Antonino in P3 in the 893 machine. Behind him, Max Weiland, CJ Bowman, and Liam Kerper make up your top group currently.
Yeah, looking a little further down in P12, Forrest Adams, the guy that was on the outside of row 1, had to take the escape route, hit the barrier a little bit. Kart seems to be all right. You know, he's making up a few spots here. Went down to P14. Now he's P12. As we see a battle for the lead, and Mason Walters once again takes the spot. Antonino's going to hold the outside here. That's not really the spot that you want to be with double right-hander. Roberts going to push him wide. Davin Roberts back into P2. Antonino back into P3, but we're getting racy up front.
Hard racing under the lights already for these junior drivers in the KA category, as there's a lot of moves going down the straight. Hard blocks in the inside. The back half of that group now split into 2. The first 2 drivers, Mason Walters and Davin Roberts, with a healthy lead over Max Weiland, and all the drivers that are following him, fighting hard for these positions on track.
Max Weiland took advantage of all the drivers fighting. He's now in P3. John Antonino went from fighting for the lead to being on the back of this train there, and I believe what is P6. No, make it P7 for John Antonino now. He's going to go to the inside. Oh, got a little bit of contact with the comp car. Antonino had a bit of an issue there, falls back even more. So Antonino now outside of your top 10 here in KA Junior Group B. That's not what you want to see, though, because, you know, even though it's 10th in this group, it really becomes 20th when you combine the 2 groups. The top 30, you're going to make the pre-final main. Then you don't want to ever be into the pre-final B, because then you risk getting eliminated from the race and not even make the final.
And CJ Bowman making the move for P3 there. The lead of the second group on track currently there, nose to tail. And we'll see if they can try and run down your leaders. Mason Walters and Davin Roberts, who've extended their lead to over a 1.5 seconds now early into this race.
Yeah, Max Weiland moved Liam Kerper just a little bit up the racetrack, forced Liam to go a little wide there, put James Newell now in the 5th, Max Weiland in the 4th, and I believe that is CJ Bowman now in the P3, but all this racing has let the 2 leaders, Mason Walters and Davin Roberts, pull away quite a bit. They have a 1.3 second advantage at least. We'll see what they cross the line, what the advantage is for them. But Mason Walters, Davin Roberts, they know what it takes to win the KA class. They're pushing hard. They've got over a 2-second lead now over the group for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
And CJ Bowman in that number 828 MPG Motorsports machine leading the charge back towards the front 2 drivers. But they're hooked nose to tail, working beautifully together to extend their lead and secure a 1-2 finish in this heat number 2 for KA Junior Heat 2 Group B.
Weiland, first car to this train. Looking a little further back, I mean, we see Liam Kerper there, but coming up on the freight here is Henry Taylor. Henry Taylor is about to make this a 5-cart battle for P3. There he is with the white nose there. As I believe we had maybe 1 cart going around. Max Weiland, though, still holds on to P3. CJ Bowman is going to push him through the field there.
That magic cart working well under him right now. This is number 818. Retains that number 3 and final podium position. First 2 leaders coming across your screen now, and the gap behind them significant now at over 3 seconds, and we'll see a move. That'll be by the Trinity karting driver, James Newell.
Peeked the nose there on CJ Bowman, couldn't make it work. Bowman chopped him pretty hard there, but I mean, in the bowl corners, like we were talking about all day, It's one of those things where there's about 3 different lines you can take, and CJ Bowman's not going to go on Max Whalen, and James Newell's going to follow suit, and I think that's Liam Kerper going to pinch him wide. So Kerper now goes from 5th or 6th to 4th, and Max Whalen from 4th down to 7th, maybe even 8th place.
And Max Whalen from that P3 spot in the podiums lost all of 4 or 5 spots in about 1 corner there. An unfortunate series of events as some diving was incited into the hairpin. Now a huge group forming for this second pack. All for that P3 position. Still 4 seconds behind your leaders, but look at this group. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost 10 drivers in this second group.
Yeah, this is the group from 3rd down to 11th. John Antonino is the end of this train. He was the guy leading this train a few laps ago, got pushed wide. He's now back in the mix. He's looking to make amends for the early errors in this race. But back up front there in the 3rd place guy, CJ Bowman, holding on to this group somehow, some way. But yeah, back up front, Mason Walters, Davin Roberts. We haven't talked about them much. They haven't really been giving up the action these guys have been giving us. But I mean, just to shout them out really quick, they're 7 tenths, 8 tenths faster than the rest of this field.
As 4 to go this time by, and they are well clear, almost 5 seconds clear of their nearest competitors at this point. The race is all but written for them. We'll just see who finishes first and who finishes second out of the 2. Behind them, the battle for 3rd rages on. That MPG Kart of CJ Bowman, the number 828, back in the lead of that group. Liam Kerper chasing close behind.
Wow, Forrest Adams moves up into P8. Forrest Adams was the guy that we saw in the barrier on the exit of turn 2 on the opening lap. Went down to P14. Forrest Adams is in with a shout to finish in the top 3 if things go his way.
That's incredible after a terrible start, and I even thought he might have bent an axle clipping that barrier, but obviously not. His kart's working well, and he's headed back towards the front.
There he goes.
Move inside under that Magic Kart driver of James Newell, and he'll secure that spot, moving him farther forward inside the top 10, now up to P7.
Yeah, Forrest Adams there on Max Whalen and the Magic Kart USA driver. He was P3 2 laps ago. Now Max Whalen is in P9. This is how easy it is to fall back here in KA Junior.
And especially with this massive group fighting for that last podium position, James Antonino can tell you it is so easy to go from the front of this group to the very back in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, we had a change for P3 there. That is now James Newell as we see Forrest Adams trying to make a move there on the 810 of Henry Taylor. Couldn't make it work. Now it's going a bit defensive there on Jackson Wolney. Holds on, though, Forrest Adams to P7.
And the sticks are in the air. It's 2 to go this time by for your KA Juniors here at Trackhouse Motorplex. The battle for P3 rages on. The first 2 spots are pretty well locked up with a 6-second advantage. But the battle for P3 is all but over. James Newell currently leading that group, followed closely by CJ Bowman as they all continue to fight.
There we go. Back on the leaders now with 2 to go. It has stayed this way for the entirety of this race. Davin Roberts has been content with pushing Mason Walters for the entire race, but we're going to go through turn 9 and 10 as we're going to round the last part of this racetrack and enter the white flag lap. I doubt Davin Roberts is going to stay behind him for much longer, or at least be content with it. As he's going to go to the inside late move on turn 11. Mason Walters has to turn out of it. Davin Roberts now your new leader as they're side by side cross the line here. Mason Walters to the inside. He's through to the lead in turn 1. They can afford to race quite a bit, though. They have a 6-second lead over the guys in P2 on back, P3 on back. So Mason Walters now bottom of the racetrack, and for top side for Davin Roberts, Walters holds on.
As they continue to fight, they still have a 6-second margin, so nothing they do here other than crashing each other is going to impact the result. It's just to decide who gets first and who gets second, and they will fight hard. We're headed to the hairpin. Low defensive for Mason Walters, and he'll hold it on the exit side by side as they head into the last corner of the track. They'll look for the crossover from Mason Walters. He's on the outside looking to cross over for the inside line. He'll get blocked down to the bottom track by Davin Roberts. Mason Walters looking, won't get there. Davin Roberts will be your heat number 2 winner in KA Junior Heat 2 Group B. Let's come across the line. Davin Roberts P2. James Newell will secure that final podium position out of that massive 10-kart group to decide who's going to get 3rd place. CJ Bowman comes home P4 Henry Taylor rounds out your top 5. An incredible drive back for Forrest Adams after that lap 1 incident to recover and finish P6. And John Antonino, after dropping back significantly in that second group, recovers to P7. Liam Kerper in P8. Jason Woolley in P9, and Cash Perkins will round out your top 10.
Yeah, what a battle there between Mason Walters and Davin Roberts for that last lap and a half. Mason Walters, that entire last lap, white-lined the racetrack. Clean, but hard, clean, but fair racing there from Mason Walters. Davin Roberts played it smart. He knows he needed every position he can, but couldn't afford another DNF after the Heat 1 DNF he had there with Forrest Adams. So Davin Roberts, good run for him. Forrest Adams, like you mentioned, solid recovery drive after we thought his race was almost over with possible axle issue, but didn't seem to happen. Forrest Adams fights back from 14th to P6.
A lot of great storylines in that one. Up next, the next group, KA Junior, Heat 2, Group A.
All right, as the engines get fired up here for KA Junior, Heat 2, Group A. Can't wait for this one.
Again, the goal is top 15 per heat so that you are not at risk of getting cut for the final here. If you're put in the pre-final Group B, you will be in the cut group and you will have to finish inside a certain number of positions to make that final. As we head out on track here under the lights at Trackhouse Motorplex for Night Fight. Round 1 of the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. I mean, Group A, Carter McMurray unofficially won the race in the Heat 1. Unfortunately got a bit of a jump start penalty, sorry. It was a 10-second penalty for him, so not what you want to see. And especially like you were saying, your goal is top 15 to really get yourself out of the risk of getting put out of the pre-final A and into pre-final B. He should be all right, though. He's shown really good pace all weekend long so far. And I tell you one thing, because I heard his dad, Jamie McMurray, talking to him, I bet he won't make the same mistake twice.
Definitely not. That's something you won't do again. A benefit to having these rules in place. Once you get it wrong once, you'll never get it wrong again as the drivers continue to warm their tires, struggling them all the way to the last possible second as they get ready to take the green flag. They'll get lined up, get headed through this last corner.
Yeah, I bet all the drivers and mechanics were watching the past few races under the lights, and the mechanics especially told their drivers, get heat in these tires. It is cold out there, track's cooling down. You need heat in the tires if you want to make positions up on the opening laps.
We're into the tram lines. We're looking for a green flag here under the lights. Hands up in the air, signaling to slow down. They certainly are holding their pace as they approach the line, and we'll get a green flag this time by into turn 1. All clean so far, 2, 3 wide through turns 2 and 3. But so far, so clean. And this Star 1 driver off in turn 3. Just a little half spin for the number 821 driver of Cole Wilson. But he'll recover, and we'll keep going.
Yeah, good start here from McMurray and Gunler. They've already extended their advantage a little bit over the field. There's Austin Olds in P3. Austin Olds put on a show for us in Heat 1 around the outside of almost every driver, almost, it seemed like, for 5 straight laps. Let's see if he does more of that here in Heat 2. But I bet you one thing. I was very surprised that after the second and third time that Austin Olds went around the outside, the drivers weren't going to try to push him off. I suspect that won't happen here in Heat 2.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that should be talked about more and the other drivers should be looking at, is that he made that outside pass work 3 times in the hairpin. And it was all excellent. The first time it worked amazingly well. He even got pushed wide the next 2 times and still was able to make up a position. So obviously he's found something that the other drivers here haven't yet so far. Carter McMurray currently leading your field over Wesley Gunler, and Austin Olds sitting right there in P3, hunting them down.
McMurray still your leader right now, but Wesley Gunler hot on his tail. Let's see how much longer he wants to stay in P2. I mean, I bet you these guys watched the first heat there, saw Davin Roberts, Mason Walters work together and pull away. They're going to want to do the same thing. The more you can make a race, a 2 or 3 kart race, rather than an 8 kart race, the better it is for your chances of winning the race.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to want to space this out as quickly as possible just to minimize any risk. We're still in the heat races. We're not playing for final wins here, but already we'll see a pass for the lead as Wesley Gunler will bring Austin Olds with him, and they'll both go by Carter McMurray in turn 1. Coming out of turn 3, headed down the back straight, they're all nose to tail, and Austin Olds will look for the lead. He'll get it into turn 4. Carter McMurray tries to go with him. Wesley Gunler will try to hold the outside, won't do it. Carter McMurray falls to P2, and Austin Olds, your new leader.
All this racing brings Luke Powers into the mix. We're going to have a 4-kart train, especially with Austin Olds white lining turn 8 on lap 4. Around the outside goes Wesley Gunler, taking a page out of Austin Olds' book. Wesley Gunler now up to P2, McMurray down to P3, and just like we were saying, the more you race, the more karts going to be in this race. It's now a 5-kart train here in KA Junior.
And we could possibly see it even extend to more than that. If Austin Olds keeps defending, the more you defend, that's even worse than passing. That just stacks up the whole field, so you instantly bring everyone back into the conversation. But he's holding on so far here in the number 850 MPG Motorsports machine over Wesley Gunler in P2. As the top 5 still remains one solidified group through turn 4.
Yeah, Roman McCurdy last time by, fastest guy of the 5. He has the benefit of the draft from the 4 guys, and he was the one that wasn't racing. He's the one that's benefited off of these guys battling quite a bit. As back to your, we're going to see McCurdy actually make a move here on Luke Powers. So McCurdy gets the curb on the exit of turn 8, not going to make it stick. McCurdy a little bit too deep on the brakes, and McCurdy stays in P5.
But good pace so far to drag himself back up to that top 5. I'm sure we'll see more fighting here as they continue on. Austin Olds not defending anymore, trying to line everyone up and take off. McMurray giving Wesley Gunler a good push there in P2. And it all remains stacked up. No one's going for any crazy moves yet here in KA Junior.
Here we go. Wesley Gunler to P1. Austin Olds going to try to hold the outside there on McMurray. McMurray, little hip check there, gets P2. Good move from McMurray to follow Wesley Gunler through. So Austin Olds down to P3 and under fire a little bit from Luke Powers. And head towards turn 8. Let's see if Gunler is going to get past here. McMurray to the inside of Gunler. McMurray now to P1. Olds going to try to follow him. Gunler's going to hold the outside. Good pace on the exit there. Gunler's going to stay side by side there. Luke Powers now going to throw a little nose in on Olds. Couldn't make it work. McMurray your leader. Gunler P2. Olds stays in P3.
Almost contact there between Olds and the number 855 of Luke Powers. That'll cost Luke a bit of time. Will put Roman McCurdy right onto his back bumper. Austin Olds, meanwhile, will be right on the back bumper. Wesley Gunler as they head through turn 2, turn 3. And Carter McMurray still leading this race and fastest of them all so far. Not for long, though. To the inside, Wesley Gunler straight back to the lead. There's no holding it for more than a lap here with these drivers. Everyone wants their turn at leading this KA Junior Heat number 2.
Well, I mean, it's like what we talked about earlier today as we see McMurray, like you said, Simon, back to the lead, always gets chopped a little bit by Gunler, so Gunler's going to hold on to this lead. Like we talked about earlier today, you know, like what Palacio was saying, Aiden Levy told us, Olds gets a really good run exiting turn 9. Between turn 9 and 10, you don't see a lot of moves happen there. Austin Olds up to P2.
And he'll get that move done. Promoting him to the P2 position, like you said, and putting him right on the back of Wesley Gunler. As the top 3 start to make a little headway into a gap between them and P4 of Luke Powers and Roman McCurdy right behind him in the 831 machine in P5. So the top 3 still nose to tail, but a bit of a gap starting to form.
Yeah, all these drivers seem to really want to lead this race. Like I was saying, we spoke with Palacio, spoke with Aiden Levy. They feel comfortable leading because it's much easier to cause the carnage than be involved in it, right? So if they lead, they feel as though they can defend enough around this racetrack to create havoc between second on back and try to pull away.
I feel like every driver so far has said the same thing to me in different words. I mean, they all want to control the race. They all want everyone else to crash but them. And that's the way racing goes. Austin Olds to the inside here in the final corner. He'll get the move done on Wesley Gunler for that P1 position in that 850 MPG Motorsports machine. Gunler right behind him, though. McMurray lurking there in P3, ready to strike.
Well, now that Luke Powers and Roman McCurdy have finally stopped battling, they're going to be right back in this mix any moment now because I know these top 3 will continue the race. Here comes Luke Powers. Here comes Roman McCurdy. Last time by, they were faster than second through second and third, so let's see if they join this train here any moment now. As they enter turn 8 here, Olds up on the wheel. Gunler's not going to make a move, so Old's going to hold on here. That was the first time I think that the guys could have made a move in turn 8 and didn't do so. So maybe they've learned their lesson. They know that it's a 3-car battle here.
I think they've done some sensing. Their spidey senses are tingling as they realize there's a gap forming behind them. They want to line up and get out of there as quickly as possible so they can secure these top 3 spots. I think that's 4 to go at the line. So 4 laps to go this time by. Austin Old still your leader over Wesley Gunler and Carter McMurray, your top 3. Nose to tail, no fighting, no defending so far.
Yeah, but here comes Luke Powers. Powers making the jump from Roman McCurdy up to the top 3 all alone, goes purple at a 51.132. He's there. He's in the same frame as these 3 guys. If they race at all, it's going to be a 4-cart train here. But like we said, and like you were saying, Spidey senses tingling. They know they can make this a 3-cart race with 3 to go if they don't race.
And they'll come by the line with just enough time to squeeze in 1 more lap. So it'll be this plus 2 laps, coming to 3 to go at the line. Austin Old still your leader. Still single file, no passing as of yet. Luke Powers still moving forwards, though. Another purple lap that time by. He is quick and he is coming. Question is, does he have time to make it all the way there? They're running extremely wide at the front. Austin Old's using every bit of real estate on the exit of turn 3 there to hold the lead and try and push this pack away from the number 855 of Luke Powers there in P4.
Yeah, I mean, how much longer does Gunler wait to make this move, right? Because he knows there's at least 3 laps to go here, and when they cross the line, it'll be 2 to go. Gunler, he can wait, but with McMurray on his bumper, McMurray's thinking the same thing, right? With 2 to go, he'll probably try to make a move on Gunler, and Gunler's want to make a move on Austin Olds. So how much longer do you wait to make this move before Luke Powers joins in the mix?
We're coming to 2 to go this time by, and there we see it. Austin Olds running defensive into turn 1. Won't go all the way to the bottom, but we'll go significantly down. We'll cover that position. We'll go defensive again into 3, and I think we're starting to see the fights happening as we'll see Carter McMurray to the inside, Austin Olds to the inside. But around the outside, Wesley Gunler to the lead with an awesome pass around the outside of turn 4. He'll secure that P1 position over Austin Olds and Carter McMurray.
Wesley Gunler around the outside of turn 4. Throws a late block on Austin Olds. Gunler wasn't happy with Austin Olds, giving him the hand signals there because he felt like Austin Olds was defending a little bit too early. But here comes Carter McMurray on the outside of Olds. Olds puts a bumper to Gunler there. Gunler holds on, but here comes Luke Powers now. Out of nowhere, Luke Powers in the P3.
And look who has arrived on the scene, both Luke Powers and Roman McCurdy. It is a 5-cart fight for the win. White flag this time by. The top 3 all to the bottom of the track. Wesley Gunler, extremely defensive. Austin Olds will follow him, and Carter McMurray with the over-under to take that P3 spot back as they crest the hill. Outside turn number 3, a lot of dicing, a lot of defending into turn 4. Wesley Gunler holds the lead around the outside again. Turn 4, Carter McMurray this time will use it to slide into that P2 position.
Unbelievable racing here in KA Junior. Carter McMurray around the outside of Austin Olds, now to the inside of Wesley Gunler. Wow, what a move. Austin Olds around the outside. They're 3 wide entering turn 9. Wesley Gunler somehow holds on. Austin Olds now to the inside. Wesley Gunler, how have you held on to this lead? Austin Olds, P2, Luke Powers on the outside. Here comes Roman McCurdy. They're 3 wide, turn 11. Carter McMurray now in P3. Cross the line, Wesley Gunler P1, Olds P2, and Carter McMurray P3. Unbelievable in KA Junior.
What a last lap. What did we just witness? Some incredible racing by all 5 members of your top group to dice it out in the last lap. 2, 3 wide, defensive, outside moves, everything you could possibly ask for, and that was only a heat race, Alex.
I mean, if you would have shown me that footage and said it was a final. By the way, look at our live stream. That's a really, really cool moon. We got like a red moon almost. That's awesome. I mean, wow, what did we just see, though? That could have been a feature race, and I would have believed it.
Man, that was incredible. Some awesome driving by our junior drivers. To recap, Wesley Gunler comes away with the win. Austin Olds comes home P2. Carter McMurray rounds out your top 3. Luke Powers and Roman McCurdy make up the end of your top 5. Farther on back, Victor De Alencar comes home nicely in P6. Isaac Malcuit, P7. Mateo Pappas, P8. Luca Bruncati, P9. And Ben Hernandez wraps up your top 10. KA Junior Heat 2 Group A. What a fight. And I honestly don't know what to say after that. That was incredible, and I think we've set the bar too high for the rest of the weekend.
I mean, unbelievable stuff there in KA Junior Group A. I suspect more of the same coming tomorrow with those guys. They race so hard. I can't wait to see when we combine the two groups and get 10, 15 kart trains for the lead.
This has to be some of the best racing in the world you can possibly watch right now as we have engines fired. And your
Mini
Swift drivers are heading out onto the track under the lights for their first time in the nighttime here at Trackhouse Motorplex for night fight.
Yeah, as the Mini Swift drivers enter the racetrack, we're going to give you a quick rundown of your starting lineup. Michael McGoy and Travis Pettit. Row 1, Cameron Marshall and Lucas Palacio. Round out row 2, Kai Mars and Max Christie. Row 3, Ashton Woon and Landon Boer. Row 4, Holden Harder and Bowen Green. Row 5, Gabriel Balog and Marco Samet. Row 6, and Tyrone Kemper Jr., Theon Shee. Row 7, Jacob Scheibele and Max Bokaram. Row 8, Thomas Chrisman and Ben Gleberman. Row 9, and Luke Fedowitz, Caleb Tracy. Row 10, William Roberts, Gabriel Lopez Velarde. And row 11, Darren Kidd and Anna McCrone. Row 12, and Donovan Hogan rounds out your field in the Micro Swift Stars class. These guys trying to get all the heat in their tires that they can. Tracks cool down, lights are on. How cool is this, Simon?
Let's go racing. This is awesome. This is what we love to see. Under the lights here, colder temperatures than earlier today. It's going to be a lot harder to get temp into those tires, so let's see how these Mini Swift drivers deal with it. Into the tram lines, all lined up nicely, getting ready for their start. As we come through, we'll be looking for the green flag here into turn 1, and we have it. We are racing in Mini Swift for heat number 2.
Well, the inside lane bunched up pretty hard there, as I believe Cameron Marshall kind of backed him up a bit. Looks like Lucas Palacio has found himself in P2 from P4. How has he done that? Lucas Palacio already in the P2. A little bit of an inside move there from, I believe, what was Travis Pettit. Couldn't make it stick, but a good start from your leader.
And all the drivers filing through nicely. No opening incidents on this first lap. The top, what is that, 6 all in one line. Defensive by the driver in P3. We'll try to pick up who that is, but out front, it is Cameron Marshall.
Yeah, Travis Pettit throwing a pretty early block there for P3, but made it work there, got a good run. Actually, no, that was Max Christie. Somehow, someway, the outside lane just got such a good run, because Palacio and Christie were 4th and 6th at the start of this race, and they are now 2nd and 3rd, so what a run for these guys so far. Great start for Max Christie at P3.
Absolutely, these drivers getting to work here under the lights as Cameron Marshall and Lucas Palacio hooked up nose to tail exiting turn 3. Giving a little signal. Palacio is going to go to the inside. Like I've said earlier, this is a guy who wants to lead every lap he possibly can. He feels the most comfortable out front controlling the field, and that's where you're going to find him more often than not. But as we look farther back, still 6 karts all in this top group. Anything could happen, Alex.
Yeah, what a late move. I mean, Palacio went for the move there in 4, and I didn't think Pettit would go for it, but Pettit put on such a late move on Cameron Marshall, caught him off guard. Marshall had to turn out of it almost, and now move Pettit up into P2. But like you were saying, Palacio out front, this is where we've seen him all year long. This is where he feels most comfortable. He's just been the class of the field in Mini Swift all year long in every series we go to.
A driver well beyond his years. He's doing well here, especially 2023 has been an awesome start to the year in Mini Swift for him. He's picking up multiple national victories, and now he's come to the Stars Championship Series to see if he can't win Fight Night, the first and opening round of the Stars Championship Series presented by Extreme Sim Racing USA. 2-3 wide through turn 4, the back half of the top 6. That'll be Michael McGoy, Travis Pettit, and Landon Bueller all dicing it out.
Yeah, no, that was Kai Mars. Kai Mars going for a move on Holden Harder there. Got a boatload of understeer entering 4. Couldn't make it turn, and Gabriel Balog took advantage of both of them and now moved Gabriel up into P7.
Intense fighting we're seeing under the lights by these young drivers. Lots of experience in this field, though. Young they may be, but they are wise and they drive well beyond their years. Showcased by the excellent racecraft here, especially at the front of the field. Lucas Palacio, Max Christia, two top-level national drivers taking off out front.
Yeah, back up front, Lucas Palacio getting a monster push from Travis Pettit. These two guys experienced in a mini class. They both know what it takes to win. I suspect these two guys are going to be pushing together, trying to pull away from Cameron Marshall, your pole sitter. Marshall holding strong though in P3, but a lone ranger right now there as we see Michael McGoy and Landon Boer working together. They're going to catch Cameron Marshall at this rate.
See, here at this point in the race, knowing Lucas, I think he wants P3 to catch up to him because given the history of Heat 1, as soon as he gets a battle for P2, he takes off and he can't be touched. Doesn't matter if you have draft or not. But as long as Max Christie is right up behind him, that's going to be incredibly difficult. So a tough choice here for Lucas Palacio early. It's not going to be easy. Max Christia keeping him honest, and Cameron Marcia chasing them down from P3.
Yeah, I wouldn't say a tough choice for Palacio. It's not really his choice if Cameron Marcia catches him or not, but I tend to agree with you here. I think for Palacio's sake, I think it'd be better if these three guys catch him, and they already have. I mean, we have a 5-car train now for Mini Swift here, but Palacio, like in Heat 1, took advantage of the guys racing for second. He hopes for more of the same here.
It's so hard to separate these drivers. These karts, these Mini Swift guys are like magnets. They stick to each other. As soon as they get separated, they stick back. Max Christia to the inside of Lucas Palacio. He'll take over the lead. And into a 5-cart train, again we go. A little peek to the inside. Cameron Marcia looking to the inside of Palacio. Won't make that one stick as he'll come to the final corner with 3.5 minutes remaining in this heat number 2.
Yeah, Max Christie, good move there. So I apologize. I didn't say Travis Pettit. That was Max Christie. Max Christie to the lead here in Mini Swift. Lucas Palacio's going to fall back to second there. He needs to be careful, though, because here comes Cameron Marshall, Michael McGoy, and Landon Boer. Here comes the posse to the inside. Landon Boer to the inside of McGoy. Gives him a hip check. Oh, almost spins it there, but holds on. Good defense there from Michael McGoy.
Definitely closed the door down. Did not want to give up that position. Close, but great driving from both to keep it going with no farther incidents. The inside of Palacio maybe negative. He'll look, but he'll get a worse exit as Cameron Marcia trying to figure out how he can break into this top 2.
Yeah, Marcia, a product of what we call the half move. He went for the move and backed out of it, outbraked himself, missed the corner, and actually hurt him more than he would have just stayed in line or gone for the move. So Marcia now thought about a move on Palacio, and now he has to worry about Michael McGoy and not lose a spot to P3.
And it's a tough battle. Like I said earlier, these guys are magnets. So as far ahead as the front 2 may be, I have a feeling these next 3 drivers in the top 5 are going to reel that back in, and we're going to have a fight near the end here.
Yeah, let's see if Palacio can push Christie away from these guys 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But, I mean, I don't know. I think Palacio and Christie are going to start fighting here with about 5 to go. Christie up on the wheel here. We see him put his head down a little bit there. Inside move. That's going to stick there for Landon Boer. Landon Boer now into P4. McGoy's going to have to push Landon up into Cameron Marcia. But it looks to me like Cameron Marcia's making the jump here to these top 2.
Yeah, and Cameron Marcia getting away from the chaos behind him. Those 2 drivers, Landon Boer and is that Michael McGoy, fighting hard and separating themselves a bit. So Cameron Marcia with a nice little healthy gap, about a second to the karts behind, and he's starting to reel in these leaders here with a minute and a half remaining before our bonus 2 laps at the end of this race.
Christie and Palacio, they're all right with pushing each other right now. Palacio looked back. He sees the gap he's got. He saw that Cameron Marshall is all alone. He knows in the lower horsepower classes, like I've been saying, 2's faster than 1. Palacio's going to keep pushing Max Christie for the next 2 or 3 laps until the white flag.
He'll keep pushing him until he's absolutely sure there won't be any attack from behind. No reason to compromise that now. You can always go for the move a bit later. He certainly has the pace to stay right there with Max Christie, as those 2 continue to lead by about a half second over Cameron Marcia here in this Mini Swift heat number 2.
Really impressive driving, though, from Cameron Marcia, keeping him honest. Palacio looks back. He can see every time the gap doesn't change. And, in fact, that lap, Cameron Marcia, fastest driver on the racetrack at a 53.609. Here he comes. Here comes Cameron Marcia. He's in the toe now of Max Christie as Palacio makes a move for the lead. So now Palacio's your leader. Marcia's in the mix. It's a 3-car battle on Mini Swift.
Certainly is, and we'll have 3 laps to go here. Coming to 2 to go next time by, so as soon as those drivers see the sticks, I'm sure they'll start fighting aggressively, and maybe it'll turn into a 5-car fight, as I still see those back 2 of the top 5 in the frame there as we scroll through the hairpin here now. Palacio still leads over Christia, then Marcia, but Marcia's there. He's all over Christia's bumper now, so anything could happen in these closing 2 laps, Alex.
Yeah, good exit there from Lucas Palacio. Wow, I can't believe the exit he got out of the turn 8 and 9, or 9 and 10 complex there. Palacio, your leader, as they get the 2 to go signal. Max Christie hot on his tail though, but Cameron Marcia is right there in the mix. Landon Boer puts his best lap at a 53.5. Here comes Landon Boer. We're about to have a 4-kart race in Mini Swift and maybe even 5. Palacio going to go all the way to the bottom as they have to turn 4. Outside for Christie, not going to make it happen. Palacio's going to hold on. This blocking, though, is going to bring 4th and 5th into play.
Absolutely. It's going to turn it into a 5-kart fight for the win and the podium positions. But Palacio is going to defend hard the whole way. He does not want to lose this lead. He goes defensive in 4. He'll go halfway defensive into the hairpin. Not fully. He knows he doesn't need to at that point, as Christia is busy working over Cameron Marcia. As those 2 continue the fight, we're coming to the white flag this time by. Last time by for all 5 drivers of this top group. And it's anyone's guess who's going to come out on top, as there's a lot of racing left to do here. Palacio low to the inside, Alex.
Yeah, Palacio low to the inside there. Marcia's going to go for the crossover on Christie. Not going to make it happen. Best case for Lucas Palacio here is that Cameron Marcia's going to battle here with Christie, which he does. This is going to help Palacio quite a bit. Marcia finds himself in P2. Christie's going to fall back to P4 as we see Landon Boer now in P3. Palacio holds onto the lead there. Marcia P2 now.
And Landon Boer all the way from P4 out of the picture, driving it into this 5-car fight for the win. Late here, defensive from Palacio low. Marcia's going to go high. Christie to the inside, 3 wide behind him for that last spot on the podium. It's a dogfight here, but nose to tail virtually for the entire top 5. Coming to the last corner of this race, Palacio going defensive. Will he get crossed over on the exit? He will. Max Christie to the line is side by side. Almost too close to call. Palacio wins it by 0.05 of a second, Alex.
Wow, Lucas Palacio, masterclass defending there on the final few corners. Holds on over Cameron Marcia. I thought Marcia pulled off the crossover move, but Palacio maintained momentum just enough, exiting 11 to hold on to the lead. Cameron Marcia P2. Michael Magoye was the beneficiary over Landon Boer and Max Christie battling. Got both of them exiting turn 8. They were 3 wide, and Michael Magoye in P3. Landon Boer P4. Christie rounds out your top 5. Holden Harder almost joined the mix there in P6. Kai Mars in P7. Travis Pettit, not the race he would have wanted after where he started at P8. Fianchi, good run for him in P9. And Gabriel Bellog rounds out your top 10 in Mini Swift. What a race in Heat 2.
What a race indeed, Alex. That was great to watch. Congratulations to Lucas Palacio on that Heat number 2 win. And coming up next, we will have your KA Senior, KA Stars. Group B will start us off for their Heat number 2, and I'm sure we'll come back to a lot of action. Stay tuned.
The interview.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers Production Night Fight, live for the first time ever with an onboard camera here in KA Senior. KA Stars fixing to take the track under the lights for their heat number 2. How excited are you, Xander?
I'm a little more nervous, I think, than the drivers are right now, Simon. But hey, we've got an onboard camera. This is riding shotgun with Kart Republic North America, Kart Republic North America's Dalton Haynes. He's going to line up on the pole, so you're riding right on front of his nose cone. We'll keep this in and out throughout this session. One big thing to note there, they were a little bit worried coming off the scale line of how good or bad the engine was going to be for this final heat race. After they warmed it up, they got a little bit worried. So we'll see. Right now, it's a perfect shot. Starting front end of the field from the pole, Dalton Haynes will lead your field on out here as they rocket down the back straightaway. And again, you're getting right down nice and low to show you the speed of how fast these KA 100 Stars are ripping around Trackhouse Motorplex. But for the first time ever, a live onboard camera riding onboard Dalton Haynes here as they head through the infield. And so far, so good on our testing. Looks like he's got most of the range. We'll continue to use this as much as we can throughout the session. Go picture in picture as well. But here's back for the wide shot. Let's go back to the starting lineup for the final time. They'll line up this way here in KA Stars. Again, this is the first of the two groups, the second quickest overall in qualifying. It was a solid day here through Dalton Haynes' initial start. And then from there, in heat number 1, a really good performance as well, running right up there with Aiden Levy, who eventually got the heat race win. There you can see the onboard camera right center of the shot. Onboard that white and orange Kart Republic at Dalton Haynes in the 900. Everything he sees, we'll be able to see as well. They'll round the final turn here as we get set to go green for the very first time. KA Stars Group B with an onboard shot down on the inside lane. Spencer Conrad in the Nitro Kart colors will join him on the outside of row 1. Aiden Levy will start to the inside of row 2 alongside E-Train Emerson Reed in the Hotstede OTK. Your top 5 is completed with Oliver Piatek's BJR MDR LN Kart. Then you go back. Max Taylor, James Overbeck, Drew James, Aiden Hatcher, Garrett Davis. Your top 10 into the tram lines here as we get set to go green. On board with the starter, and the lights go out. We're racing down to turn number 1, and Dalton Haynes will lead your field through. Aiden Levy to second. They're 3 wide for second and third. It will sort itself out as they rocket down the back straightaway for the first time. Let's see what they look like going down to turn number 4.
An awesome shot from that onboard camera showing the start from Dalton Haynes as Aiden Levy following up close behind, a driver into the barriers, coming down into turn 4. Issue for that driver. We'll pick you up and let you know who it is here in a second. But out front, a whole line of drivers contesting for the front of this field.
As they head into the hairpin here, a little bit of a shaft there. It looked like that one went to Emerson Reed. He got moved up the racetrack, or maybe just overshot the corner. One of the two. He lost 2 spots in the exchange. It's Spencer Conrad now into 3rd. A great start for Max Taylor to 4th. Reed is back to 5th as they climb the hill to turn 11 and head down the front straightaway for the first time.
Coming down to pass the start-finish, Aiden Levy still right there on the bumper. Dalton Haynes, he'll look to the inside. He'll make the pass for the lead into turn 1. And now we'll get an awesome shot off the front of Dalton Haynes' kart, watching Aiden Levy as he takes off, headed towards turn 4. For the first time ever from an onboard camera, Xander.
Yeah, through the bowl, you can see Aiden Levy there in the 990. Watch this as they go through the chicane. This tight left-right chicane. He'll clip a little curve on the left side, set it up, get the good run into the runoff. It's really bumpy out there outside of turn 6 and 7, and this gives you a good view. Dalton Haynes is going to come under fire again. This time, Spencer Conrad goes through down to the inside for 2nd. He'll take over that spot here as Haynes falls back to 3rd. He's going to dive him back in the double right, and a slick move by Dalton Haynes will take over the spot as they come out of the double right-hander. Max Taylor takes over that 3rd spot. There was a little contact with the barriers further back, but it's allowed Aiden Levy to get a lead. Let's see how good the toe is from on board the driver of Dalton Haynes. How quickly can he hunt down Aiden Levy on that Alonso kart as they rocket up the hill towards turn 3.
Dalton currently leading a 5-kart pack for P2, chasing down Aiden Levy at the front. Some awesome shots and some passing already from that onboard camera. We'll see as it progresses, as he's still under fire from the drivers behind, Xander.
Yeah, they'll hit the curb over there. A little clip of the curbing through 5 and 6. Rolls through the inside of 6 there, nearly to the edge of the racetrack for Dalton Haynes. He's trying with everything he can to hang on to 2nd in the group and keep them tucked behind him. Good run through the infield hairpin here, coming out of turn number 8. Not a great exit, though he'll close back up, and you can again get a really good look, Simon, here at the difference in driving lines just a little bit. Dalton seems to be going a little bit deeper into the corner, trying to roll the center. Aiden Levy backing his corners up just a touch more, and that's something, of course, you're able to drive it in deeper when you have the draft coming out of the corner to kind of pull you back out. You can gain going in, and the draft will take you the rest of the way. That was a good gain through turns 1 and 2. Here will be a really good run on board to show how quickly these guys will close up at the end of the back straightaway. He's got help. He will lose that help in turn number 4 as he's side by side with Max Taylor, who slips down the inside lane.
Max Taylor with a great pass to the inside, and that 933 OTK Kart making his way up into P2. An awesome shot off the back. We can see greatly into the hairpin right now. So rolling through, headed down to catch Aiden Levy out front. They're making some headway, and Max Taylor certainly running him down.
Out of turn number 9 here, this is where he's losing a little bit of time on the short shoot up the hill to the final corner. He'll come under more pressure. He's trying to make up for it. Little slide in the middle of 11. They'll stay even. They're still making up time to Levy. In fact, Max Taylor is going to arrive on the scene here, I think this time down the back straightaway, Simon. Big run up the hill, turn 3 to the bumper. Here comes Max Taylor, rear bumper, looking inside, new leader. Taylor goes through, and Haynes, you can see on the top of the screen and on down at the bottom right corner, defended a little bit because he could hear the pressure coming from Spencer Conrad right on his bumper, and they're all stacked up once again through the infield as they go towards the hairpin.
And it's a neat note about defending, especially in karts when you don't have mirrors. Inside, Levy goes for the lead. Dalton Haynes will cross over to make it from P3 into P1. Taylor scruffing along behind. He'll stay in P3, but a huge change up in the hairpin there for the lead. But as I was saying, like, we get into these night races, and you know the pressure's on. You've got to make these moves, and what a close field we have at the front.
Yeah, 5, nearly 6-car party at the front of the field here right now. Dalton Haynes back to the point here, leading the way as they head down the back straightaway. Here comes a run from Levy, looking low. Haynes going to wave him by. He'll let him go through. Tries to hold it tight on the outside just to minimize the damage. He'll stay side by side with Taylor, but he has the inside for 5. That'll keep him in second. Taylor has to give all the way back to 4th. And look who snuck into the party. Welcome to the big dance, James Overbeck. What a run through the grid so far for the 948. He's now up to 3rd as Taylor comes under a little pressure from Spencer Conrad. Back for that 4th spot. Overbeck, little nudge, gets by on Dalton Haynes, moves on the racetrack. He gets clear there in turn number 9.
Aiden Levy with a small gap out front. Currently, Dalton Haynes getting passed once again by 1, maybe 2 drivers. He'll be right behind Max Taylor, headed down this front straight.
Spencer Conrad back. Yeah, big block down there in Oliver Piatek. That'll give Haynes a little bit of gap. Now they're going to go side by side. Piatek will lose a spot as down the inside for him. Emerson Reed getting back into the mix, I believe, indeed, on the Host DD OTK. Takes back 6th. So E-Train moves himself up a little further. Aiden Levy continues to show the way by about 4 car lengths over James Overbeck. Max Taylor on the 933 and our onboard camera in 4th. Dalton Haynes on the Kart Republic headed to the hairpin here with 2 minutes, 20 seconds plus 2 laps to go.
Emerson Reed having a good run all the way up to 7th, like you mentioned, Xander. It's a tight group at the front, a little bit more spaced out now with the top 4 and then the 3 behind them. But Emerson Reed, a driver that's been around the scene for a long time, dating back to the early 2010s. He knows what he's doing, he has experience, and let's see it play out as he continues to work his way forward.
Look at the run. Dalton Haynes able to get there through turn number 1. That kart really rolls to the center in the high-speed corners. It seems pretty well. However, down the backstretch, Taylor with a little bit more top end is going to take advantage, and he'll dive the inside on Overbeck. Haynes is there on the curb, side by side, trying to get clear. Will not get clear. Overbeck hangs on to P3. A minute and 30 seconds to go as Taylor makes a little mistake there in turn 6. I was talking to Max Taylor on the grid. He was saying, I like the senior racing. You know, it's a lot more strategic. I thought Dalton would have dove bombed Aiden multiple laps in a row, and he didn't. He pushed him. He waited in line. And I was telling him, yeah, these guys know what to do. At the same time, it's controlled aggression as well. If they don't think you're fast enough, they're going to go right back by you. And making mistakes like that, hitting the inside curbs, that's going to make those guys instantly want to pass you back. So Max Taylor right now, he's got to minimize those mistakes. He's got to keep making headway to Aiden Levy and not lose the trust and the faith that James Overbeck and Dalton Haynes have in him right now as they go down to turn number 4.
Absolutely. Max, a driver doing very well right now, securing P2 so far in this heat. But like you said, making that jump to senior, everything gets a lot more tactical. These drivers have more experience. they don't fall for the same tricks they might have in juniors. So everything has to be stepped up a level when you make that transition. And Max so far handling the pressure well.
Yeah, they're all closing in. Max Taylor has led them back to the promised land of the race lead. Aiden Levy's lead now is half a car length as they come out of turn number 9. Dalton Haynes losing a little ground there to James Overbeck, making it just 3. He'll close it back up in the final turn to make up for lost ground. And across the line, there's the timer on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see from Dalton's onboard as well. They have just hit the limit, or just about to, 20 seconds away. So 3 laps to go. Meanwhile, behind them, Emerson Reed's worked his way back up to 5th. He's gotten around Oliver Piatek and Spencer Conrad, and changing the lead, Max Taylor to the point for the first time today on that red speed. He'll lead them through 5, 6, and 7 now as they go to the infield.
An incredible pace from these top 4 here on display. Aiden Levy, Max Taylor, James Overbeck, and Dalton Haynes all fighting hard into the hairpin. Contact.
Big contact there. Overbeck, I think, really overcooked it trying to follow Aiden Levy through. Ends up kind of moving him out of the groove and out of the way. That's good news. It gives the parts the C's for Dalton Haynes to second. And the Stars officials definitely got to keep an eye on all these guys, making sure they stay inside the bounds. Here comes Haynes with a big run to the bumper in turn 1. 2 to go. How aggressive is James Overbeck going to get to defend? We've seen it from the third-party view. Let's see it from the first-person view. Down the backstretch, looking low. Dalton Haynes for the lead. Turn 4. He'll take over the top spot. Levy will not get back by on Overbeck, and he'll have to quickly get down low. And now let's ride again on board and from the side. Can Dalton Haynes defend the rest of the way? A lap and a half to go as they head to the infield.
He immediately goes defensive into that hairpin. Overbeck doesn't follow. Levy will. They go side by side on the exit. Haynes still with the advantage, but Max Taylor sliding back into P3 around Aiden Levy into turn 9. What a great move. Haynes coming to the white flag in the lead, defends into the inside. Will he get crossover on the exit? Overbeck certainly has a run on him. They'll take the white flag. Haynes to the bottom of the track. Overbeck up high.
Look at Levy, big dive on Max Taylor. He's going to make Taylor pay. Here comes Emerson Reed down the inside to turn number 3. Back for P4. Side by side for the lead almost. Haynes keeps it low. Levy sends it around the outside on James Overbeck. They'll go wheel to wheel. Bang tires. Coming out of the corner. Aiden Levy back to 2nd. Emerson Reed gets by for 4th. Spencer Conrad into 5th. Taylor 6th. Dalton Haynes has half a lap to go. Can the onboard camera hang on? Down through turn number 8. He'll block the inside. Overbeck around the outsides, back to 2nd. Now Haynes has got to worry in turn 9. He'll block there. Overbeck, bump and run, moves him up the racetrack. Haynes closes the door. Dalton Haynes going to get a big gap. He'll be safe. It's 3 wide, 2 wide for 2nd and 3rd. Across the line, Dalton Haynes on the onboard camera is 1 for 1 at the checkered flag. And what a finish there for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Simon.
Oh my gosh, 3 wide at the line, and Emerson Reed making moves on that last lap. It'll be James Overbeck to come home in that 3rd place. But the 988 of Emerson Reed coming home 4th ahead of Max Taylor and Spencer Conrad, making up an incredible finish with Oliver Piatek right behind them in P7. Drew James, P8 in the 929 machine. Dominic Tesoro, P9. And Talon Drake wrapping up your top 10, Xander.
Yeah, there you go. You can see it. James Overbeck, big run forward. Hopefully, again, we saw him have a little bit of contact. Really good driver in James Overbeck, but that little bobble in the hairpin where he got into Levy, that might cost him on a small post-race penalty. We've seen the Stars officials already having a handful to give out here today. Just minor infractions. The racing as a whole has been phenomenal here so far in the night fight. One little red flag earlier. Driver was okay. And here's that run into the scale line, and it'll conclude the first ever onboard session that we've had on any of our Kart Chaser official live streams, in the first of many successful run on through here, Simon. So we've got to go and check the data on that one. And who knows, we might be able to throw that on one of our OKN stars here in just a few moments. But that's one KA group down, and we've got the other half still to come your way. KA Stars Group A on deck. Don't go anywhere here. We're watching the Stars Championship Series night fight at Trackhouse Motorplex exclusively on Kart Chaser.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica brand of go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
Well, welcome back here live from Trackhouse Motorplex on a fully dark and chilly night here in Mooresville, North Carolina. The first of the two KA Stars groups underway and fully completed. The second one set to go. This is first, third, fifth, seventh, ninth, the odd group from qualifying results on your screen right now. Quick McGabriel in the AEM Karting EOS kart pulled it at a 49.66 earlier today. They're going to be flying here under the lights in just a moment. To his outside will be Hayden Jones and that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic, that white and green machine to complete the front row. Eli Warren and Adam Brickley. Brickley, the Heat 1 winner, here trying to line up there on rows 2 and 3. Emery Lida there and Matthew Mockabee. Look at Thomas Annunziata. Big jump start on the outside lane on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. Might get a penalty, but it's got him up to 6th unofficially. It'll almost get him to 5th as Lida trying to hang on in the outside lane. He'll get down and get clear down at turn number 4, and Gabriel holds the lead here as they go through the bowl.
It's chaotic, but we're clean through 4 turns here at the start of this KA Senior Group A heat number 2. Still nose to tail for the first, whole field already. Defending hard, passing into the hairpin. Big moves and a crossover there. The 916 losing out. Hayden Jones getting passed back by Mick Gabriel, who retained the lead.
No, not even. Eli Warren, because Gabriel got so tripped up by Jones on the inside. Eli Warren and Adam Brickley have gone through. Eli Warren and the Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed leads lap 1. Then it's Brickley second. Jones third. Fourth is Gabriel. Fifth is Emery Lida. Then Annunziata was 6th. He's already got the boot down the order. So he hung on to 6th there. Looked like he was going to lose it. Now, quick defending from the rookie, Eli Warren, his first national level event in the 100cc senior class, as he moved up from the KA junior division from 2022, one of our perennial contenders throughout last season. 3-driver breakaway up front. Gabriel under heavy fire for 4th, blocking into turn number 8. Look at Thomas Annunziata around the outside. Gabriel will run him wide. Lida still trapped behind him as well, and Gabriel's blocking is going to force them to battle. It'll give him a little breathing room. Check out those cool LEDs Mick has got on the back of his go-kart. We'll see it when he goes up the hill. Little nice underglow for Mick Gabriel's AEM Karting EOS kart.
And while all that was happening, a move for the lead as Adam Brickley made the move in the hairpin, turn 8, to move himself up to the top spot, sending Eli Warren back down to fight with Hayden Jones for P2 and P3. Top 3 with a little bit of a gap to P4. Mick Gabriel inside. Hayden Jones won't get it into turn 4.
Yeah, Hayden Jones wanted that spot away from Eli Warren. He felt like he was quick enough to maybe get the job done. Through the infield chicanes we go, down over to turn number 8. Let's see Jones again. I think he'll pull it this time off. Down the inside, deep on the brakes. He'll get clear. Same thing back for 4th. Thomas Annunziata gets by on Mick Gabriel. Emery Lida back there in 6th. Here comes more. 7th place. Seamus McKendry closing the gap there on that, I believe, one of the BJR MDR entries. Gabriel continuing to block to hold off Emery Lida. At some point, Mick Gabriel's got to be wary. The more blocks he throws early on, or defensive moves, I should say, runs the risk of getting moved out of the way.
And especially with Adam Brickley out to a good lead, the other drivers will have seen that and will be chasing hard to get there. We even saw Hayden Jones throwing up his hand to tell Eli Warren behind him, hey, let's go get this guy up in P1, Adam Brickley. We can hunt him down. So we'll see how that progresses as the two of them try and work together to make their way back up to that lead driver, the 959 of Adam Brickley.
Down the inside to turn number 8 here. There's a look through the line. The pack's getting pretty big. If they can reel Brickley in, there's going to be a lot of hungry drivers wanting to get around him, but that's a big if. Adam Brickley's got a lot of speed in that Privateer Kart Republic. a switch overnight. Practiced yesterday on his Cosmic chassis, switched today to his Kart Republic chassis, and it's looking pretty good for him. Across the line, gives up a 1/10 of a second, though, to the fellow Kart Republic of Hayden Jones on that TKG entry. So the green and white machine of Hayden Jones, not the quickest on the racetrack, quickest of the guys in the front four, as the fastest lap time goes all the way back in that pack to the red and white RPM Tony car to Lucas Zabo. This pack right now, Simon, goes all the way back to about 12th with Colin Hayes.
It's a deep pack, and like I was talking with Alex earlier, if you don't have the fastest driver of the field up front, it's not going to spread out. It's going to constantly condense. And right now, that driver is in the P9 position. So this whole field is going to start to compact a little bit more. We'll start to see fights, and it'll break out and split up a little bit. But the question is, where are those fights going to break out, and who's going to be the victim?
Here's the run up the hill to the final turn. There's a look at Lucas Zabo. He trails Matthew Mockabee there, looking for that next spot down to turn number 1. He's going to dive bomb him and get clear. Zabo will pick up the 8th spot. Mockabee back to 9th. No changes up ahead of them, though. Everyone's single file trying to hunt down the race leader. They are making headway. Adam Brickley gave up another 1/10 of a second to Hayden Jones last time by. Eli Warren closed up as well. So they're all closing in on the top driver as they slowly start to make some more ground up. Annunziato's been able to hang up there. In fact, Thomas Annunziato went purple last time by. Fastest driver on the racetrack. So the TFR Kart Republic is looking good. The question is, as we saw there on that start, Simon, he pulled out of the tram lines way early. And I'd be surprised if he was the only one to jump out early based on when the lights went out.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a penalty there, although I didn't have the best view, so I can't call from an outside perspective. But he definitely got going and got a launch into turn 1. Currently sitting in that P4 spot, though, the fastest driver on track, P6, Emery Lida. He is making headway, and if he can get this group lined up and headed towards the front, then we could see an even bigger fight for the lead, more so than we already are.
Yeah, big move there from Emery Lida down in turn 1. He's now split the pack up as he took over that 5th position, getting by Mick Gabriel. So the top 4 closing together. Another 10th lopped off the gap by Hayden Jones to Adam Brickley. Lida leads that next group with Mick Gabriel sliding slightly backwards. Further and further as we got one around, Seamus McKendry has been spun over in turn number 8. He was 7th right behind. I think he was trying to go for a move on Gabriel because he was right there with him.
Tough break because that was a strong run. Would have put him well for the next pre-final coming up tomorrow. But a tough break, and he'll be reset down the field. Adam Brickley still out front. Your top 4 all in a nice little line. Behind them, Emery Lida still trying to hunt down that front pack.
Through the bowl here this time, you can see now it definitely was out of, for Seamus McKendry, out of the grouping running with Mick Gabriel. So that group now behind Gabriel has gotten spread out, and I don't know if it was with Gabriel or with Colin Hayes or Seth Stowe or anyone else in that group, but unfortunate there for sure for Seamus McKendry. Had a great run going inside the top 10, challenging towards the top 5. Up front, we're coming down to 1 minute 20 seconds plus 2 laps to go up the hill for Hayden Jones. He checks the gap back to Eli Warren. Warren still happy to follow the veteran here as Jones is starting to really come into his own. He's already had a lot of confidence and swagger when you talk to him about racing here at Trackhouse Motorplex, his home racetrack for the last couple of years. But now, as they go through the turn 3 complex and head down the back straightaway, he's a half car length back from Brickley. He'll be ready to challenge, and he knows his way around. He knows how to defend to keep that win for the heat races. And with the way everything's shaken out, if he can at least get by Brickley, he still salvages a shot of him being able to start on the front row in the pre-final tomorrow. If Brickley wins his heat race, since Levy did not initially win his, oh no, commentators curse Jones. Big lock up there in turn 8. He'll lose second. Now under fire for third from Thomas Annunziata, who will slide in line behind him.
And a tough little mistake there into the hairpin. Coming to 3 to go this time by for Hayden Jones. A bit of a gap now. He's going to have to work back down. Adam Brickley and Eli Warren out front. 2/10 separate them, but a good half second back to Hayden Jones and Annunziata now. So with 2.5 laps remaining, it's a close fight. But the leaders have a bit of space, and they could probably lock this up 1-2 if they just play it smart.
Yeah, let's see. A couple of young guns up front. Adam Brickley in his second full year running senior division racing. made that debut at the end of last season. Was super impressive at the IAMA USA Grand National Championship in October. Big move there by Annunziata on Hayden Jones. Trips him up a little bit in turn 8. He'll lose third. Checks the gap back. Gabriel's gone back around Emery Lida. They both are making up ground here. Late in the going for Quick Mick Gabriel. Not so quick start for the 923, but he's making headway in P5, and him and Emery Lida both giving hand signals. All right, let's go forward. 2 to go now here for the race lead and the race win. Adam Brickley did pull away a little bit from Eli Warren last time by. Not sure if he'll be able to do the same this time around. Warren is about 4 car lengths away. Warren just pointed to the sky like go forward, then turned around and said, oh, nobody's home.
I saw Dalton do that earlier. You get so zoned in trying to catch that leader, you realize you've left everyone behind you. But back farther in the top 5. Annunziata, Jones, that fighting has pushed them slightly back towards Mick Gabriel and Emery Lida as we come back to the white flag this next time by. They're closing the gap. Could this turn into a big fight for the last spot on the podium, Xander?
It might just be here again. Every point matters. Every position you make or lose is a full row in tomorrow's pre-final. So you've got to get as many spots as you can. You can't lose anything. It matters double to a normal race. You think, oh, all right, I'll lose only 1 or 2 spots. You lose 2 or 3 spots, you really lost 6. And that could be the difference of being in a turn 1 crash or a mid-pack fight the whole race and being in this leading group. As they go to turn number 4 here, Jones still following Annunziata. Nobody blocking yet, but Gabriel is caught up. Half a lap to go in the fight for third. We're focused here because the gap out front is big enough. Adam Brickley should be more than safe to Eli Warren. Warren safe further back. Annunziata, hand in the air there. He's going to block a little bit low. Jones does the same. I don't think you'll see a big diver here. I think Gabriel as well is happy where he's at, but you never know. Through turn 9, out of the double right. Jones did not get a great exit. He needs a little more to be safe. Blocks low. He does. No change. Across the line, Brickley sweeps the heat races in KA Stars. Warren second, and Annunziata unofficially third. Jones and Gabriel fourth and fifth. And with that, Adam Brickley should potentially lock himself into the pole tomorrow, because even if there was a tiebreaker, it would only go down to qualifying, and there's still a lot to be reviewed after all of the racing going down here in this one. We've got some interviews down here trackside. You can see the results on your screen. Beyond Gabriel, Lida, Hayes, Brown, Stowe, Finnegan, Bailiff, your top 10. Let's send it to Alexander Searle. He's got a handful of drivers at the end of that one. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I'm here with Emerson Reed here from the KA Stars race we saw before this. Emerson, Heat 2 went a lot better for you than Heat 1. Talk to me about that race. I mean, walking home with a P4 there.
Yeah, so I had a decent start, blew it in the hairpin, and just kept my nose clean and allowed myself to get some good clean laps to catch up while they were battling it out.
Yeah, I mean, you told me you guys have been working on it just a little bit. It's a pretty close setup to what you have from baseline for you guys. Talk to me about the progression of the go-kart that you've worked on since yesterday's practice.
Well, mostly we were just trying to get the kart to have a lot more grip. I've been struggling a little bit with that, so we threw a couple things, did a couple adjustments, and we were able to get it done here.
Yeah, and I mean, pace looked pretty good there in Heat 2. Anything you think you could change for tomorrow's races?
I think just get a good start and keep a clean nose, and I think we'll be all right from there.
All right, thanks, Emerson.
Good stuff from Emerson Reed here. Happy to have him on the racetrack, and properly named Emerson Reed and not Nicholas Terlecki, as I messed up in that very first heat race. But like he said, a better heat race to be known properly. And the 988 Holtz DD with a good run. We go from Emerson Reed now, I believe, one more that we'll get the interview from as well. But there's more to come from this one here. Let's get set for a little bit more extra intel. Our very own Dalton Haynes had the onboard camera on him. Unfortunately, to get a bit of a penalty. That still was just getting the official word from the officials. But, Alex, let's send it over to you. He had a great job, and at least on track, flag to flag, the camera is now undefeated. So, Alex, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Like you said, camera's undefeated. Dalton, kind of a pioneer here. First guy to run the onboard cameras live, a car chaser. You got the win unofficially, got a penalty after the fact for swerving. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, it was a great race, you know. Kart was great. Engine was okay. I mean, it felt pretty good early on. Tire pressures were good. Roman, my brother, has the kart dialed. But, yeah, it's just, I mean, the people in front of me, I just picked up the pieces, really. I was sitting in fourth place, didn't have the pace to win the race. And James Overbeck, it was 3 people in front of me. Overbeck was in third, and he just kind of just cleaned out Aiden Levy for first. And I just picked up the pieces, went underneath, and then passed Overbeck. And it seemed like what the Stars officials say. I mean, I watched it with him. It's they're right. I mean, it is a penalty for what I did. They said that I went from one lane to the far left lane, and that's a penalty. I mean, I was behind Overbeck. Overbeck said he didn't think it was a penalty, but, you know, it's the rule book. You know, you got to follow the rules, and Stars has a great series going on. I love Stars. They're doing a great job. They're running a really good operation here, and I respect it. I mean, I finished the race. My brother said I did a really good job, so I'm happy, but 3-second penalty for blocking. I mean, I looked at the footage. We didn't lose any time, but it's what it is, you know?
Yeah, really mature stuff here from Dalton Haynes, taking ownership of the penalty that he got. Going to be a little bit harder now in the pre-finals for him tomorrow, but he showed good pace. Back to you guys, Xander.
Thanks, Alex. Like you said there, class act there move from Dalton Haynes. And again, everyone's still in good spirits with the Stars Championship Series. It's been a very safe and good run so far. 2 races are still yet to go. We get set now as the engines come to life. The Pro Stars head onto the racetrack. 125cc gearbox action for the final time tonight under the lights. We are going to watch a standing start. There is nothing cooler. There is nothing that gets your hair standing up more than seeing these guys push off. And that moment of silence right before they row up in the start lines here, Simon, that just gets you going.
And we saw it earlier with the Master start, but with the Pro Rock guys, the Pro Stars Rock Shifter Heat number 2. Talon Yockel leading them off. Colin Daly, P2. Josh Conker inside row number 2. Gavin Bailiff on his outside in P4. Justin White, P5. Annie Rule, P6. Ian Quinn inside row 3 in P7. The number 1 of Vincenzo Saraceno, reigning champion, lining up outside row 4 in P8. Jason Henrique, P9, and Zach Frank will round out your top 10, Xander.
Should be another good one. And now it's time for redemption. He's had to wait a couple hours to get it, but Josh Conker and Vincenzo Saraceno, and Colin Daly looking for redemption after that. When we heard from Conker, just had an engine failure. He said, you know what, it was a strategic way of saving the tires. Well, guess what? He's got a lot less laps than those guys that ran the full 13 in heat number 1. He rolls off on the inside of row number 2. Keep your eye on the Canadian. The reigning Rock Stars champion and 3rd in the championship from 2022 in the overall Pro Stars category, lines up to the inside of the second row alongside Gavin Bailiff and that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. A good drive forward for Gavin to get himself up in the top 5. The same for Annie Rule, who got started to move. And Ian Quinn, after a not-so-great start, was also able to make up a lot of ground in that QG3 karting Charlotte Leclerc kart back on row number 4. Unfortunately, this one, I believe, going to need to be waved off as Christian Marshall, the Stars Championship Series official, saying, hey, we got to restart one. We're going to need to wait a second here. That was the driver in 5th. Justin White, I believe, who could not get the kart to stay fired. Either Justin White or Annie Rule, one of the two. Going to try and power back up.
That'll be unfortunate. Due to the Stars ruling, they will now have to start from the back of the field.
Yep, that was indeed Justin White. So for Justin White, he'll be having to go to the tail end of the field as he gets his kart back underway aboard that Magic Kart machine, I believe. So Justin White to the tail for P5. Also problems for the 222. That's David Carmody. He got stuck on the curb. He'll also, I don't know if he'll have to go to the rear, but basically the reason behind the ruling there that Simon mentioned is that if you do cause the false start, it's waived off for you because you stall your engine to get that race restarted, so both it's safe and you get a fair shot with your engine fired back up. You go to the tail end of the grid. So that 5th place starting spot, that inside of row 3 will now be cleared. They won't move any drivers up. It'll be an empty box on the start positions. So we're going to bring them down again. Talon Yockel, a dominant run in heat number 1. Even before the issues for Colin Daly, Daly really didn't have anything for him. Josh Conker, we don't know what he's got in store aboard that Maranello. We know he's been fast. We know he's won a Stars title already. We know he's won a national pro-level event already with the Rock Winter Tour earlier this year in in St. Petersburg. So for Josh Conker, he's the only unknown that might have a shot at Talon Yockel, but then again, completely different track conditions. The air temperatures dropped 10 to 15 degrees. The sun's off the racetrack, we just dropped the track temperature 20 to 30 degrees. It's the second time around. They've had time to adjust on the go-karts, and now we go to the light sequence. Here we go. Pro Stars. Who gets the jump? Colin Daly with a heck of a hole shot. Yockel gets caught sleeping off the line, and Josh Conker is going to get a nose up the inside, almost to take over second. But how about that? Colin Daly, the Jamaican, leads the way down on the DR card. Big lock up there on the right front of Colin Daly, and a big mistake from Talon Yockel. Josh Conker gets to second and nearly gets to the lead.
That looks like cold tires to me. These drivers obviously pushing hard on this opening lap, but the tire grip just not there in turn 4. A big mistake out of the lead. And now down to the inside in the hairpin. Is that Josh Conker?
Indeed, the red and yellow Marinello to the lead on the Carblos Racing Team machine. His teammate Saraceno buried back in the 5th position. But Josh Conker has taken his Marinello number 3 to the front as they head down the front straightaway. Talon Yockel now into 4th as Gavin Bailiff's gone up by. And Colin Daly, it was a braking issue, it looked like, in the first heat race. That may or may not have been resolved, or it may have been cold tires as well, as you mentioned, Simon. Either way, Daly in second, trying to use a lot more rear brake. You can see that rear end step out on him, get a little bit sideways. He probably made a major adjustment after locking up the left front tire to dial the bias and put more bias to the rear. You'll see drivers make quick adjustments with their left hand kind of down by their left knee. That's where they're able to adjust the bias knob. You'll see sometimes when they're setting up for a pass, they'll turn it to have more front brake to get into the corner and get in deeper and stop, and then turn it back to rear brake to be quick to back up the turns. But for Colin Daly, it's survival right now. He's trying to put rear brake in because his front brakes are probably just broken in on the pads, and they're instantly locking up when he touches the pedal.
Especially with this air temp out right now, it's much cooler than before. It's a lot easier to get locks on, especially on the first lap. Cold tires, easiest place to do it. The instant fix is try and dial some rear bias into that. Problem with that is you start to get some rear lock, you start to slide into the corners, you lose a little bit on entry. Much like Gavin Bailiff, all of a sudden dropping back, losing multiple spots in turn 4 from P3 all the way down to P5, P6 now.
Yeah, rough lap here for Gavin Bailiff. My goodness. Big, big loss there. 3 spots, like you said, behind Annie Rule. He slots in line ahead of Ian Quinn's QG3 karting, Charles Leclerc kart. And once again, Vincenzo Saraceno has been quietly working his way up the order. The reigning champ now is on the bumper of Heat 1 winner Talon Yockel as he's starting to knock on the door for P3. The lap times that time by pretty even second, third, and fourth. Josh Conker, a leg up on the field right now. He is your quickest driver on the circuit. As we look at Zach Frank, he's starting to apply some pressure. Some Burrell Art on Burrell Art violence for that 7th position as Gavin Bailiff is just up the road from them. So they spread out up front. Daly trying to hunt down Conker, then Yockel in 3rd, Saraceno in 4th. If we pan back a little bit to 5th, 6th, and 7th, you'll see again Annie Rule there on the Magic, and then here is that group going side by side back for 6th, 7th, and 8th out of turn number 9. Zach Frank's gotten by. Oh, there's Bailiff. Gavin Bailiff is out of the race over at turn number 6. Bailiff is out with a mechanical problem. Simon pointed it out a lap ago, and it's now taken him completely down the order.
From P3 to P6, and then a DNF in heat number 2. That's not the start that Gavin Bailiff wanted to this second heat. Unfortunately, I'll put him back down in the 17th spot. But right now, it's the Marinello karts that are really firing off. Josh Conker up front, Vincenzo Saraceno, both running very competitively, making up spots from where they started. And Josh Conker holding off Colin Daly as they head into the hairpin.
Yeah, but like you said, they fired off good. Right now, they're not the quickest. That last lap give the advantage to Daly on the DR and Yockel on the Magic. So good tire pressures and good launch for the Marinello Carblos Racing Team machines. But Josh Conker is about to come under pressure once again because these guys are starting to hit their stride here. Conker resets his best lap. It was 4/10 off of the pace that Talon Yockel just threw down. A 46 flat to a 46.4. We got a 3-car fight coming down to turn number 4.
And Colin Daly working all over the back bumper of Josh Conker as he gets closer and closer. When he gets within a kart length, though, that air wash is going to start to take some air and grip off of his front tires. So that's one item he's got working against him. Josh Conker also with the fresher tires of the two with the DNF in the earlier heat today. So a couple advantages working to his side, but still massive pressure from the number 227 kart, Colin Daly.
Oh, whoa, big problems in turn number 8. One driver off in the infield, locked at the brakes just out of view of the camera. Not sure who we just lost. I think that might have been Robbie Campbell. Yeah, Robbie Campbell there in the 212 Marinello, the driver off in the infield, so he's done. Meanwhile, your leaders headed down the backstretch. Conker, Daly, Yockel, Saraceno hitting his stride there. Good lap from Vincenzo. He's closing back on in. So the Pro Stars, boys and girls, starting to close up as Annie Rule is going to come under fire here soon if she can't pick up the pace. She's got about a 1.5 seconds back to Zach Frank, who worked his way around Ian Quinn. He brought Jason Enrique with him, 6th, 7th, and 8th right there. Justin White has rebounded back up to 9th. Great recovery drive from Justin White, and he started to close up. He's gotten around Ian Quinn. So the Magic Car driver that had to go to the tail end of the field, he's picked up a lot. Here he is in the midfield here on the outside edge of the top 10. He's gone around Ian Quinn, moved Justin White back to 8th, and dig in for more. Again, that was the driver slated to start in 5th. So you would expect the speed would be good enough to at least carve close to that. He's had a good job carving up the grid. As we got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, Yockel that time closing up now to Colin Daly. How gutsy is Talon Yockel on the brakes to make some moves?
Like I said earlier, as you get closer, it's going to get harder and harder to get that final piece to where you can actually make that move and make that diving pass. You got to get through the corners close behind, and that's a lot harder when you're tucked up behind without the benefit of the air over your front fairing. But Talon Yockel all over the back of Colin Daly. Colin Daly not putting as much pressure on Conker anymore. About a half-second gap between the two now. So the fight really turning into a fight for P2 with Talon Yockel attacking Colin Daly.
Not only that, Simon, but do you add the Aero Wash plus the fact it's like a spring effect or like a slinky when it comes to the shifters, because they're downshifting quickly in and quickly pulling shifts out of the corner. You have to wait to get on the power if the guy in front of you's line, even if his line is slower, for him to hit the gas, for you to hit the gas as well. You have to adjust the way that you're driving by yourself to adjust running behind a guy in terms of when you're able to put the power down. And that's why we're seeing them kind of rubber band back and forth to each other. Yockel got close to Daly. Daly fell off Conker. Now Colin Daly's making a charge back to Josh Conker this lap. It looks like he'll close that gap back in once again. But right now, Conker's lead still holding at about 4 car lengths.
A solid run for sure. Colin Daly, along with that slinky effect, making his way slightly back towards Josh Conker. Colin Daly with the fastest lap of the race last time by. 2/10 to the good to Josh Conker, so he's certainly closing in that gap. As he pushes on, we're 50 seconds left on the timer. So it'll be 3 to go this time by. Conker still holding the lead over Daly and Yockel, all within close margin, pushing hard.
Yeah, big run through for Colin Daly. He'll close up now to maybe 2 away through 6. He's making one last run at him. He's going to have a shot here with about a 2.5 laps remaining here. Maybe they'll get 3 to go at the line. Indeed, they'll be in under the gun. That's the one cool thing about seeing these races. A lot of times in kart racing with no radio communications, you don't exactly know where you are in the race. You know when you're at halfway, loosely, because sometimes they'll go a lap early or a lap late, and you know when you've got the final 2 laps. But with the Stars Championship Series having the timing board on the start-finish line straight, you know exactly where you are at any point of the race. And you can manage the tires, you can manage your heat, and you can manage exactly when you want to get by a guy. If you want to go by with 2 minutes to go, or if you want to wait at 6 minutes to go, they know exactly how much time is remaining with that timer on the start-finish line straight. Colin Daly saw that it's down less than 30 seconds. He knows it's go time.
I think Stars Championship is spoiling its drivers. A little too good here. A lot of information for those drivers to use and plan out their strategies towards the end of this race. They'll know they're coming to 2 to go this time by. Still about the same margin between the top 3. Talon Yockel actually making headway against Colin Daly there in P2. He's gotten to the bumper issue. Did Colin Daly miss a gear out of the last corner? Because Talon Yockel is all over the back of him now.
Yeah, he must have missed a shift there. Let's watch him down the back. Big run for Talon Yockel. Does he have the guts in 4? He's not close enough. Sent it deep, little mistake. He'll lose some ground back to him, but Daly, like you said, Simon, must have missed a shift, grabbing a gear coming out of turn number 11, because that gap is wide open now back for Josh Conker. He gave up probably about a 7/10, 8/10 margin down the run of the front straightaway, so not what Colin Daly needed. Great stuff for Josh Conker fans, and the Canadian will lead them up the hill for the penultimate time. One more time around Trackhouse Motorplex here tonight under the lights. Josh Conker, we'll see the white flag there from Justin Dittrich at the start-finish line. 2 car lengths here for 2nd and 3rd. We'll keep an eye if there's any other battles on. In fact, there's a pretty good one back for 6th still between Zach Frank, Jason Enrique, Ian Quinn, and Justin White, who's arrived. So here's the fight for 2nd and 3rd. There they go. There's Saraceno. There's Annie Rule. Look at this pack here. Zach Frank, Jason Enrique, Ian Quinn, and Justin White has just arrived as they go through the bowl.
Coming down to end this final lap, we head to the hairpin. Josh Conker still with a safe lead. That'll be much relief from the earlier pain of a DNF in the first heat.
Oh, whoa, go back to turn 8 here if we can on the cameras. Look at this. They're going at it. Coming out of the hairpin here. Ian Quinn's got the spot, and someone did not make it out. I don't know if anyone didn't make it. No, Zach Frank got away. Josh Conker wins heat 2. Colin Daly second, Yockel third. Quinn, what a move on the final lap. He'll pick up a spot on Jason Enrique. So Zach Frank in 6th, Quinn 7th, Enrique 8th, White in 9th, Jake Donald for the second race in a row has to come from the back of the field. He sets his best time of the session on the last lap, closes up to 10th. Let's go go down to the grid here. We've got some more intel from the fallout of a second KA Stars heat race here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with unofficially P3 finisher in the past KA Stars race, Thomas Annunziata. Thomas, first time seeing you in the paddock in quite some time. What's it like being back in the kart?
I'm still getting used to it. I'm getting there. I'm still not as sharp as I can be, but it's fun. The atmosphere is awesome. Seeing some new friends, and after that last session, it's safe to say I'm back.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday you're 20th. I was a little concerned for you. I was a buddy of yours, MX5 Cup stuff, but I mean today P3 in that heat race, P6 after the jump start penalty. You said you're going to try to get that overturned, but talk to me about your race and I mean the progression of the kart throughout the weekend so far for you.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we were around a tenth or two off during the day, and as the night went on, I think we went the wrong direction with the go-kart. So today we went the opposite direction, and the Team Ferris Racing KR was on fire today. It was on rails. I mean, we went through the field. We had a good start, and we hung with the leaders, so I'm happy with an unofficial P3 finish, and can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me one more thing. I mean, it looked pretty good out there. You're passing some top guys in the KA Stars class, considering you haven't been in the kart in quite some time. Any improvements, any changes you can make to the kart for tomorrow, you think?
Maybe go down a gear, up a gear. I don't know. It's not a big difference, but I think we got the night set up pretty on point. So we'll see what tomorrow brings.
All right, thanks, Thomas.
Thank you.
There you go from Thomas Annunziata. So again, 6th if the penalty stands, 3rd if it does not. And we're going to get set for some more onboard action here in just a moment. We'll fix that camera here for just a second for you, but Brooke Nachtman will be riding on board the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed here in this next one. As we saw her in that last heat battling with Ryan Raffa, ended 6th in heat number 1 in the OKN class. So let's see what the young lady can do as she will be helming us here, maybe a 2-for-2 run on the heat races. Well, she's got to get around the guys in front of her, beginning with this kid right here on the inside of row number 1, Brandon Carr. And in fact, you'll notice here Alex Stanfield not on your screen in the front row there. He's got a little bit of work to do as he's had to go to the rear of the field for a penalty, as he mentioned, for heat number 2. A 10-position grid penalty puts him further back. It promotes Braden Domey up into 2nd. Again, we saw Domey get collected in the opening carnage of heat number 1. It was not what he wanted. He's looking to make up ground. And for Brandon Carr, all he's got to do is stay ahead of Alex Stanfield, and he's going to be more than safe to get the pull for tomorrow's pre-final. He'd like to get another heat race win, though. That'd be a big confidence boost, some good championship points, and we know this kid knows a whole lot about championship points here in 2023. Again, for those of you just watching for the first time for the FIA OKN class here at the Stars Championship Series, this class, a direct drive single speed class. No clutch on the go-kart, simply a single speed front and rear gear. What you're going to see is Brandon Carr's, he's got his hand over the top of the engine. There's a blue button that they push in for a decompression valve. Makes it a little bit easier to start, so they can just get a push from behind from his mechanic and then roll right on the power. That'll be rolling off here in just a moment. So again, it'll be Brandon Carr on the point with his outside being Braden Domey. With Alex Stanfield dropping back further, let's get you through the exact grid of how they should line up here for your OKN Stars second and final heat race. With Domey on the outside of row 1, it'll be Aiden Fox and Nachtman on row number 2. Row 3 has Max Taylor to the inside of Nicholas Terlecki. Then go back to row 4. Julian DaCosta was moving in that earlier heat. Well, he's going to roll off on, I believe, the outside in 8th. To his inside, a happy birthday to 24-year-old Ryan Raffa, who rolls off P7. The Full Tilt Racing BJR MDR driver, 24 years old today. Let's see if he can get himself a heat race win here under the lights. Got a little bit of work to do to get there from the 4th row of the grid. Back to row number 5 will be Josh Holtz. Mr. Holtz Driver Development's got a little ways to go to catch his teammate Nick Terlecki. Rolls off P9. To his outside will be the MDR BJR LN kart of Henry Wheeler. Back to 11th will be our original poleman, Alex Stanfield, with that 10-position grid penalty. Long way to go forward. We'll keep our eyes on the number 5 car as he tries to dig up the grid. Keegan Bosch on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic joins him on row 6. Row 7 will be Spencer Mass, the Georgia-based driver, in his first Premier Class start on the national scene in the number 41. To the outside will be the number 40 DRT North America entry of Wes Duchek. And the final row of the grid will be Eli Fox and Jarrett Bank. a couple more procedures cleaning the racetrack up from that Pro Stars field. We'll get our kart recovery vehicle back into position, and it'll be about time to push off and fire off for OKN Stars. Here's a look here. It looks like Alexander Sherrill's got himself already a very happy Maranello driver getting ready for a quick interview, so maybe we can do that here during the pace laps as the OKNs get set to go. But what a performance again by the end of that one there for Josh Conker, of course, to lead once he got through. It was a chaotic opening lap. Let's send it on down trackside here for a quick interview with Josh Conker as Simon Sykes has got him here and is ready to go. Simon?
Thanks, Xander. Here down on the grid, it's a little chaotic with these OKN engines firing off and getting ready for their second heat of the night under the lights. I'm standing here with Josh Conker, your Heat 2 winner in Pro Shifter here. Tell me about the race.
Yeah, it was a good race. Very crazy start. I got a really good launch. Talon didn't get such a good launch. Colin's been really good on the starts as long as he's been racing, so to be expected. He locked up into turn 4, which was a surprise. I guess he had a brake issue from the last heat that kind of carried over into this, and it kind of spooked Talon, and I was able to kind of capitalize on that, and then just kind of put the attack on, be super aggressive early in the race, and just kind of manage the race. They were really quick considering I do have a slight tire advantage, but good to manage the race, good to get back out there and score a 0 on the points, so hopefully we're going to be starting a little farther up the pre-final grid.
Yeah, congrats on that, and I just wanted to ask what you're going to be looking for the rest of this weekend to find that little bit of extra pace as you get to this next few races.
Yeah, I'm going to go back. We're going to debrief with Carlos. For sure he was watching very closely, so I'm going to kind of, see where I can gain, see where they were gaining on me, and, put a good foot forward for tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks, Josh.
There you go from the horse's mouth, Josh Conker. Self-admittedly, a little bit of a tire advantage, but he puts it to good use and wins Heat 2 in Pro Stars to make up for points. Down the front stretch we go. Green flag in the air for OKN Stars, and a good start off the bat for Brandon Carr. Down the inside, Aiden Fox follows. Brooke Knockman on board. Let's ride on board the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Big run to the bumper of Fox. We got a challenge for the lead down to turn 4. Not able to get it done as they kind of stack them and pack them through the bowl. She's up to third down at the bottom right hand of your screen, while Brandon Carr leads them to the infield for the first time.
Yeah, what a run exiting turn 3 for Aiden Fox. Couldn't make it stick there. Brandon Carr, good defense move. Knockman got checked up mid-corner in turn 4. Couldn't make it work, but a good start for Brooke Knockman. Brandon Carr with the dream start out front. Like we were talking about earlier, Stanfield with the penalty. Brandon Carr, all he has to do is finish ahead of him, and he has a really good chance of that in this heat race.
You can already see here the gap starting to open up for the top 2. In fact, Knockman's going to lose that third spot. Max Taylor will go on by the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Terlecki right behind, side by side, Ryan Raffa. Birthday boy under fire from Julian DaCosta. He'll get through for that 6th position and clear himself. Henry Wheeler right in tow behind them as they head down the backstretch. Knockman trying to block a little. Here comes Terlecki inside and clear. Nick Terlecki moves himself up now into the 4th position and starts to set sail forward. Where is Alex Stanfield? Well, he's a little bit further back. The team GWR Gillard just behind this group, right behind the Holtz driver development OTK Josh Holtz as down the inside, a little defending there from Julian DaCosta, maybe a half send as Ryan Raffa trails. You can see there's the Gillard coming into frame. Here comes Alex Stanfield as for the lead down the front stretch here. Still no change. Brandon Carr, Aiden Fox. Nice pass by Josh Holtz there in the final turn.
Yeah, Josh Holtz on the birthday boy, Ryan Raffa. Good move into turn 11. A little progress check here for Alex Stanfield up to P9 now. Started P11. Bit of a slower, progression than he would have probably liked. The start's always the best chance to make up spots. Up 2, not terrible though. In the back of this train, he has a good chance of being maybe P4, P5 at the end of this one. Let's see what he can do.
We continue to ride on board Brooke Knockman as she picks up a little bit of ground there on Nick Terlecki. Meanwhile, here's a look at Alex Stanfield. Looking inside, Ryan Raffa, and clear. Move another spot forward for Alex Stanfield. So he'll move into the 8th spot, closing in on Josh Holtz as they run through turn number 9.
Yeah, good move from Stanfield. He actually got a pretty poor exit out of turn 6. Sent one in on Ryan Raffa. Raffa really, really nice under brakes and let Stanfield kind of through. No, Stanfield's got the pace over most of these guys in the field. He's a guy that you want to follow right now.
Up front here, we got a little bit of a battle starting to form, I think, for second as well. Here comes Max Taylor to the bumper of Aiden Fox through the bowl. Fox has been losing a little bit of time to Brandon Carr, but Max Taylor is on pace with the RPM Tony Kart of Brandon Carr, about a second back. Let's see if Max Taylor can make a move. Bumper, looking, inside, turn 8. No, not enough. Didn't have the guts to go that deep on the brakes, and he stays back in line in P3.
Yeah, really surprised there. Max Taylor got a really good run of speed.
Whoa!
One driver in the wall.
Is that our onboard camera?
I think it is.
Oh, no! Brooke Dockman hard into the outside tire barrier there, and indeed, there goes the good luck for the onboard camera. Brooke Dockman has slammed the outside wall, and right after we switch onto it, right, Taylor? That's about how it normally goes. We missed the action. Well, unfortunate there, she has slammed the wall, but thankfully it looks like the nose cone might be okay and save the camera for tomorrow. Nonetheless, Max Taylor on the bumper still of Aiden Fox starting to challenge for P2.
Yeah, quick shout-out, though, to the guy behind these guys. Nick Terlecki goes purple at a 47.2, 4/10 faster than Aiden Fox and Max Taylor. He's going to join that group in any moment now. I'm surprised Max Taylor hasn't been able to get around Aiden Fox. I mean, he got up to him very quickly, but since then, Aiden Fox has been able to hold him back.
Well, let's see him come on through the short chute up the hill. Taylor deep on the brakes this time, and a little hip check as he goes through in turn 11. He'll get the spot done finally for second, and now wasting all that time getting around him, Nick Terlecki has gone purple. Terlecki, the new fastest driver, in fourth. He'll close the gap up to Aiden Fox. Brandon Carr still leads. Terlecki, bumper, not going to be close enough in turn number 4.
Yeah, good move there from Max Taylor. A little bit of a hip check from Aiden Fox. He got a solid run out of turn 10. Made the move stick into 11. Aiden Fox now going to be under fire from Nick Terlecki. Exiting turn 6 into 7. Look at the run. Terlecki has into 8. Late breaking move. Nick Terlecki now up into P3. What a move. Aiden Fox now looks back, sees nobody's behind him. Aiden Fox now needs to set behind Terlecki and try to catch Max Taylor.
Yeah, so through turn number 9, Nick Terlecki now up to third. Let's see if he can get there. Here's your update on Alex Stanfield. The number 5 has now climbed his way up to 6. Got around Josh Oates, starting to go to work on Julian DaCosta. The team GWR Gillard is about 2 car lengths away. And meanwhile, Max Taylor, new personal best, 47.269. Even to the pace of Brandon Carr at a 47.20, 2 seconds away. I don't think he'll be able to make up much ground. Carr looks pretty safe up front. Let's see how much more ground Alex Stanfield can make. Maybe. Here's a look at the wide shot. He's back in 6th. He might be able to get a couple more if he can keep that speed going. He had a pace advantage early on. It's not so much right now. Aiden Fox is the only one really going backwards at the moment as Stanfield gets a big run out of turn 8.
Yeah, what Stanfield needs right now is for Terlecki to catch Max Taylor. If Terlecki can keep the pace up and catch Max Taylor, create havoc up front, Stanfield will be right in the mix for a P2. Right now, I think a P5 is on. He's faster than Julian DaCosta at this point in time. And Terlecki, like I said, just goes purple, faster than Max Taylor last time by, closed the gap by about 2/10. If he gets there, which I think he will, and cause a bit of havoc there for P2, it'll cause Aiden Fox to close up, and DaCosta and Stanfield inevitably will get there as well.
For sure, as they head through the infield chicane here. Big run through for Terlecki. He'll close to half a car away. I think he's close enough for a dive. He's going to look for it. Turn 8, inside, second place. Give it to Nick Terlecki. He gets by on Max Taylor there in the infield hairpin. And that's kind of what you needed, but you needed still a little more of a battle to bring Stanfield into it. Aiden Fox kind of lurking there, still back in that 4th position. He's getting a little bit better. And Julian DaCosta was also carving up the grid in that first heat race, so no surprise for Stanfield to still be following him as they head to turn number 1. DaCosta that time, 47.2. Fox, 47.6. Of course, Taylor and Terlecki a little bit slower. Those two guys, DaCosta and Stanfield, on the same level right now as Brandon Carr when it comes to lap times. They're just a couple seconds and a couple positions away. By the time we get to the pre-final tomorrow, they might be able to shake out towards the pointy end of the grid. As against Stanfield, of course, in that first heat race, having to shuffle around with Carr, just came up shy in second and then had to suffer a 10-position penalty for heat number 2. Big run out of the hairpin for Stanfield. Not confident enough to make a dive, though, into turn number 9 as they stack up behind Aiden Fox, who hits a little sideways to the end of the double right. Here comes DaCosta. Bumper, not enough in 11. I thought he might have been close enough, Alex.
I thought so, too. DaCosta playing pretty smart here. He knows that Stanfield's behind him. If I'm DaCosta, I need to get around Aiden Fox as soon as possible because Stanfield will inevitably pass DaCosta at the speed he's going. Josh Oates goes purple at a 47.131. Good run for Josh Oates there, who's joined the mix. Stanfield to the inside of DaCosta. He's through, so Stanfield in the top 5. Josh Oates has joined the fray here in P7. He was purple last time by. He's going to be on the charge against Julian DaCosta.
Yeah, Josh Oates there closing in. Let's see if DaCosta is able to learn from the veteran Alex Stanfield of what he can do to close on in. Now through turn number 9. Black flag going to go out there for Jared Bank and a potential lap traffic. They'll clear the circuit from him. Stanfield going to get another inside on Aiden Fox, who makes a mistake as he goes by. He'll lose 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 spots in the process as both DaCosta and Josh Holtz get around the Fox and Son OTK. And so Aiden Fox falls back to 7th. Stanfield is up to 4th. 2 more still within striking distance, or at least within reach. Nick Terlecki and Max Taylor here with 3 laps to go, or just up the road from the GWR Gillard. Well, maybe a little more than just up the road, Alex.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Aiden Fox. Got the curbing a little bit under braking. Rear end came around on him a little bit. Good save for him. Falls back to P7. It's been a pretty rough heat race for him. Hasn't really hit the pace that we would have liked to have seen from him, or what he would have liked to have seen from himself compared to what he did in Heat 1. But like you were saying, Stanfield crossing the line here. We're about to cross the line here with 2 to go. Within reach is Max Taylor and Terlecki. He needs Max Taylor to catch Terlecki. Max Taylor is in the draft of Terlecki. Terlecki goes purple at a 47.110. Taylor puts a personal best, but still a 10th off for Terlecki. Not quick enough at this point in time for Stanfield to make any more moves happen. But again, with 1.5 laps to go, anything's possible.
Yeah, anything is possible here. He still is getting a whole lot of data as well, Alex. This will be the exact time of night these guys are underway for their main event tomorrow. Pushing at full song is everything you can learn, as it looked like Jared Bank, the lap traffic did not adhere to the black flag that was given. So the lap traffic at Jared Bank is going to be in the way of this group. Stanfield's going to catch him at an awkward time as he tries to find his way around him. Bank will let the field go. And now he'll pull into the line, unfortunately, about a lap too late. White flag in the air, though, for this group. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th on your screen. Headed down to 1. We're really back to 6. Fox has fallen back. There's race leader Brandon Carr. He is long gone out in front. Terlecki 2nd. The purple and pink Cosmic of Max Taylor is 3rd. Then you've got the red Gillard. I think Stanfield's going to be close enough to pressure him in this last couple corners here, Alex.
Yeah, exiting 6th here. Stanfield needs a really good exit, and he's done it. He's got a good enough exit to maybe make a move. No, he's a little too far back here. Taylor's over his shoulder, realizes he can do the normal racing line here. Stanfield, solid exit out of 8 into 9. Taylor might have to defend at the exit turn 10 here, down towards turn 11 and the final corner. Let's see if Stanfield's got a run. He does. Oh, let's see if we can get a good shot here as Brandon Carr cross line to win the heat race. Further back, let's see. Stanfield couldn't make it work on Max Taylor. But wow, what a run from Alex Stanfield from 11th to 4th and almost made it 3rd there.
Yeah, so there we go. Unfortunately there, Stanfield just couldn't quite get to Max Taylor at the line of the last turn. Made it really close. How about that for Brandon Carr, though? OKN Stars, double heat race winner. He'll lead him from the pole in the pre-final. Let's take a look at the results here in this one, as a lot to unpack from this night of action here. A couple more interviews to come after this race. But Brandon Carr leads, wins. 4 spots gained for Terlecki. 7 spots gained for Alex Stanfield. 2 for Max Taylor. DaCosta picks up a handful. Josh Holtz up a handful. Fox falls back. Keegan Bosch cracks the top 10. Rafa back a little bit. And Wes Duchak at least makes up some ground. Gets around Henry Wheeler and Spencer Mast. Eli Fox, Jarrett Bank. And again, Brooke Knockman, the only DNF. Unfortunately, our onboard camera not as lucky there on that time around. Hopefully some better luck tomorrow as we shuffle that through. We've got post-race interviews on that OKN Stars heat race coming your way, and then we'll sign off for the evening. Stick with us. Trackhouse Motorplex's Stars Championship Series stop is almost wrapped on Friday. The action on the track is we've got a little bit of post-race interviews to come, and then that'll be it for tonight. Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex at the Stars Championship Series night fight. Just a quick update. The one driver that did slam the wall here, Brooke Knockman, is okay. The Kart a little bit less so. She'll be able to get back after it tomorrow. Do have a host of drivers at the end of that one to chat with. Of course, Brandon Carr we talked to earlier on in the day. Solid performance of the heat races for him. Let's hear from the rest of the ones that Alexander Searle is riled up here down by the top of the grid. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Here with Nick Terlecki. Nick started P7, finished P2 there, put together some flyer laps, talked about your race and how the progression of the go-kart's been from the morning out to now.
Well, I definitely, after the first heat race of, getting a race incident, I had better tires, so I just knew, in this heat race I was going to be able to charge faster to get to the front. Obviously, car drove away, but, I just had more tires, so I was able to charge more and just, really be consistent and, not over driving, which is really important since, you got no bottom. Car wasn't exactly how I liked it necessarily in that heat race, so I'll make a little adjustment, but we've just been struggling a little bit, so try and fix that.
Yeah, coming off a not-so-good first heat, a pretty good second heat. That'll put you about mid-pack here for the pre-final tomorrow. Confidence levels going into it, obviously, with the performance you put there?
Yeah, well, definitely. The pre-final is progressive, so definitely going to charge hard again. But, after, seeing the times that I was going pretty consistently, I'm pretty confident for tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Nick. Good luck.
Thanks.
There we hear from Nick Terlecki here again. A shot at the beautiful Trackhouse Motorplex here in Mooresville, North Carolina, Simon. Nick Terlecki had a good run there at the end of that one. He was starting to carve his way forward. So a lot of guys, again, at the end of that heat races, they're practice runs. You get a lot of data you can pull out of it. You can learn a whole lot to take into tomorrow, especially like we talked about in that last heat race. This is the exact same time they run their main events.
Yeah, it's great data to pull, and especially we saw such a great fight at the end there. Obviously, Brandon took off on his own, but the rest of the field had a great fight in the closing lap, so it's good news going into tomorrow.
Let's go back here for another one from our post-race interviews here to Alexander Searle down on pit lane.
Alex Stanfield. Alex started P11 there, had to fall back early into the race. They put you the 10th place penalty there, had to start 11th. Worked you at the P4, almost got this guy right here, Max Taylor. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, I kind of fell back at the start a little bit, maybe a little too cautious in the turn one, didn't want to wreck, and just passed, I think, a cart almost every lap throughout that race, just kept picking people off. Go-kart was pretty amazing, honestly. My GWR Gillard was just phenomenal. We got the engine pretty dialed in right now, too. And I honestly was just kind of saving my tires throughout the race, and I was like, I got to pick off some more people. So I started pushing a little bit and just finished fourth.
Yeah, talk to me about that. The tire deg doesn't seem to be too high here, but obviously, as you said, saving tires, going to the pre-final tomorrow. How important is it to do that?
Yeah, I think the bowl, the turn 4, eats the tires up the most. But I think the pre-final, it'll be kind of a little difficult with the tires. I think it's the rear tires, of course, are the most difficult to drive. But I think it'll be good.
All right, thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
There you go from Alex Stanfield, a good insight into the tire degradation as well. I'm hopeful that we can get Brandon Carr. I know he's already probably back at his pit area, but it'd be good if we could page the Ryan Perry Motorsport driver to hear his insights on the heat races as well. But for Alex's case, at least proven he's able to pass if the speed differential is enough. It's just going to be tough when these guys are evenly matched and back on each other in that pre-final, Simon.
Yeah, even with that little bit of aero wash that we've seen, drivers are still able to close and make those passes in the right places if they have the pace to get there.
They just have to have the pace to get there and, of course, enough to get around the guy and to position their car just a little bit out of that dirty air to make it possible. Let's go down to another kid who knows a whole lot about dirty air racing this year with a lot of wings and things. Max Taylor's had a very busy racing season. He's down with Alexander Searle as well.
Thanks, Xander. Max, solid run for you. Ran P2 for most of the race, fell back to P3 there. Talk to me about your race.
Yeah, we were really quick in the beginning, got a good start. I had confidence in the kart and the engine, and I knew we were quick. So I took advantage of it, got up to third, and then I passed her second. Then ultimately got past and just held on to third at the end. My neck was giving out, but we held on.
Yeah, tell me about that, because you're getting a little too used to the headrest there and the wing cars. Come back to karting, running double duty here. The bowl corner is probably getting to you pretty good. Anything you can do to fix that, man?
Yeah, I'm definitely used to the headrest. It's pretty nice to have. But we were maybe bouncing around a little bit, too much grip possibly, so we can help that, so it'll be better tomorrow.
Thanks, Max.
Well, it's time to add some neck ups to the workout regimen for Max Taylor if he wants to do a little more karting stuff here at Trackhouse Motorplex. But 2 classes is tough, especially, I mean, this racetrack, the G load they have, it's about 2 to 2.5 Gs, pushing almost 3 depending how fast they're going, which these guys are going faster than any other 125 has gone before at Trackhouse Motorplex in racing competition. Through that bull corner, through turn 3 as well, I mean, that's still pretty fast, and then it's a lot of right-hand corners, and the heaviest load corner is a right-hander as well. So it really works the left side of your neck a good bit, and that's something we talk about a little bit, but it's cool to hear from the drivers being open and honest about it that, yeah, I mean, this stuff is super physically demanding and puts them to the test, even when the temperatures cool back down. I mean, if it warms up at all tomorrow, add heat and, just cardio to the factor as well.
Yeah, and especially with Max getting ready to do all the big car racing he's headed to. It'll probably feel like a dream and a relaxing experience once he gets to Indy. And it's all wide open space, and you're not constantly jammed into a load every corner. So happy to hear that it definitely is physical, and it's not easy for these drivers to make it through. You definitely want it to at least present a challenge. So great to hear from that.
Well, that does it for our live coverage tonight. Coverage tomorrow kicks off a little bit after 3 p.m. Eastern time with the pre-finals. Again, tomorrow, Situation Saturday turns into main event Saturday night, because the pre-finals for both KA Junior and KA Stars will determine who will make the final 40 to start the main event. Pre-final B will be basically a last chance qualifier, and it'll be time to not only try and race your way in to win the session, but to make sure you get above that top 10 cuts line and the bubble spot. It'll be super exciting to watch that, and to watch everything we learned from today, everyone else learned from today, and how they can apply it into the racing tomorrow. The Stars Championship Night Fight from Trackhouse Motorplex. This concludes, again, our coverage today. We wish you good night. For everyone here from the Trackhouse Motorplex staff, ask that up one more time here on the evening. Add to the counter, Taylor. I know. Go ahead, throw it on the screen. Anyway, Trackhouse Motorplex, Stars Championship Series official staff from both, and for all of us here at Kart Chaser, thank you for tuning in. We'll stop the counter at 6 and hopefully keep it in the single digits for tomorrow. But trust me, I'm obviously a rookie commentator, Busch League level guy. I don't expect a lot out of myself, so we'll keep the expectations low. In the meantime, thanks for watching, and see you tomorrow afternoon.